a point, but government also sets the regulatory background around who shares wealth and all that sort of stuff. So there has been a lot of change in the United States in relation to concentration of wealth. And I think that leads to a real dissatisfaction within folks in America who haven't either haven't had the advantages of or taken advantage of the opportunities that they've got to be able to succeed. And, I'm talking about a large group of MAGA voters, for instance. But there's a lot of lazy, entitled people everywhere in all areas. But the problem here's the thing: the core of their dissatisfaction is true. The core of it, right? There is an inequitable treatment under the law and distribution of wealth and all those sorts of things. But the answer isn't to elect a guy who's going to tear the whole system down, really. But how do you get people to vote for that? So in 2016, as in today, when things are actually quite good economically for Americans, and if they had a real look at their life and did a snap back in time to whether or not they're really better off today than they were in 2020, I think the vast majority would say things are more stable, things are better, things are more predictable economic. As far as they can be, there's more certainty. But the disinformation is the key in both 2016 and 2020. That's the thread, and 2024. The thread through all those things, that getting people to believe things that either are demonstrably not true or diametrically opposed to their best interest, and get them involved in it, is we know that the Russians were heavily involved in the 2016 election campaign, right? We know it all. The FBI reports and the national security reports on that are clear and accepted by both sides of politics in the United States. And Russia has been continuing through 2020 election to do the same thing. They were heavily involved there. Plus, there's all of this, America's just generally got a Russia problem. Every time you look anywhere in America and some bad shit's going on, it seems like there's a Russian standing next to it. I'm just saying, it's a thing. And there is a absolute shit ton of disinformation in the United States right now that's Russian, and the NSA and the people who are in the responsible positions of government are highlighting the fact and even getting the government to say, Russia, if you will be punished severely if you interfere with our election. They've come out and said that, right? It should be obvious, but they've said that in the last week. And because we all know how concentrated and powerful the Russian disinformation campaign is, and how badly they're going to use it. They're using it already, right? They're trying to upset the selection of the president process and getting on both sides of that issue. So it's a really tough time in America to try to handle all the disinformation that is available, along with the actual facts of what's happening, like where things go in the budget, where they go in the economy, Supreme Court rulings, things that are actual in fact that might be disturbing. I feel for my American colleagues in having to deal with all these things, but I think the way through is to have people return to what they know inside the core of them, that we can't teach them right now. In the core of a person, they have an innate understanding of whether or not what they like about democracy, right? If you've gone to school in America or Australia or Britain or wherever, you get some basic civics training. You might not pay attention to it. You might, some of it might embed itself in your thoughts, and you will find representations of evidence throughout your life that support the things, and find out, the system does work, that there is justice under the law, that, you have an opportunity to aspire to better, and it's all not going to be taken away from you arbitrarily, all that stuff. And so if Americans right now, and this is why I keep saying, I can't understand why there isn't a Republican or a Democrat or somebody who's running in the United States election right now, given the popularity and consistent public support for supporting Ukraine, I can't understand why an American politician right now isn't embracing the combination of absolute support for liberal democracy at home and abroad. I just don't understand it. I don't know how the world works and why it doesn't work, but I absolutely share your concerns. And I think the key to addressing your concerns is for everybody in America to understand that Russian disinformation campaigns and Chinese disinformation campaigns and applications, TikTok is a government-sponsored, government-operated Chinese Communist Party tool to harvest your information. That's not rhetoric, folks. That's fact. They don't even allow TikTok to be used inside China. They don't, right? Because it's not for China. It's for you, America. It's for you in Britain. It's for you in Australia. And I applaud the countries that have either already banned TikTok or about to, because we in all of our countries, we have to do something about the disinformation campaigns that are consistently getting people to vote against their interests, to do things that aren't going to help them in the long term or undermine their innate democratic values. And it can all be lost. I'm not doomsaying about that. It's going to, but I think that everybody needs to recognize what's going on, that there's a lot of Russian disinformation campaign going on in the United States in 2016, in 2020, and now in 2024 to ruin your country, to make people think that their system is as good as yours, to make people think that the economy isn't getting better and that it won't get better for them, right? That they don't have any opportunity, and changing laws and influencing things like the Heritage Foundation. The manner in which they're putting money in to foster disinformation campaigns, then getting on top of those things with their political action committees and their lobbyists. They are using your system against you heavily. And while your system is and has been able to weather the storm, the influence is having deleterious effects there. And we have the similar problem in Australia, a similar problem, but different, because our system of government is different. But the Chinese and Russian disinformation campaigns are running everywhere in the world. And they're hurting us down here in Australia, but they're absolutely positively attempting to really cause damage to the United States right now. And so, the person I wish was here was Alex, our new co-host Alex on Disinfo, because he's got a real interest in it and knows a lot about the mechanics of distribution. But I'll tell you, the facts are, as I've stated them, there is a lot going on, and it's not smoke. There's real fire here where there's smoke,
Will,
Prince.
Yeah, I get you. I totally get you. And what I was gonna say is he will be co-hosting tomorrow night at this time with Scott. So it may be a good thing to maybe shoot him a message to talk about, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I'll do that. And that's a good promo for you. So today or tomorrow at this time, 10 to 1, I think 10 to 1, or is he on in the morning? 7 to 10, probably. Anyway, let's see. I'll watch the calendar here. You can live radio, folks. You can watch me update the calendar, and I'll tell you exactly when he's on tomorrow. Yeah. He's on 10 to 1.
This time.
This time tomorrow. Yeah, this time tomorrow, Alex will be on, and if you've got more questions and details you want about disinformation campaigns, I really encourage you to tune in tomorrow. Brand.
Hey, Will. Yeah, I wanted to chime in on that conversation. I always appreciate your perspective, in particular when it comes to the information and warfare space. I just thought it might be helpful because I've found a lot of times it's hard to talk about these things just around other folks where, it can come off sounding a little bit, um, untethered, if that makes sense, because, you're talking about subtle things that are making an impact that, it's a little harder to, to prove to people just by conversation. And I think it makes sense to really couch it in terms of, from what I understand to be the 5 generations of warfare, right? So I don't know if you might think it might be worth mentioning what those are, how we got to this point, and why this makes sense to be something that is in the arena.
Do it. Go ahead.
I can go on. I'm just a regular guy, not a military guy, but this is kind of what my understanding of it is, right? So if you got the 1st generation of warfare, it's really just massing humans, right? One side against the other, and they overtake each other. Whoever wins is the folks who, I guess, lost less people. And then the 2nd generation will be the bullet, right? So that gets into like the Civil War arena. I mean, a little bit prior to. And again, I'm not an expert on any of this by any stretch, but this is just my basic understanding. So then you get the 3rd generation where it's combined arms, artillery. And then 4th generation would be guerrilla tactics, where you don't have to burn through all those people and expose them to the artillery. So you have these small groups to go behind the lines and affect, on an order of scale, damage against the opponent, so they are rendered less capable of taking you out head on in that sense. And then the 5th generation would be the informational warfare space. Let me know what I got wrong or not quite right there.
No, that's right. Right. The areas where we fight wars, because technology advances, are all different, and the manner in which you fight each of the types of war: kinetic warfare, political war. The interesting thing in this context about how Russia fights war is that Russia fights war based on a doctrine that is still like Soviet times, which it means essentially it is a political operation. The primary basis of warfare for Russia isn't necessarily to win on the battlefield. It's to produce conditions on the battlefield that are conducive to it getting what it wants, but it intends to get those wants through quote unquote negotiation, but only it's negotiation done by the Tsar or the Soviet Union or the Russia now, right? They have a certain way of playing the world, and for them, I'm not saying this. They said this. The sphere of warfare that never ended when the Cold War ended was the information warfare, and we quit the field in liberal democracies. We went, ha ha! I told you that liberal democracy and a free market economy were better. We knew the Soviet Union would collapse eventually. It just took a wild man who would be willing to spend $1 trillion in one administration, Ronald Reagan, in order to make the engine have to run so fast on the other side it finally broke, right? But we knew we were going to win the Cold War because our system's better. But what we didn't recognize is they don't even recognize having lost. They went back to their knitting, figured out how they were going to go forward, and kept their Soviet KGB playbook open on disinformation campaigns, subverting foreign governments, and getting their way through conniving politics and and low acts internationally in order to get their way eventually. And they're still doing that now, even whilst they are, in fact, they're ramping it up now to support their kinetic warfare in Ukraine that's now going on. So you're right, Brand. This is why I keep saying Ukraine needs to be able to fight a total war on Russia. Total war. Kinetic warfare, armed with everything it can get. Strategic strikes into Russia, however it can make those, within the rules of armed conflict. All the politics, all the ruining of their economy, all the subverting public opinion, all that. Ukraine has to be able to do all that because Russia's doing all that now against not just Ukraine, they're doing against who they perceive their enemies are. Russia has said, you know, NATO's doing all this, NATO's doing all that, because they know they're doing it against NATO. They're at war with all liberal democracies still for neon. I don't know, maybe 5 years after the 1991 breakup, they were probably back at it again, if not before a tiny hiatus of looking a little introspectively. This is total war, and the war has to be won on, well, the war needs to be fought on every front, so that the combination of fighting the war across these fronts means that Russia collapses, or they've failed, they can't support their war effort anymore, or they get massively beaten on the battlefield, or they get politically isolated, or the world gangs up against them, and, you know, whatever. All the stuff that can happen diplomatically, politically, economically, uh, militarily, and socially. War needs to be fought on all levels, because, and won on most of them, because Russia's doing poorly on some of those. But boy, their disinfo operations and their politics stuff is still as strong as it ever was, I'd say, Brand.
I agree, man. Yeah.
Arya.
Yep. Sorry.
Cheers, man. Arya.
So I thought that was a very good point that you were making, Will, with TikTok. I would just like to add a little bit of information. When you sign up for TikTok, there is a terms of service. They don't even lie to you about this. They are able to remotely use your GPS, your microphone, your video recording devices, and take pictures remotely whenever they want. You give them full legal control over your phone. You further give them access. There is a built-in key logger. So you give them access to everything you type. You give them access to your email passwords, to the website you go on, the apps that are not encrypted you have on your phone, and everything you send in your text messages. This is not conspiracy. This is in their terms of service. Any Chinese company that has over 50 employees must have members of the Communist Party working there, and any information they have is supposed to be handed over immediately to the Chinese government. So they basically are walking millions of Americans. Everything they do electronically is being monitored by the CCP. They have access to their account numbers. They have access to their email addresses. They know secrets that our federal government doesn't even probably know in some cases about individuals and their private lives. And they have the ability to turn on and to monitor anything they want. So if you're walking somewhere with your GPS, they can monitor it, and your phone on. If you're outside somewhere and they want to use your camera and go through your videos and all that, they can do that. And this is a major issue. It's a major issue with a bunch of other Chinese apps also. Please be very careful, even with verified apps on the App Store. If you play video games, Chinese video games, there are anti-cheat protections that are for Chinese video game, or for American and other video games that are Chinese companies. Tamu is another big concern with this, but this information is going directly to them. So if you won't unlock your phone and be willing to show everybody you personally know all the contents of your phone, you probably shouldn't have TikTok on it. Back to you, Will and Prince.
Well, right.
Thanks, Arya. Yeah, look, and the all that you said is true, that people turn over all that stuff for some convenience or functionality that they want and don't think clearly through about. Also, if you're interested in this subject and you look into what Arya said there, which is true, but look, you should look into the way that it technologically does what he's saying it can do. Not only do they get you to notionally agree to it in their terms of service, but the manner in which the thing installs itself is called a pixel. the technological way that they capture or that they embed that code in, and then it goes into your operating system of your whatever phone you're using for TikTok. It's got a sort of an IT backdoor by using a thing. Most of the time they talk about a kernel, right? A code that's provided to your system through a little packet, if you will, like a kernel. But in fact, this uses a whole new technology for encrypting and compressing code inside code that's handed around and shared in apps, that then your phone can't stop it installing all its functionality. It's gonna install all of its control of your computer, control the keystroke thing, the camera, the voice control, everything, all your address, all your contacts, all that stuff. It does it inside a packet that you cannot avoid inside this software, and is incredibly well hidden, so that the casual person can neither access it nor prevent it from being installed, or any of the other stuff that you would normally do to try to protect yourself when you want to use an application, but you don't want to use all of its functionality, and you don't want to give it all control. It bypasses the user controls that you would normally have in an Apple product. I can't understand why it's still available for download by many of the things, but it's because probably China has so much money, I guess, and their disinformation campaigns and political campaigns have also been quite successful worldwide. Brand, go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, how is, because that sounds a lot like Pegasus, right? So what would be the differences between those two? Because it sounds like that's full infiltration of the phone. And from what I understand, it's like it started where they wanted to really target government employees, because they get in there, even on the civilian uses, like civilian phones, they can maybe get more private information related to the government, and maybe it's expanded since then. But I don't know all these answers. I'm just asking those questions. Thanks.
Yes, it works much like those sorts of privacy bypassing software. I don't know the absolute technical ins and outs of it, but it is very analogous to what Pegasus does. Yeah, Aria, you probably do.
So my understanding, right, and I have a very rudimentary understanding of computer security. It's not, as an expert, I don't work in the IT field, with this. All of it is from anecdotal experiences and what I've read and such. But my understanding is there's a bit of a difference. So what Will said is 100% correct. When you install, if you have ever installed TikTok on your phone, it changes the code in the operating system. Doesn't matter if you have antivirus, doesn't matter if you have an Apple phone, okay, which has better security than Android phones. You permanently change the code in your phone, even if it gets updated with later updates. They haven't been able to figure out a way to stop this. So if you have ever installed TikTok on your phone, I recommend you taking your messages, taking your contacts, backing up your pictures, making a list of the apps you have, and doing a complete system wipe and a system restore, and then updating your phone again. Because short of that, and even then there is a possibility there is still something left over, right? But my understanding is that is something that you should be doing if you have had TikTok on your phone. And if you want to be 100% safe, wipe your phone, seal your phone, and buy a new phone that you have not put on personal information. But in any case, there was one other thing, which was two other things in regards to Pegasus. My understanding was Pegasus, people were not aware it was there till after the fact, right? And even at this point, there are still that and similar programs lurking, whereas TikTok were aware that they were doing that off the bat, and we let them keep doing it. which is a major security issue. And in regards to why Apple and Android are willing to allow it to be on their phones, and in their app stores as verified and safe, right? The money talking is a big factor, but there's another factor, which is the majority of our nation's youth is addicted to TikTok. The amount of people I know who are intelligent people with master's degrees, PhDs, in college, family members, friends I have who are very intelligent people who are literally, they say, I know TikTok is a big issue. I know I shouldn't be using it, but I'm addicted. And I know so many people like that. It is instant dopamine release and it is convenience. And a lot of people are not willing to give up. If Apple tomorrow was to ban it, short of it being a law that they had to, you know how many people are going to be protesting outside of the Apple building? You know how many people are going to be smashing their iPhones on YouTube videos and boycotting Apple, and how many people are going to be switching over and buying a $200-300 Android instead? From an economic perspective, it's not worth it to them. You're talking about a company that had no issue using slave labor in China, where literally hundreds of their iPhones have little haikus and stuff on inside of them. Please save us. They're killing us. Right. And this isn't isolated cases. This is literally thousands of examples that have been documented. They had to put nets outside of the Apple building to keep people from jumping off the top because they weren't allowed to leave. The only way out was committing suicide. Apple doesn't care. So you think they care that it's a national security threat that is giving the Chinese, untold amounts of intelligence on us and subverting our society and allowing the propagandizement of our youth? No, not at all. Back to you.
Thanks, Arya. Yeah. So, Dan. Hello, Dan. Prince, I can't hear Dan.
Can you hear me now?
Now you can.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
5 by 5.
I have a dumb question. I'm not a whiz at technology, but I don't have TikTok. However, am I safe if I look at something from TikTok on Twitter when somebody does a tweet? I don't go into TikTok. I don't have the app at all.
I think you are, but it's whether or not this kernel where they're hiding, pixel where they're hiding code is transferable or not. Ari, do you know?
So by going to TikTok's website and using it, you open yourself up to the same various security risks that you do any website, right? There are things they can do, but it's not like they're installing directly software onto your computer, right? Or changing the code of your CPU and operating system. My understanding is the vulnerabilities from going to the TikTok website are at, and this is at this point, right? Things may change in the future, but the vulnerabilities are that you're giving them access to your cookies and other browsing data and all of your, stored data that websites have access to, unless you're using certain programs to block that, right? And regularly wiping that. And the question is how much do they actually troll through that data and what is there? But I would say that the risk by going, through an in private, a browsing program on your computer with antivirus, you should be fine. I don't necessarily recommend doing it on your phone, just simply because things can happen on your phone that you get pop-ups on a computer if they're happening, whereas you don't get pop-ups on your phone. So it is a little easier for them to manipulate some security features and stuff on your phone than it is on a computer. But at the moment, I don't think this is a real risk. The issue is the application and installing it. Back to you, Will.
Thanks. Yeah. So Dan, that's not a full answer, but What Ari said, I think is right. And I don't think if you're looking at, you know, a message somebody sends you on your WhatsApp or whatever, that it's got a TikTok embedder sort video in there. I don't think those pass through, but I don't really know. And it's probably worth it. It would be worth the United States National Security Agency, for instance, publishing a little information on what exactly how TikTok works and what you might want to do. I was surprised, Aria, can you believe it or not, when Malcolm Nance was in here talking to us one time, and he was talking about, blah, blah, something he was doing on TikTok, winding up these Vatniks. And I was like, wow, Malcolm, because I knew some of what I know now. And I'm like, so you honestly can't say we should use TikTok. But what he was talking about at the time, but he didn't state clearly, is it probably is necessary for many of us to use TikTok, but on a completely isolated phone that you understand and you're careful using. I think there's probably room for a MriyaReport for participating on TikTok, but it would have to be through all phones that we got a separate SIM card, a separate account, separate device, no connection. I mean, isolated totally, so that it's quarantined, and you can make sure that whatever you do on TikTok, you know about, and that you're comfortable with all the information being stolen from this burner account you've set up. Are you?
100%. And I actually tried to get my little brother to do that. I bought him a $50 unlocked Android phone, and I told him I would put him on my plan, to share data, which is only a little bit of money a month, and that he should use that just for TikTok and, leave the phone at home and just go a couple of hours. He's out a day, without looking. Now, mind you, most of the time he's looking is probably either when he's in the bathroom or the couple of hours he's out waiting in between stuff. But he told me he wouldn't use it, right? And that's somebody who's very concerned about his privacy. But you're 100% right. If you're going to do that, or any other gray area or sketchy thing online or with electronics, you need to have a clean device. And in the case of TikTok, right, it doesn't need to be completely clean. It's not like you need to have some prepaid SIM chip, or be using a VPN through some hotspot at Starbucks to connect, right? As long as you're not putting your personal information and data on that device, you're good. But I would really recommend, if anybody does have the addiction to TikTok or feels the need to regularly look, and they're going to do that, go buy a $50 phone, go get a 2-3-year-old Kindle tablet or Android tablet, and or iPad, and just use it for TikTok. Don't use it for anything else. But you're right. Well, and this extends from TikTok to VK. I'm blanking right now on the Chinese one. And a variety of other places. There do need to be people fighting this misinformation, especially because there's not enough of it happening from our governments, right? So I do think there is value for people getting on TikTok and making videos to counter Chinese and Russian propaganda and disinformation. The problem with that is those accounts tend to get targeted by TikTok, and again, you need to have a safe device to do that. But I think that was very important that you brought that up for people listening, because I don't think people are aware, with a lot of the activities, how easily your security can be compromised, even with proper protection, and how important it is to have a safe device if you're going to do something like that, where there are real security risks. Back to you.
Thanks, Aria. More hands even. Brand?
Hey, yeah, just a quick follow-up. I think the specific thing Dan was asking about was, I think what we've all seen. We're on Twitter, obviously, so you'll scroll and you'll see a video, and then at the end you'll see the TikTok emblem and that sound effect show up. And I think that's what he's specifically mentioning, which I will guess is not the same as downloading the application itself. So you're not signing away your rights by just happening to scroll through.
Right.
But and then the other thing I would say too is like the one other thing that concerns me about TikTok is the facial recognition thing, right? If they're getting access to your camera and you're on your phone watching TikTok videos, they're capturing that detail of your facial pattern for God knows what purpose down the road. And that's the one thing with my kids, I've had that discussion with them. That is a concern of mine. What may be in store down the road by the access of that particular identification. Thanks.
Thank you. And Dan.
Yeah, I lost you. Thanks, Area. I lost you before you started to tell me stuff, but my Wi-Fi went down. Can you hear me all right? Okay.
You bet.
Here's the situation. The only time I tap anything, usually when I look at a tweet, I have a few people that tweet me, and they tweet me. They know I don't like do TikTok or anything. And some of the stuff, they don't tweet me. They tweet stuff that I support or I would be interested in. And some of it's legit. They usually don't treat me stuff. It's politics stuff. But anyways, when I open that, say if I hit that tweet to look at it, and I hit the TikTok, and it says TikTok, there's a picture of something, and I tap it. That's where I'm asking if they're being able to get into my phone. I don't go.
So I don't think
No,
so.
I'm not actually.
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
I'm not actually
We're talking about a pass through.
Yeah, I'm not actually going on the website, I don't believe. But does that open it up to the
Right.
website when you tap it on? I don't think so.
So I don't think so,
Right.
because it would have to, hand off through WhatsApp or your phone message machine or whatever permissions, and I don't think
No, it doesn't.
You can set it so your phone wouldn't allow that to happen, so I don't think so, Dan. I don't think things shared on WhatsApp and Twitter actually connect you to the TikTok domain so that they can have direct access. I don't think so. But this would be something. It'd be nice if the NSA published a paper on it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I kind of would.
So in regards to Twitter, Dan, all videos on Twitter are compressed and hosted by Twitter. It's one of the reasons, and it actually is a big issue with the Twitter compression, where sometimes you will see distortions in videos of objects that are not there, or certain details will be removed because of the compression. And if you watch the original video, you'll be able to see something that otherwise you can't make out in the thing. But if you're watching a video that is being hosted directly by Twitter, you're good. There's no chance of anything from there. Same as if you were theoretically on YouTube and one of the TikTok videos popped up, because that does happen, right? People will upload TikTok videos to YouTube. There's no way for TikTok to access that. The problem as far as WhatsApp or another thing is, how is it being linked to you? Did somebody save the video and then upload the video to you through WhatsApp? In which case, there's no way TikTok can do anything to you. However, if it's some built-in feature where they are getting the video directly streamed from TikTok, it depends what permissions you have on WhatsApp. And WhatsApp does have security flaws in a way that a program like Signal or Telegram does not have. It is not 100% safe. So I would be a little bit more hesitant. As Will said, you would need an actual security expert to assess it. And I would recommend, messaging somebody who focuses on that. I know we've had a couple of people up on the space who are active on Twitter who might respond to something like that. But I can't give you a yes or a no in regards without actually seeing how it's being sent. I don't generally open videos on WhatsApp at all. I use WhatsApp for the sole purpose of talking to friends and family in Israel. That's like literally all I use it for. And I have it set where I don't look at the pictures or videos unless I click them. I'm a little bit more hesitant with that, but if something's being hosted by YouTube or Facebook or Twitter and it's just a re-upload of a video with it, it's just a watermark. They have no ability to do anything. Back to you, Will.
Thanks, Arya. So, Prince, what is the most important story you'd like to talk about today?
Oh man, I know they're there. There are so many things. I think actually, I was wondering. There's a couple of things having to do with the F-16s, and there's news about the F-16s that the export license has been granted and completed, right? And then there's also news about the F-16s that the U.S. House of Representatives have called for more Ukrainians to be trained on the F-16s. So that I think is a very worthwhile thing to talk about. There was another thing that was I saw. Let me see if I saved it. Otherwise, I'll have to go find it. It wouldn't take me long though. It was the number of air defense systems. I didn't save it. The number of air defense systems that were destroyed in Ukraine last month. That was a freaking impressive number. And I know I sent it to Mockers. I just have to find where it landed. There it is right there. No, wait, that's not it. Sorry. This is a good one too, though. Last month in June, it is a second highest monthly number since the beginning of the invasion. There's a 35,030 Russian personnel losses in June of 2024. That is impressive. And I thought I had sent one more thing to her, but it was the number of air defense systems. It was the number of air defense systems.
Well, and the number of tanks.
Yes.
We should get the monthly totals in
Well,
general, because troops, tanks, and air defense systems were all big numbers. I agree. 350 tanks.
Yeah.
Think about, wrap your head around that.
Well, and
there's a lot of countries that don't even have 350 tanks.
Yeah. Russia, I mean, they did a whole series of graphics yesterday. 59 Russian air defense systems destroyed in June. That so they did a whole system, a whole series of images, and it started with the personnel, which I already mentioned. It's 35,030, which is huge, right? And then it went to artillery systems. Artillery systems, how many do you think? Freaking almost 1,500. It is the highest number since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. 1,415. Very impressive. 59.
It is very.
Yeah. 59 air defense systems destroyed in June. That's the second highest monthly number since the beginning of the invasion. The last one that was that high was in July of 23. Pretty darn good. And then I haven't found the tanks one. I'll have to look for the tanks one. But the number of they published a map of the Russian aircraft that have been down in the first 6 months of 2024. Brave soldiers hit more than 30 Russian planes. And so that I'll send you this one. I don't know if you've seen it specifically, because it is. I think these are important numbers to talk about, because what do we see? What's one of the big differences we see? Bullets on, right? That's a bullets on, right? That's obviously clear. Or ammo on. They're
Status bullets
Yeah.
on.
Status. We've got the equipment. and it's making a difference. The number, it is the number of. I still am I'm trying to estimate in my mind how quickly we are going to go up to the next that to 600,000 um 600,000 destroyed Russian personnel, right? Um and we're already up to 54,000 no 543,810, and we're almost halfway there, and we're just like over a month since we hit 500,000. We're going to hit that. We're going to, at this rate, we are going to hit 600,000 in August, by the end of August.
Yeah, so the attrition rate across the board is, the numbers don't lie. The for a number of things, we're talking about attrition rates that are at the highest or close to the highest they have been month by month for the full war. That means the intensity of combat is huge, and we know that Russia has three main axes open, but it's also trying to do whatever it can in Robotynya and any other place, and over near the Kremina in the Seversk Forest. But they're actually, getting their ass kicked by Azov in the Kremina area. So this went with bullets back on. It's been back and forth. There are losses from Russia as well as continuing creeping gains. But the attrition rate to arrive at whatever they've lost or gained has been incredible. I mean, we know the 30 planes, 30 jet aircraft in the first half of the year, but actually it's 31 because the day after Ukraine published that infographic, which I love a bit of infographic, Russians lost another confirmed one, so they went to 31 in the first half of the year. So planes, of which there are very few, 31 lost this year so far. But look at the month now that, Prince, you were just talking about. 350 tanks, 35,000 guys. Air defense systems, the record number, 59, I think you said?
Yep,
I mean,
59.
and artillery, the 1,400 artillery is the Soviet army, hence the Russian army, is heavily, heavily, heavily weighted in artillery and air defense. Those are the things that they really lean on heavily. And they put a lot of tanks out there too, but the things that they really rely on to win battles and wars has always been first their artillery, and then to add to that, to counter the threat to their artillery, air defense systems. So taking out those where the heart of them is based is a big number. So those attrition rates across the board, but particularly in air defense and artillery, are, I think, fundamental to Ukraine winning this war, and hope it continues. Now I know, speaking of attrition, you might have heard, seen, or already got this morning what should be the elephant in the room, which is that fighter bomber, the Russian Telegram. I mean, when they've got something, folks, I'm telling you, Russia's doing crappy, because I'll tell you what, if they get a hold of what they feel to be a piece of gold, they absolutely push it out in maximum value. So Tim White, our reputable and valuable reporter who does his daily thread that I encourage everybody to follow, and others, were quite upset when they first verified that this wasn't lying, and made their first assessment of an attack on Milhorod Air Base in Poltava province, two Iskander cluster munition attack, two Iskander ballistic missiles with cluster munition warheads attacked the Mirhorod Air Base in the last day, and definitely set two aircraft on fire, and probably damaged some others. So that seems like an absolute catastrophe. kilometers behind, or 100 miles behind the front lines, that they've got all these Su-27s parked out in the open, not in revetments, the exact same mistake that we continually point out that Russia makes. So what appears to be incredibly bad news, which it is, unless you consider the fact that all of those Su-27s parked out there in what looks like a phenomenally target-rich environment have been parked there for years and years. It's Su-27s are particularly maintenance prone and problem prone, and they're expensive to operate. They're expensive platforms. So Ukraine had a bunch, and now it flies a number still. Su-27 is I think the most advanced fighter bomber that Ukraine flies at present, until they get the F-16. But there's a lot more of them parked on the ground as spare parts than there are flying in the airfields, or flying around the airfields. And so this is a definite, real strike. You search up the video, fighter bomber, everybody covers it. They accurately and completely point out each and every Su-27 that's on the ground. They show how now here's the important part. I want to make sure I tell you about this. That there is a drone, an observation drone, that's tracking the entire first strike of the Iskander with the cluster munitions. Looks very similar to an ATACMS strike, and then adjusts the second strike so that it can take out even more, or have an opportunity to take out even more. So a very well adjusted 2 Iskander missile strikes, and great, right? So you're looking at this, you're going, wow, that's a devastating strike. I don't think it is as devastating as you might expect,
Exactly.
because there are publicly available satellite photos from several years ago that show that they've continuously used this base to park their spare parts for Su-27s. And so look, it's still bad. And here's the point I want to make about this. The Iskander missile is a 500-kilometer cruise, a ballistic missile that has a unitary warhead or a cluster munitions warhead. They're using this on the exact, they're doing to Ukraine, who has a very small air force and not as much capability, with a longer range missile. They're doing exactly what the United States should free up Ukraine to do on Russia's airfields, right? That aren't spare parts bases. There's a big spare parts base up in Baltimore near Voronezh, but there's also an active air base that's a little harder to find, right just south and west of it. That we should hit that one. We should hit the one at Smolensk. We should hit. They should be able to, on one night, be able to hit 5 air bases in the north, or 5 air bases across the east, or 5 air bases across Crimea and Krasnodar at the same time on one night, 4:20 a.m., high Mars o'clock. Ukraine should be released to do the same thing to Russia that Russia is claiming to have done to Ukraine here. And it's not important that they didn't hit anything really that valuable other than spare parts. The point is, they're open to doing these sorts of attacks anytime they want in their war of aggression, and Ukraine can't counter with a less capable technology on paper, right? The Iskander missile is a 500-kilometer range missile. The ATACMS missile from the 96 is a 300-kilometer missile. So it's not that they're really. I just cannot fathom the reason why Ukraine can't do exactly what Russia is doing right here, regardless of the outcome, because the intent is there, right? The intent here from Russia is to wipe out all the aircraft they can of Ukraine. Why can't Ukraine wipe out all the aircraft? Is use of that weapon somehow less just on behalf of Ukraine? On what philosophical basis would you say that I can't use the exact same tool that's a less distance, less valuable tool, but of the same type, to take out a threat on an aggressor that is attacking and attempting to take over my country and genocide my people. On what basis
Okay.
would there be any restriction whatsoever?
There shouldn't be. Now, the question I do have for you is, did you see the, here it is, the statement that was made by Inhat Yuri, or Hinat, in it, the spokes.
Oh, in it, the Air
Yeah.
Force of
Yeah.
Ukraine's Air
Yeah.
Force. Yeah, no, go
Yeah.
ahead.
There was an attack. There are some losses, but not the ones the enemy claim, is what he has said. And he didn't provide any.
All right, so he's saying he's agreeing with what I just
Exactly.
said, even without hearing his message.
Exactly.
Right? They hit a spare parts base
Yeah.
rather than operating Su-27s.
Yeah.
It's still a pain in the ass.
Well, yeah. I mean, but the point that you're making is a good point. Which is, it's probably not really much of a loss for Ukraine. So that's not, it's not great, but it's not taking a plane that they
But
can
they
fly.
wanted it to be a huge
Yeah,
loss.
but it's not a huge loss. But the bigger point here is that Russia is able to do this anytime they damn well please, when they can identify a target anywhere in Ukraine, really, right? And Ukraine cannot strike back, not to their airfields, right? And that is wrong.
Correct.
That is something that should be changed. It's not fair, Will. It's not fair. And
Well, and you see that we've been ranting about this for weeks, but it's good when these sort of stories finally show up in places like the Forbes magazine that it did 2 days ago, because people in the power structure, I suppose, in Washington might believe it once it comes from what they consider a reputable source. And Forbes has pointed out exactly what I just pointed out to you, which is there is a large airbase adjacent. It's weird. It's got like a U.S. name, Baltimore, but Baltimore Air Base actually has two kind of air bases next to it. It's got a big aviation museum that people, when they zoom in on it and they see all the planes, they go, "Oh, this is the air base." That's actually the museum. Should go have a look at it sometime, because it does have quite a selection of military aircraft from over the history of Russia. Just saying, but it'll after it's not blown up, but or drawn back into service. But the airbase that I'm talking about is a little bit south and west of there, and it's kind of secretive looking. It's got a bunch of covered hangars, and they don't leave their Su-20, or they don't use their Su-35s and 34s out in the open. But boy, there's a lot. But they've moved a bunch there, and apparently now do have a lot sort of out in the open, because they know they're out of range of the. Oh, wait, sorry. They know they're out of bounds for use by Ukraine, even though, wow, it's as I said, if they could hit 5 air bases on the same night in the northeast or south, they could substantially cripple the capability for delivery of glide bombs onto Ukrainian cities, and as close air support for Russian troops. It's that simple, folks. And the only thing keeping them from doing it is somebody who thinks that that's somehow out of bounds in relation to Ukraine, when Russia is continually using better weapons of the same type all over the country to knock out a large portion of the electrical generation capacity, to strike, as they try here, on air bases when they think that the Ukrainians are home, and also, as we know from the war crimes investigations, just cities and towns, just cause. So, yeah, it's just every day, right? It's Tuesday, right, Prince? So it's every day is an annoyance with what we're not doing for Ukraine, or how Ukraine is hamstrung artificially by its friends and allies, when we just don't see that. So we see incompetence, we see failure, we see bad things. with North Korea, China, and Iran help Russia, it often doesn't work out as well as they like. But what North Korea, China, and Iran don't do to Russia is artificially put problems in its way to provide their support. When they say they're going to give you support, woohoo! Next thing you know, there's 6,700 shipping containers of ammunition and weapons went from North Korea to Russia. You know, that it's like Amazon of weapons. So we need to see, and you know, the F-16s have now had their certificates signed. Well, export. You know, so it's all happening. But it's, you know, by objective measures, easily 6 months late in comparison to how fast it could have been, given the worst case estimates of all the aviation experts that we've talked about on MriyaReport. So, you know, it's people dragging their feet. It's people not doing stuff first time when they could, rather than leave it till later and do it at the last minute. It's all the bureaucratic snafus. It's the diplomatic bullshit. It's the policy of trying to prevent escalation by Russia. You know, I'm going to prevent this crazy person from acting out. I mean, it's like taking an ADD person who's off their meds and saying, "Oh, I'll just control their behavior by not doing anything to upset them." Frankly, it's like that. I'm sorry if I insulted anybody who's, you know, got problems or is on the spectrum or whatever, but it does seem absolutely absurd. Anyway, Prince, that's my bad news of the day for Ukraine, because we like to tell you the truth, and the bad news for Ukraine is happening, like Pete's death we announced yesterday. You know, this isn't good news, folks. This war's got to get over. But I can tell you, this war is also going very, very badly for Russia in a number of ways, and very, very bad inside Russia, just for people trying to live there still. It's disasters, fires. Russia's no picnic and not getting better either. But we got to make sure that these sort of bad things that are preventable, and this sort of strike on air bases and glide bomb attacks on cities, folks, that's 100% preventable. You strike those things on the airfields before they can take off. You strike the Iskanders before they fire them, as they've done in Crimea. What's the difference between a Crimean Iskander and a Belgorod Iskander? There's no difference. What's the difference? Well, the difference is the North Korean ones that they're firing out of Russia in Belgorod and Kursk Oblast. Those ones are too far to hit. So this isn't going to end it, but we can certainly end glide bombing, 100% of glide bombing into Kharkiv, if they simply take out the platforms for doing that on the ground. Right. Now, what's in good news that you want to talk about, Prince?
Well, I don't know if this is good news or not. Hang on just a second.
All right. Any objectively factual news?
I can tell you factual news. Well, okay, so it is, from what I'm understanding, factual news that President Zelensky is going to have a guest tomorrow in Ukraine. Now, who is that?
Robin Schwartz.
No, I'm sorry, unfortunately not. Viktor Orban.
Wow, that'll be an interesting discussion.
Won't that be? That will be a very, very interesting discussion. And let me see if I can find the article really quick. You sort of caught me. I had written down that was one that I wanted to talk about, but let me see if I can find where I'd seen the article, because I think pretty much everybody has an article on it. But yeah, Viktor Orban is supposed to be coming to Kyiv tomorrow to meet with President Zelensky. I do see that Arya has his hand up, so let's go to Arya real quick while we wait. Arya? Or not. He may be walking the dog. So yes, this is actually from the Guardian. It's a Kyiv Independent article based on a Guardian article. But the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban will make a surprise visit to Ukraine July 2nd, according to 3 sources that have told the Guardian. And of course, Orban is seen as a Moscow ally in the EU, but in Hungary, of course, has constantly blocked aid for Ukraine and spoken against Kyiv's NATO and EU accession. But 2 sources in Budapest has said that he intends to meet with President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv, and the visit marks the first time that Orban has traveled to the neighboring Ukraine.
Yes.
That first time he is.
Hang on, Jake. Wait to speak till you get recognized, please.
Yeah, first time he has visited Ukraine since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. My understanding is it's less than a last-minute change, I guess, and part of it I think is to talk about what is what may be going on with the Hungarians in Ukraine. One of the sources in Budapest said that the visit was confirmed after negotiations on the rights of ethnic Hungarian minorities living in Ukraine. It was a precondition for the meeting that the issue of nationality rights was resolved, the same source said. In recent weeks, an agreement has been reached, and they will be able to announce this success. Budapest, of course, has repeatedly accused Kyiv of discriminating against Hungarian ethnic minorities concentrated in the southwestern part of Ukraine, an accusation the Ukrainian leadership denies, and the Ukrainians the Hungarians in Ukraine deny. But according to the Hungarian foreign minister, he has visited Russia at least 5 times since the onset of the full-scale invasion. He's visited Belarus in June in violation of EU sanctions. So yeah, I think that this is going to be something definitely to keep an eye on. Definitely to keep an eye on. Now, happy Canada Day. I'm sorry, I have to do this. Happy Canada Day, Frank. I haven't seen you in a while. It's good to see you.
Oh, well, thank you for telling us you're from Canada.
Thank you.
And you're not even from the United States that is providing.
I am
for
from the
Ukraine.
United States. I live in the United States. I am also Canadian.
Yes.
Go ahead, Frank.
Oh, hey, sorry about that. I don't mean to co-opt and go in front of Arya. But yes, today is Canada Day. It's been a lovely day here. No, I guess what I was going to talk about is I'm actually going off to Italy in a week, and I decided to tack on a little trip into Ukraine at the end of my trip. So I'm going to be going. I've got a truck lined up that I'm able to buy for one of the units, and I've got a couple of suitcases full of medical supplies for Rima and her people. And I guess a question that just keeps on coming up is, where is the best place to buy EcoFlows? Whether it's in Ukraine or whether it's in, say, Germany or Austria or elsewhere. Because my understanding with EcoFlows are they're obviously highly in demand by all the various units, but they're also I've heard a wide variety of opinions on where the best place to buy them for the best price. So, anyways, I've heard the same thing about vehicles. Although I've managed to line up a truck in Switzerland actually for a pretty good price. Only about 8,000 euros, or maybe 8,500 euros roughly, for a decent vehicle for the unit I'm buying it for. So
nice.
Anyways,
nice. I would have to ask a few people about the eco flows. If anybody knows, I suppose they can send you a message. I can send you a DM. I can ask a couple of people, Frank, and see if I can get you in contact with somebody, or at least point you in the right direction of where's the best place to buy eco flows.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
But no, it is good to see you. I haven't seen you on the space in quite a while. I know we exchanged some messages not long ago, but it's really good to see you.
Yeah, last time I was in space, I just sort of threw it there. Actually, we had Colonel Jeff on there from the States, living in Austria. You know, that guy. And then of course Tim was hosting, and I just threw it out there. Hey, I'm going off. Where should I buy a vehicle? Because I know that vehicle, like the two things that I keep on hearing that are most in demand are eco flows and vehicles. Like all the fundraisers are always for vehicles, because like they don't last very long. Anyways, and Tim hooked me up with this guy in Switzerland with that is yeah, it's amazing. This space is awesome for that. Like, you just throw out a question and all kinds of really cool answers come back your way. So that's why I thought I'd throw it out here now, saying, hey, where should I buy an EcoFlow? So
Right. So if anybody does know where to buy an EcoFlow, hit Frank up with a DM and let him know. So Frank, you're putting a truck together and you're driving. Where are you driving from? And well, you probably can't tell us the unit, but how often have you done this sort of activity where you're driving truckloads of goods and things down to the folks in Ukraine?
this is my first trip, actually. I haven't been to Europe in a few years, and so just happens that I'm going there because my daughter's class is going to be there. Actually, my daughter's class is there as we speak, and so they're going to end up in Italy, and I'm going to meet them at the end of their class trip to prolong the vacation. And I thought, okay, if I'm going to go to Europe, then I have to do this as well. So I'm probably going to be buying the vehicle in either Germany or Switzerland. It seems like those are the decent markets right now. And that's my first time. Not my first time to Italy, but my first time to Ukraine for sure. So it'll be about a 20-ish hour drive. And I think there actually I'm getting some good leads on a second vehicle. So the fella who arranges to buy these, he's done this about 30 times before. Like, this is not his first rodeo. Tim highly recommended him, and yeah, he definitely knows what he's doing. So we may actually buy a second vehicle and drive both of them in about 2 weeks. So yeah.
How cool is that? Great summer trip. Thanks,
Yeah,
Frank.
and actually, Frank, I'm sending you a Twitter profile of somebody else that is a guy named Exon. He does trucks, I believe, actually in Poland.
Yeah, I mean, Poland was my first choice because it's the obvious choice for bringing a vehicle into Ukraine. But I've heard that because it's such the obvious choice, that the vehicles are quite picked over, and that also they're therefore more expensive. For like a 10-year-old, Isuzu Trooper, or in my case, a Nissan Navara. So I've heard that those kind of vehicles they've been so sought after that they're harder to find and therefore more expensive in Poland, which is why since I'm coming from Italy, I've got kind of 3 or 4 or 5 countries to pick from along the way between Italy and Ukraine. So
sounds good. I still sent it to you just in case, and I'll ask a couple people, like I said, about the EcoFlow, and yeah, it just might take me a day, but yeah.
Cool. Yeah, because those are definitely more heavier to bring through your airport luggage.
Yeah.
But whereas all the medical supplies I've got, those are actually quite light, so I'll be able to probably pack up a third suitcase pretty soon, actually. So
Very good, very good, and it is
So
it
it's-
is very good to see you.
and you guys as well.
Yeah. Yep. And we just finished up one fundraiser and waiting to start the next one. So yeah.
Well, I sent out a fundraiser to my mostly for my friends who were most of my friends and colleagues. I mean, I didn't really intend it for like the wider say the MriyaReport community or even the Twitter community, mostly because everybody who's Ukraine focused already is plugged in and is already giving their all anyways. It was actually more, my fundraiser is mostly for my work colleagues that they know what I'm doing, they know that I care, they know all this stuff, but they don't actually I figured, hey, if I'm going to actually put some skin in the game and actually go there and do all this, that it might prompt them to to chip in. So yeah, so far I've raised about $4.5 grand, I guess. Yeah, so not bad, getting there.
Good deal. All
Yep.
right. Well, like I said, it's good to see you, and then I'm gonna go over to Aria. So
My pleasure.
It-
Yeah, I'll mute my mic. Thanks.
all right, and I'll send you a message when I find out.
Awesome. Thanks, Heather. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Frank. Good to see you. Aria, sorry for making you wait. He might have dropped now. Aria.
No worries, Frank. If you're still there, please stick around for a quarter of a second. Also, Prince, I'm sorry. Before I heard you making the last call for me before with my hand up, I was getting some bad signal when that happened, and it was coming in and out. I had gone into another room, so I apologize for not responding to that. In any case, Frank, my understanding is EchoFlow has distributors in almost every European country. They definitely do in Ukraine. They have what appears, I sent it to you via tweet, what appears to be an official Ukrainian website. What I would really recommend you doing is sending an email, or if there's a phone number, calling customer service for the US department and asking them for the best place to contact or buy one in each of those countries you are going to be going through, because there's going to be differences in price, right? I imagine they're probably a little bit more expensive in Ukraine than they would be in Italy, assuming they sell them in Italy or whatever other countries you're going through, to drive the cars there. So I think contacting them directly within a couple of days, you should get a response. And if you don't, start harassing them with emails, right? Send 2 a day, 3 days in if you haven't gotten a reply. Just asking for the numbers or the emails or a physical store that is in a licensed distributor. And you might end up spending a couple of bucks more than you would spend if you bought it in the US. But as you said, it's a huge item. I know myself, I have a spin caster, which can be used to cast metal and make bullets and stuff like that. And I've tried sending it over to Ukraine. I've gotten in touch with like 10 different charities that bring stuff over, and it's too big. Nobody wants to pay even though it's worth more than the shipping is. It's not worth it. Nobody wants to deal with it. But in regards to that, I'm pretty sure you can find a store with a licensed distributor, and then you can do a cost value analysis of which is the cheapest along the way. And just on one final note, I've heard the same thing in regards to Poland, and I think you're very wise to try to buy the car along the way opposed to getting it in Poland. Because I have heard from people, and this is anecdotal, I've never tried to buy a car in Poland, that there has been a bit of a shortage, and that they are aware that a lot of the cars that are capable for being used in Ukraine are being sent over there. So they've upped the prices slightly, and then inflation and stuff like that. Whereas in Italy, I would assume that you can get a car, So I hope that helps. And thank you very much, man, for what you're doing. It makes a difference. And thank you for coming here and sharing it with us.
Thank you. No, appreciate the words of advice. It'll be. I'll obviously I'll be checking back in after, or maybe even over there, but definitely at least afterwards to report on my findings and how it goes.
Would absolutely love to hear that. Our co-host Robin is visiting there right now. She's in Lviv for a little while, and she's taking Ukrainian classes at the Ukrainian university there. She's taking their summer Ukrainian class, and she started classes on Monday, and she's having just a great time, and we've had her up, and it's absolutely beautiful and absolutely stunning, and I'm excited for you. I'm glad you're you're able to go. That's just pretty awesome.
Yeah, well, the units that I'll be supporting, they always have people going in and out of Kyiv, so I'll be going there. And actually, some people might know that I've been hosting Ukrainians in my house for the last couple of years, and I guess my original family stay with me. The husband, he's still serving in the Ukrainian army, and they live in Kyiv, so I can crash with them for a couple of days. So it's works out well. So so I've got connections there, and it's the I can tell you that, yeah, it's the International Legion that I'm buying the truck for. Although there's another unit with one of the territorial defenses that needs a vehicle too. So things seem to kind of snowball here as I find vehicles that are good to buy, and word gets out that there could be some available. So I might be a couple that come into the country. And actually, the folks that buying with, they have drivers that can come along. It's actually probably not a bad idea to have a 20-hour drive with a couple of drivers rather than doing it all on my own. So yeah, it's should be good.
Great. Well, have a safe trip too. And like I said, I already sent one message to one person. I'm getting ready to send another one to somebody else, and I have two more people, I think, that I'll shoot a message to and ask if they have any clue where's the best place around to buy them. And I just thought of another person.
Even better. Thanks, Heather.
I'm making a list, Will.
Are you checking it twice? I just want to find out if you're Santa. So, update on yesterday, which I'm sure I could just wait an hour and 15 minutes, and Mockers will cover this. All things prune, all things are. Mockers has a bit of an infatuation for an engineer in America. And I'm not bitter. It's not me. I'm two types of engineer, but she always wants to talk to her prune, her favorite engineer in the whole world. I'm not bitter though. Don't worry, folks. I never mention it. But update on what Prune has now published another thread, and interestingly, we were talking about interest rates and yesterday, and the economy in Russia generally, and I had said that the spread on the prime rate that the Russian central bank has, that is currently 16 and very well may go to 18, is also added to by what's called a spread whenever a bank were to give you a loan on a house or an apartment. And I didn't know what that value was, but I do today because Sberbank has raised its mortgage rates for the second time in less than a month. Loans start at 19.5%, folks. So Sberbank charges a 3.5% margin on top of the Reserve Bank. Well, they don't call it the Reserve Bank. The Central Bank of Russia's prime rate when they publish it. They're probably likely to go up, so it'll go up over 20%. But 3.5%, folks, is I'd call usurious, frankly. The price of liquidity in the market, historically, since time began and loans began, is somewhere closer down to 1%. To be honest, I mean, what are banks doing, especially in this day and age? in relation to providing liquidity in the market, so I don't have to trade you engineering services for eggs and cows and stuff. They're providing the liquidity here in getting loans and allowing us to facilitate commerce. So the cost for doing that service at 1%, I'm pretty sure they could probably, get by fine on that. And as I say, historically, over the entire history of the world, the spread that lenders charge borrowers in the market, or at the level that it was, should be down closer to 1% than it is 3.5%. I'm just saying it's a bit usurious, and banks do it all over the world, especially after times of crisis like COVID and whatever. As the world becomes more volatile, they try to claim that they're taking more risk on you, but they're not. Right? They're not. Your real estate is your real estate. If you can't pay off your mortgage, they'll happily take it back off of you and sell it to someone else. So, and they often make you buy mortgage insurance anyway. So I find 3.5% to be usurious, but it's the sort of thing I would expect from Russia. Mockers, sorry, I've gone off on a railing on the banks, but that'll actually probably be pretty popular.
All right, so you went off on the banks. So what's
I apologize to all my banker friends out there.
what is new in Absurdistan? Did they blow themselves up again in
Well,
Belgorod and I missed it?
They have dropped another bomb on themselves in Belgorod yesterday. If you see the video, I'm sure Mockers will talk about it. It is extremely demonstrative of a single high explosive bomb with a little mushroom cloud forming above it as it floats away. It's the only thing in the area. They clearly dropped another bomb on themselves in Belgorod. And they've also had a shopping center. The Sputnik markets have had a fire, and I think a drone strike adjacent to that, because this shopping center Sputnik had, you could say shopping center or market, right? Kind of a indoor outdoor open air market. But folks, if you've got a US van filled with explosive material like ammunition, and it's in the parking lot of a little market in Shebkino, and that thing gets hit by a drone and blows up, whose fault is that? I'm just saying that Russia is doing some things now that are reminiscent of the things we see Hamas do regularly in the Gaza Strip. The governor of Belgorod put out a video yesterday that said, we was talking through how they're putting electronic warfare equipment inside ambulances, 19 different ambulances, and today we see this explosion in the market in Shebkino that is clearly military hardware or ammunition inside a van that is parked at a market there, that is rightfully targeted by a drone and blows up and causes a big fire. And Russia is claiming that that's an attack on a shopping center. Well, anyway, that's where that's at. And the biggest news in Russia is probably across Russia, if they get this. This will be big news across Russia. In St. Petersburg, they had what they call a hurricane from people who've never seen the wind blow. Apparently, this quote unquote hurricane in St. Petersburg had winds high enough to bend over the trees and pick up all the dust off construction sites and blow them around and blow down some power lines. And believe it or not, a tower crane fell as a result of windstorm in Russia, in St. Petersburg. Look, big cities often have these tower cranes all across the skyline of them. Always, there's always somebody building something, right? I can look out my window right now and show you half a dozen tower cranes in Perth, and I guarantee you the wind has blown harder than you see in those videos of St. Petersburg at least half a dozen times in the last 6 months in Perth, which is known to be a fairly windy place. But St. Petersburg clearly can't look after their infrastructure well enough here, that power lines blowing down in a windstorm, guys, that, that's pretty third world performance as far as a utility goes. And a tower crane blowing over in the wind and knocking a whole bunch of other power lines out, and doing a bunch of destruction. Folks, Russia is falling apart. It really, really is. You just don't see the numbers of incidental disasters that we've seen across Russia uh, without having some fundamental problems with the maintenance of infrastructure, government spending, and corruption and waste for essentially what we've seen. 30 years of absolute decrepitude sneaking into the Russian system, and this is the result of high wind. Sure, it's a high wind thing. Yeah, we had winds higher a week ago in Perth, tore a whole bunch of roofs off buildings down south of here, where it often does, which is where the Palms go to live when they move over here. Just saying. But look, this sort of natural disaster happens regularly, or places where you need the state emergency service to respond, just like in Russia. But the disasters get compounded and worse when you don't even look after the basics that you would. I mean, who puts up a tower crane and doesn't plan for wind to blow, right? It's part of the design installation basis. You can't put up a tower crane in Saudi Arabia without a plan for, and all the engineering work done on how you're going to put it up, how you're going to take it down, and how you're going to maintain it in use with counterweights and everything, and security, and all the stuff you have to do to make sure that you can operate one of these tower cranes safely in the environment where it sits for the period of time it's there while it's building a building. It's fundamental stuff that we've been able to do across the world in major cities for 30, 50 years, and Russia has one of those. Now, I'm sure, look, these types of disasters happen, right? And it's unfair, I guess, to say that this only place this would happen is St. Petersburg, but it just comes on back of a whole bunch of other things where we've seen infrastructure failures, emergency response failures, fire security problems, and my speaking directly to Russians for 20 years, who've always complained about how facilities and public infrastructure and government spending has gone to waste, not been allocated appropriately, and how public infrastructure is becoming decrepit across that country. And essentially, I think that's what we're seeing here, Prince, along with, and I didn't post this one, another foul poo fountain in Barnaul, right out in the middle of nowhere in Russia.
Poo fountain? Poo
Yeah,
fountain?
the
You didn't send me the poo
foulest.
fountain?
I put it in the back channel, but I am too much of a
I must have missed it.
I am too much of a high class individual to post in your nest a poo fountain of such severity and disgust.
You can send it directly to me. That's what
I
Marcus
did.
does
I
when
did send it directly to you in the back channel to say for your enjoyment, but you missed it anyway.
Oh wait, I found it. I think I found it.
You did. Barnaul.
It was only like an hour ago.
Yeah. So for those of you listening who now have to know on the latest poo fountain, and it's the wrong time of year for a poo fountain, so this is clearly a loss of containment of some severely foul water that comes out. You know what this looks like to me? This looks like
they're not going to be able to sell that car.
No, so a poo fountain starts in a parking lot that is absolutely hugely. It's definitely sewage. I think it's secondary effluent sewage, and it explodes. It doesn't quite lift the car up on a fountain of poo, but that car is. All the other cars, people run out there and get their cars out, obviously, because only one is lost. But the one, it eats up a small car in the hole generated by a poo fountain coming out of a sewer in Barnaul.
it almost looks like it almost looked like a used car lot to me. But and then the one that's second in that thread, he's got two videos in one thing. Did you see that one the other day where it erupts underneath the car and the car backs up off of it? It looks like the car is going through a freaking car wash. Did you see that one in there too?
Yes, and I'll notice that they lost all this sewage. Now, the reason I say this is probably secondary effluent sewage, as a long-term environmental engineer, is it's this very brown homogeneous stuff isn't actually poo. What it is it's large amounts of bacteria that you use in secondary effluent treatment to eat up all of the carbonaceous oxygen demand and biological oxygen demand in effluent that comes from a city. And it's usually done in very large tanks, and those very large tanks above ground are probably someplace very close to where this parking lot is, and they've actually lost control of it, and it's gone into the sewers and boiled up like this, and generated this literal poo fountain.
You would be proud of me, Will. You know what? Well, maybe not. I don't know. But I was talking to somebody on the phone the other day, and we were talking about a specific area in the world, and I was looking at a map, and it was not Russia and it was not Ukraine, and I was looking at a map, and they were telling me where this one thing was, and I was like, "Oh, you mean it's the one that's just like about 3 blocks from the wastewater treatment plant?" And they're like, "You could pick out a wastewater treatment plant from above?" I was like, "Of course I can." See, I don't know that you knew that. And I always worked in IT, but I worked for environmental services for the city. And part of what the environmental services for the city did was run the wastewater treatment plant. Well, computers break at the wastewater treatment plant. You know that? So
They sure do.
I have spent time at the wastewater treatment plant, and I actually bought a house just a couple miles from the wastewater treatment plant. So I used to drive by that thing all the time. So yes, I can identify a wastewater treatment plant from above.
So when Mockers comes on later, I'm and you'll absolutely show her this poo fountain. You can say, you know what that is, Mockers? That certainly looks like activated sludge to me.
Okay. Okay.
And she'll go,
Yes,
wow.
I will save this. I have bookmarked it. I mean, there are things that I bookmark. Poo fountains, really, really good poo fountains like this. I'll bookmark that. I'll bookmark that. The other thing I bookmark very often are flying Ivans. There was a disappearing Ivan today. I don't think I saved it, but it was totally a disappearing Ivan. It's like they dropped they dropped from a drone on top of him. Well, and first of all, it landed on his manhood, and he knocked it off his manhood, and then he tried to like hide from it. And well, I don't think he hid from it. It exploded, but then when the smoke cleared, he was gone. I don't know what happened to him. Anyway,
Aria? Aria's here to raise the level of our discourse. Aria? Or maybe not, knowing Aria.
You know, I haven't eaten a lot over the last couple of days. I've been dealing with migraines, appetite, nausea has been off. I was eating some food, worked up a little bit of an appetite talking before, and you all have to bring up the the poo fountains right as I sit down to start eating. I really appreciate it, guys. No, been desensitized. It was quite funny. On a serious note, I had something I wanted to respond to that, but I've forgotten. The reason I raised my hand was there was a piece of news I had seen. There's a Jewish organization across the world. It's called Hillel. College kids go to it. And in Ukraine, one of the Hillel buildings on Friday night, right before services, like a half an hour before all the kids would have showed up, was hit by Russian rockets and was nearly destroyed. And it's nothing short of a miracle that they didn't go, a couple minutes earlier, or the building would have been filled with people praying. So I thought that was an interesting piece of news that was worth bringing up.
Thank you, sir. Now, Prince. I did note this is kind of cheating, but technically, I went around the horn again today. And I'll note that there's lots of stuff up in the nest, folks. And before Prince Heather gets to it, I encourage you to pop over and potentially look at the stuff that David Bailey posted earlier, because clearly we've been talking about disinformation all day long, because he put up a couple of really good posts about a link over to his Substack about the how much and types of disinformation that have come out since October 7th in particular, and then the essential tome on active measures that are both good links there, and then a link to Yuri Bezmenov's discussion on active measures on YouTube. All good stuff if you have time to look at all that. I actually cleaned the nest, Prince. I took a duplicate out of here, and I want full credit for that, because David had also duplicated something that Massless put it up earlier, which is an Massless put up an excellent post that you should all check out about the autonomous kits that have come out of a Swiss and United States joint venture to allow for autonomous final stage targeting of drones that are launched by Ukraine, which clearly shows that innovation, that's how innovation works. A need and free markets, free companies working together to solve that because they're equipped to do so based on their previous work. So that's really good. I think we should look about that. Mockers will probably want to talk about a drone. Important in this is the Skynode S. This isn't what are they called? Skynet. It doesn't turn over targeting to a computer. What it does is provides a little fast computer on a chip, essentially, that rides along with the drone. And once the human makes a target, it follows with its own optical sensors and no outside connection at all, and processes the images of what it's seeing in its terminal guidance stage, so that it can't be jammed. You can't hide. You basically turns over, and it looks, in that last 50 meters, the machine is fully in control of targeting you. And if you're at the bullet end or the pointy end of an FPV drone, because jamming an EW doesn't work on it. It's a really big innovation, and they've already tried it in the field apparently. So this is probably why the Russians have said that their EW doesn't always work, and that the drones of Ukraine are worse for them than Russia uses FPV drones, and they're bad too. But apparently, Ukraine's is much worse. And I also note the other thing Massless put up there was a link to the publication of the decree in Russia that now says, as of the 1st of July, it was decreed earlier, it takes effect on the 1st of July. Anybody who is in occupied Crimea and these occupied areas that Russia has declared its territory, that weren't registered for a Russian passport by the 1st of July are now essentially claimed to be foreigners. They're stateless foreign people living in their own homes and place where they probably grew up with. So they're declared foreigners in their own country because Russia says so. And so tell me life's better in Crimea now than it was 10, 20 years ago. Please convince me of that, someone. Arya.
So that's really messed up on so many levels. That's also a crime against humanity. Right. There are rules, even assuming you are legally occupying an area and there are citizens from another country that are in that area, as far as how you have to deal with this. as you well know, Will and Prince, Russia has been pushing towards this for a while now. And this will be used to deport anybody who does not agree and toe the line to Russia, to Siberia, to the camps. There is a real fear here, right? If somebody is stateless, and it can be very easily said that they are illegally in that area and deported. The rights under the Russian Constitution that people have, that theoretically, whether or not they're followed, it's a different, situation, do not apply to these people. And that is very scary, because there still are, my understanding, tens of thousands to a couple 100,000 Ukrainians in these areas which have refused, even knowing that there are repercussions for not doing so, to get the new passports. So this is, there will, how many, I don't know, but there will be people taken to Siberia over this. And I think it will force the remainder of the holdouts to submit, and that will be very useful for Russian propaganda.
Thanks, Arya. Yeah, I think it will be very useful for Russian propaganda. So that's your tour of the nest before before Heather gets to it, because she'll get there. She goes. Maslos also went over what we reported yesterday. Was the sort of a swarmish drone attack on Kursk, Belgorod provinces that took out a significant number of substations collectively, and shut off power to some military and industrial complexes in Belgorod, which is all fair game. But the power going off in Belgorod probably sending a different message to Russia than they want sent out, because of all the work they've done to shut off all the power in Ukraine. They probably don't want to see that happening in their country, but it is. And then he also goes through United 24's thing on how Crimea has been heavily fortified, that we talked about yesterday. Back to Pete's the discussion about Pete, who Pete from Project Constantine, who died yesterday. And yeah, so I think everybody covered that, because it's a big loss from a guy who's done an incredible amount of case evacuation for Ukraine, and unfortunately went back to the front line one too many times to collect one of his more than 200 wounded soldiers that he helped evacuate from the front lines in Ukraine. And he unfortunately was caught in some fire himself and lost his life relatively quickly. Thankfully, he was killed relatively quickly outright, rather than had to suffer in any great way. But it's too bad he was lost. And then the things that I put up there yesterday on economics and warfare, which we can also dump probably at any time now, Prince.
Oh wow. Okay. But you know what? I will clean out the mess. The mess. I will clean out the mess while Mocker is talking. Trust me, I'll get there. But there was one thing that I saw today, and it's not the first time I've heard of this kind of thing. But this is what I wanted to say. This is what I want. This is another thing I wanted to talk about. And I'm not going to share the video, but it's not hard to find on United 24. Do you remember the epicenter that got hit, right? And all the civilians died? And yeah, that was not all that long ago, and it was absolutely horrid, right? The epicenter supermarket in Kharkiv that got hit really bad. Remember that, Will?
Yes, I do.
Well, they took some Russian prisoners of war to visit the remnants of that epicenter supermarket in Kharkiv to see firsthand that there were no military targets there. And they asked them some questions, and took them on a little tour of that epicenter. And they're saying things like their commanders told them that they were military targets, and they can see now with their own eyes that there are no military targets here. That this is something that that their commanders lied to them. That that this has turned out to be an occupation. This isn't what we were told it is. We were told, and there's no military equipment here, no military infrastructure. I don't see any cabinets, kettles, chairs. The Russians said there were military infrastructure there, but I see now with my own eyes there is no military infrastructure here. There never was. We are bringing occupation, genocides, and many deaths on both sides. Yeah, so they took him to Kharkiv to visit the epicenter, which I think is absolutely epic.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes along with what Zelensky was doing and saying the other day down in Pokrovsk, right? It's important that the people understand they're all in this together, too. And leaders, visitors, everybody ought to be shown, without putting themselves directly at risk of dying at the time. But you shouldn't not go out to areas because life's a bit difficult there, unless, of course, you are contributing to the difficulty by being there, right? It wouldn't be a good idea to have the president of the United States fly in and go to Kharkiv right now because of the, all the impositions that it puts to have a visitor there. But people going out and seeing with their own eyes what's going on is very important. And that's what Zelensky was saying late last week when he was calling on all the public officials who are supposed to be working in the east and south of the country and are never there. Never go there. They stay up and, they might as well be working for the UN if they're going to stay in Kiev and Lviv. So it's important that the people who can't leave the front and the areas near there also know that they're not being abandoned by the leadership of the civilian leadership of the country, and the military leadership of the army should also, regularly make face-to-face trips to the front to find out what's actually going on with their own eyes. I endorse his approach to leadership as stated last week 100% from my personal experience.
There you go. Yeah. So I think it's a good I think it's a very interesting thing for them to be doing this, to take the Russian prisoners of war direct to where the damage is so that they can see exactly the damage that has been done. And I don't know if they'll get exchanged, but maybe
Yeah,
take
and
that
who
word
knows?
home.
Who knows if it'll make any difference for those guys to bring that message back home? But maybe some of them.
Well, sometimes a ripple starts with just a splash, right? One little
Yeah,
splash.
and they're totally on the different side of the fence, right? But nobody who's gone in, who's a friend of Ukraine and gone to these areas and seen it, doesn't come away affected by it. So maybe it'll have the same effect on these Russians, but they might take a wholly different message away from it. But I think it's worth the chance, Prince.
Yeah, I do. And it wasn't like, 20 guys. I don't even think it was 20 guys. It was a handful of guys. All right, Karen, how are things in Alaska this evening?
Oh, doing good. I was having some thoughts about the upcoming 4th of July holiday, and I think it would be good to use this holiday as a way to segue into a discussion of Ukraine's war for independence. We should remember that, I've been circulating this post that we should remember that the Ukraine fights against the aggression of a colonizing tyrant, much like King George III. And of course, that Putin is even worse. But if you go to the Declaration of Independence, and I went to the archive and I looked at this is what just a teeny piece of what Thomas Jefferson put down in the Declaration of Independence. Excuse me, I need to drink some more coffee this evening. It says, he has plundered, he being King George III, he has plundered our coasts, ravaged our seas, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He is at this point, transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny, which already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages and totally unworthy of the head of a civilized nation. And so, this is the kind of thing Thomas Jefferson was writing. And this is a good time to reread the Declaration of Independence and just take a time to think about how the aggression of King George III was affecting the lives of the American colonists. Their lives were brutalized. They were, and here's another piece. He has excited domestic insurrections among us. Doesn't that sound Russian? Well, this was King George III, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of the frontiers. He was talking about the American Indians. What King George was doing was inciting tribes to attack colonists, the ones that they didn't like.
And they did that heavily through the War of 1812, even, didn't they?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And, so what do we see Russia doing? We see Russia inciting other countries to be on hostile terms with current Ukraine, like Belarus. And there are other examples. But, if you read through the, and I'll provide a link that you can pass on through this declaration. It's not a long read. It's not hard to understand, but you realize that the situation in Ukraine was not that much different than what it was in the early American colonies. And the only thing that was really different is they didn't have, as the British didn't have the sophisticated means of killing and tormenting the colonists that Russia has to torment Ukraine. But I think we should bring up the American Revolution often, because
it's a good time, isn't it, for people to reread the Declaration of Independence coming up on the 4th of July.
Yes,
and definitely note that the grievances they outlined in there relate to the very types of things that are going on now. George was definitely using political and making the enemy of his friend, enemy of his enemy on his side, at least, trying to use every tool in his capacity to maintain and hold his colonies. So, yeah, I don't think it is a huge reach at all to call the budding growth of organic democracy in Ukraine analogous to what happened in the United States. In a way, I don't think there's anything wrong with that comparison. Karen, thanks for bringing that up. So, yeah, Americans, it probably would be a good time to revisit your democracy again on the 4th of July in light of Supreme Court statements and other things. And do look at that. I mean, they were trying to get out from under the heel, and Russia's doing some of the things King George was doing in politics. And the the big problem that the American colonists had was they were required to quarter. So send his soldiers over. Does this sound like occupied Kherson and Zaporizhia? George would send his soldiers over. They could come in and you had to give them over rooms at your house, food and boredom and everything like that, rather than have the government, the oppressive government that they were over on behalf of, pay for their accommodation. They forced the colonists to do that, and it was one of the primary objections to, one of the things that essentially set up the Boston Tea Party, from my reading of history. We'll come back to you in a second. Karen, Wendy Sue, how are you?
I am fine, thank you. I just wanted to thank you, Will, for what you put up in the nest. I usually don't understand anything that you talk about, but these pieces were great. Thanks.
Oh my God! I'm talking and no one understands me. That's like a nightmare to tell me online. But okay, totally okay, Wendy, because I get it in person too. People say, I think I agree with you, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry about that. I do that to people.
You're just happen to be more technical and more military than I'll ever be, but the pieces you put in the nest were all humane. They were all human pieces, and it was good.
Super, thank you. I mean, that is what I'm trying to do here. My role on MriyaReport is I am not a military expert. I've just read a lot, and I have spent a bare minimum of time in the military, but I think I know how to translate complex into more relatable things, and that's essentially what I try to do when I post stuff in the nest through the day or on my timeline. I just try to comment on things we're going to be talking about, reading about, and see if I can make them more relatable at all, unless I found somebody who's already done that. And like Massilis did, the thing up there on the expert system for the drones is Massilis's tweet or retweeting of the thing he did is excellent. Karen?
I just DM'd you a link to the government archives, and I have a terrible speaking voice because I tend to stutter and get nervous and mess up what I'm going to say. And you have an excellent speaking voice, and the Declaration of Independence is not a long read. I was wondering if you could take a few minutes to read this out loud, this link that I sent you, because it will generate some good discussion about Ukraine. Thank you.
Well, that's quite a task. I'll have to look at it here for a second. I have of course read the Declaration of Independence before, but I haven't read it out loud recently, and I'm sure it's short. But I'll have a quick look at it and see if I can do that, Karen. But maybe we find an actual American who wants to read it from memory. I see you down there, Linda, aka Sabra, Dan, well-known American, Aria, well-known American, James. You know who I want to hear do it? Either Dryfly or James Healy. Would I love on the 4th of July to read us the Declaration of Independence and contextualize it for us. But I'll have a look at it. Prince, would you like to say something while I have a quick look, and then, or should we go to Aria?
It's Canada Day. Okay.
Oh, Canada, you do.
Land, true patriot love. Anyway.
Oh, where's Roshinsky when we need him?
In all thy son's command, with glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. Anyway.
Are you reading that or doing that from memory?
Oh, no, I know it.
Oh, well done, you.
I've known it since I was a kid. I've been to too many hockey games.
How Canadian is that? Well done.
I spent every summer in Canada during my teen years, and my parents are both Canadian. So I was raised Canadian inside the United States. Well, my parents never became U.S. citizens.
So my mom was Canadian. She's from St. Anne's in near Toronto, and she was a naturalized citizen to America. And my father was some, fifth generation scum. My grandfather, my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, a long line of Native Americans, but not proper Native Americans. Arya. Out with the dog again, are you, sir?
So, Will, besides the fact most of my fellow Americans can't list off all of our states or all of our presidents, let alone all of our presidents in order, when in the course of human events, it is necessary for people to dissolve the political bonds that have connected with another and to something the powers of, oh shoot, in any
To
case, the
assume
point
amongst the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and the laws nature and nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these
and
truths
then
to be
that's
self-evident,
yeah.
that all men are created equal, and they are endowed with by their
Unless
creator
you're gay.
with certain unalienable rights. Amongst that are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, those two clauses, right? That's the establishment of why we're doing this, and the fundamental first statement of the Declaration of Independence. You've probably heard before, but they are fundamentally, phenomenally important in the context of Ukraine doing the same thing, voting for independence from the Soviet Union, setting themselves up a constitutional democracy in the form that they've got, and determining self-government and agency for the people, of the people, by the people, and for the people, just as if they'd written it into their foundation documents. And this is the document. This document and the Constitution with Bill of Rights are the things that make America great. Not again. They made America great. America was the people that started this whole process of writing down this sort of liberal democracy along the lines of what hadn't been written down before, but they codified into a Declaration of Independence, and then later a Constitution with amendments to establish all the things that make America great. Not make America great again. America's great was great then, and it got greater since. What Arya talked about earlier today is very important. People that pine for the past, like the Russians do about the Soviet Union, when they continually bring up Stalin as they revive his memory, and honestly, since I was in Russia in 2002 onward, every poll every year before Putin does his long telethon sort of speech to the world, they do a national poll of the most admired people in Russia, and Stalin goes up that list higher and higher every year. I thought it was a joke when I first saw it. They put him on there as the control for how down at the bottom, but he grows that list every year. And pining for the past often happens in America too, about all things were better in the 40s and 50s. I'll tell you what, ask a black person, ask a woman, ask a person whose sexual identity isn't strictly the way it is. Ask an immigrant. Ask anybody who ask anybody, even ask me, ask middle-aged white guy like me who reads a lot. If life isn't better in America today than it was virtually any time in the past that they're saying was better. The folks trying to take you backward to the past usually are doing it for a reason, because they don't like something that's happened to give somebody else a piece of a growing pie, as if something given to someone else always means something taken away from you. It isn't this isn't the way the world progresses in each and every case. It's not man against man, the law of the jungle. Something taken away from you is how everybody else gets their opportunity. It's just not true. And they're doing this same backward looking shite in Russia continually for the last 30 years, trying to convince people that maybe Stalin wasn't that bad, folks. Maybe 20 million dead, displaced, eliminated or lost forever people into a gulag system. Maybe 20 million persecuted wasn't that bad. Wow. That is a massive leap that they're trying to make there. But Putin's doing it day by day by day. Going to put the band back together. Going to set up all the functions of the former Soviet Union under the auspices of Russia now. Going to colonize the former Warsaw Pact countries and get them back under the Iron Curtain in what he calls his sphere of influence that they've always done. Backward revanchist thinking is what gets you and authoritarian government is what gets you genocide like we're seeing here. And so, yeah, I mean, I would hope that in America, that Americans do what Karen's recommending and read the Declaration of Independence. Take 10 minutes and read the thing and think about what it means to you and how you're going to make your country a better place. Really, I mean, that's somebody else was talking this morning several hours ago about how it is that Mary was, that how it is people, you get everything from a liberal democracy. This was an amazing invention of the Americans, coupled with a resource-rich land that you literally could not cut out a contiguous portion of the earth with more natural resources than the United States of America. They came up with this revolutionary way of governing themselves. And, it's, been living off the fat of the land since then, because a lot of people have forgot about your responsibilities of being a citizen, along with the benefits that things like your Constitution and a Declaration of Independence gave, and the opportunity that it provided under a rule of law for everybody to have an opportunity to advance. And advance you did. America has grown by leaps and bounds in GDP and population and health and all the things that we measure a country's success at. The United States has usually excelled at. But in recent times, I think that the United States has lost its way a little bit in advancement of opportunity for everyone and all of the fundamental things that make up our modern life: healthcare, schooling, roads, infrastructure, the things that government can do. Only government can do, right? Only government can afford to build a highway system and maintain it. So you have to do things collectively, and sometimes America hasn't been that great at living up to its promise in later years. But that doesn't mean make America great again. Is tear things down that have been built up in the time being. What it means is have a look at your government and your participation in it, and see whether or not you're doing your part, if you're fulfilling your responsibilities as a citizen, whilst also asking your government to be better. Because it's completely satisfactory to ask your government to be better. There's lots of times.
You know what I want?
We have to ask her.
I want Linda to come up and tell us. Linda, come up and tell us, how was it when the Declaration of Independence was signed? I know you were there and saw it.
Oh, that's cold.
She would expect nothing less from me.
Too true, but now she's hiding from you. Mad Mom, yeah, so put your mic on mute if you can, and if you'd like to participate in the conversation, raise your hand, and Prince will probably call on you immediately.
Go ahead, Mad Mom. What's on your mind?
Sorry, I can't get it to work. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay, that's okay.
Yeah,
You might be
ahead.
on a computer
I
rather
am
than your
on.
phone, yeah?
I am so sad for what our government has done. Not the government itself, but what the GOP has done to everyone in America and the world right now. And Ukraine got screwed by Donald Trump, and he's still doing it. And I'm just so proud of Ukraine. You people are just amazing. Thank you for standing up for everyone. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mad Mom. Thanks for joining us. And feel free to do so anytime.
Yeah,
We
first time I
value
got
everybody's.
through. I'm very bad at tech, but I've listened to you a lot. You guys are wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. So there's another thing that I forgot I had written down. President Zelensky today said something interesting. Will, did you hear this? President yeah, I can talk. It's what I do every night. President Zelensky says that Russian casualties are 6 times larger than those of Ukraine. That's not so sad, is it? Oh, look who's coming up.
Well, yeah. So, and yeah, we're going to get to woohoo. Robin's here. So, yeah, what he's talking about is he's talking about the change in the rate of attrition of Ukraine versus Russia. It was recognized last summer when people started focusing on this that the attrition rate of Russia was 4 times that of Ukraine, which was sort of surprising given that Ukraine was on offense, and that oftentimes causes your attrition rate to go up. But since Russia's gone on offense, it has absolutely skyrocketed, because we're talking about the ratio over the whole war has gone up to 6 to 1 from 1 to 4 to 1 last summer, and that he's trying to note the absolute mass losses that are occurring. We're seeing every day in Russia are large and probably unsustainable. You would have to think if they were a standard army fighting a standard war, Prince, they would have changed modes all long time ago, but they haven't. So yeah, I did notice that, and it is important, a milestone to note that 6 to 1 losses are unsustainable. Because think of it this way: Russia claims, "Oh, we're a big country, we have unlimited resources." They're not. They're only 4 times larger, 4 times larger than Ukraine, right? So they're not 10 times larger. So if they're 4 times larger, a 4 to 1 attrition rate would mean that, they might be able to have a hope in hell of bleeding Ukraine out in manpower. But at 6 to 1 or higher than that, Ukraine can sustainably carry on fighting this war, and Russia will run out of manpower theoretically before Ukraine will. So it is an interesting milestone, I think. And I see Robin has joined us, and now she hasn't got her hand up, but I just want to see if Robin wants to give us an update of things in Lviv today and tell us that все будет добре.
Yes, все будет добре, exactly. Yeah, I didn't want to come storming in because I have not been listening. I just got up and got myself a cup of coffee. I'm sort of half comatose, but I figured I could probably put a sentence together at this point. So, yep, it's been raining cats and dogs. I've gotten several showers that didn't involve hot water because I didn't bring an umbrella with me. So that's the project for the day. But yep, here I am. We went last night. Ben Goldhagen has been my guardian angel in all of this. He set me up with people to get me from Zhezhov to Lviv, private rides with wonderful people. And last night, friends of his, one of them had worked on the film with him, came and picked me up and brought me down to downtown Lviv for dinner and a walk around the old city, and it was absolutely delightful. The charming old world city. One of them said it was sort of like,
What'd you have, Mexican?
What? Yeah, right. No, I actually had vareniki, and I still have a sour stomach because Ukrainians love butter and sweets, both of which I tend to avoid like the plague normally because I don't want to be, the size of a house. I don't know how they're also thin, honestly. But I had got vareniki, and they were wonderful. They were made with these white mushrooms that they use in this area of the country. Very, very tasty. But the thing came in, it looked like about 3/4 a cup of melted butter. So While they were tasty, I managed to get through about half of it, brought the rest of it home, and I have such a sour stomach, but it was worth it. I enjoyed it, and the Rostek and Yarko, the two friends of Ben, are absolutely charming, twin brothers. Um, Very nice looking young men. Don't tell anybody I said you that. But at my age, I enjoy being around good looking young men. And we had just a wonderful walk in the old city. Did a lot of walking. I anybody who's going to come to Ukraine, get yourself in shape first. There's a lot of walking. This is something I'm really glad I realized in time, and started walking more before I came. Anyway, it's yeah, we had.
Yeah, because that actually amazes me, because I found New York, of course, to be a place where you have to really get ready to walk. So I'd expect any New Yorker to fall right into the pattern there.
Yeah, it would be true. If I were still working, it would be true. Living in Brooklyn, I don't. Brooklyn is more, it's not suburban, but it's more, you get into your car to go somewhere. So, yeah. But anyway, and after all of my, I'm the bionic woman. I've got just the bottom half of me is two artificial hips and artificial knee. So the last few years I have not done the kind of walking I used to, but yeah, I'm tolerating it just fine. I mean, God bless the hospital for special surgery and all my wonderful surgeons. They put me together so I can do this. So, and I must say, I mean, just in general, I'm so grateful for orthopedic surgery. There's no way I could have done this with the joints I had before I got them replaced. Anyway, back to you guys for a sec. Anything else I can enlighten you in?
So the classes now you're taking, I understand you're taking language classes at the Catholic University, I think, in Lviv. And tell us about how long that course is. And I'm worried. Are you spending your whole day every day in summer school? Because that sounds a bit like a prison sentence to an old reprobate like me. Or are you getting? How do the courses go, and how are they fitting in to what you were expecting as far as getting very fluent writing and reading the language and speaking?
Well, I can't tell you too much yet because we had the placement test yesterday, but my first day of classes are today. The program seems to be designed really nicely. There are classes all morning, and then a tutorial in the early afternoon, and then like today we're going on a tour of downtown Lviv again. On Thursday, this is about 3 o'clock, 3 to about 6. There'll be a tour of Martian Field where I was already, but we'll go back, and the cemetery next to them where a lot of prominent Ukrainians are buried. So they do, and there's going to be an icon painting workshop. There are a few other things. They have 2 or 3 times a week. They have cultural enrichment, and the days that they don't, we're finished by about 3 o'clock. So there's time to do other things. So it's a nice mix. I don't, I can't tell you about the classes so far, but I do know from the Zoom classes I've done through Ukrainian Catholic University that they're really high quality. The teachers are very well qualified. They really, they're not just people who speak the language, they're people who really understand how to teach it. So I will let you know. Actually, an ironic thing, with the placement test yesterday, it was 2 parts. One was a written part, all the grammar and everything, which, oh God, is it tough. Ukrainian grammar is really tough. And I'm finding what I've found in other languages I've learned as I learn how to speak better, I lose some of all of that, the specifics of the grammar. You learn how to use it, and you don't necessarily remember how to spell it all. So I didn't feel so good about that. But the afternoon, I had they had, you have to come in and talk to them for like 15 minutes, and they were so impressed by how well I speak, which is a riot because I feel like I'm totally tongue-tied and can't get a thing out. But apparently, in contrast to most foreigners, at least I can get a sentence out. My dear friend Ilya, who I butcher Ukrainian with 4 hours a week, has been a tremendous help. So I've had, I guess, more practice than a lot of people have. But I'm looking forward to this. I'm hoping 3 weeks I will, manage to make some headway. And Ukraine's a wonderful country. I'm really enjoying it so far. Anyway, back to you guys.
Sorry, I have to. This is me. I'm weird. Maybe I would be seeking out. That's exactly, Nancy. You just read my mind. Exactly, Nancy.
Yeah, exactly. But Nancy was
I
asking
would.
about, yeah,
That's
Victoria.
exactly what I was going to ask.
I'm
I
gonna put
believe.
it on my list. I'm gonna find out about where Artemi Dimit is buried. I know he's in Martian Field. The people who took me out last night were very good friends with the Dimit family, so that I know. But I will find that out. I will try to let you know, and I will try to visit the grave if I possibly can.
Yeah, because that was exactly what I was thinking. It's like, wait, Victoria Emelina, the 1 year anniversary of her actual death is today. Well, probably yesterday for you at this
It was
point.
actually yesterday.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry,
It's
today for you still.
it's
Yeah.
still today for me. And yeah, and it just occurred to me that her actual funeral was in Lviv, and so she must be buried in Lviv. And I wonder if you could find her grave, and that would just be that. I'm sorry, that would be just so amazing to be able to go to. I don't know if it's even possible, but
We're having
yeah.
a tour of the cemetery on Thursday, and I mean Artemi, I'll have to ask about, but I would not be surprised if they bring us to Victoria Amelina's grave. But as I said, I will ask around today, and somebody will know. So I'll do my best to get there.
And did you say that's called Marshall Field?
They call it the Field of Mars or Martian Field. I don't like Martian Field.
Martian Field. Yeah.
I don't like that. It sounds to me like there were extraterrestrials who were buried there. But
Well, I heard it wrong, and I was probably like Boxline was having flashbacks to Chicago. Sounded like you said you were going to Marshall Fields.
oh right, no. It's Marsovit Pole in Ukrainian. So it's the Field of Mars, really.
I think that the fields of Mars would mean something, wouldn't it, in history, given that Mars is the god of war, I believe, and or is it a military cemetery?
Yes, it is all pretty much. I think everyone who's fallen since. I think I saw 2020. I think that was the earliest I saw. And in as you walk in, there are like 5 or 6 older graves of people who died in earlier of people in the military who died much earlier. But it seems to be mostly post full scale invasion, and perhaps a few before. It's sort of ironic before I went, I looked at Google Earth just to get my idea of what it looked like. And in Google Earth, they still have a picture from 2015, and all it is a big lawn. And now it's a sea. I sent a clip in the back channels. It's a sea of flags and beautifully tended graves, very close together, and every single grave is perfectly tended. I didn't see any like wilted or dead flowers. The fresh flowers in every grave. They're potted plants that obviously have to be watered almost on a daily basis. It's very touching. And Will, I guess you weren't up yesterday, and when I was talking about this, when I was there, there were a number of older couples visiting their sons, obviously, and the most touching thing was I saw a little girl that's 8 or 9 years old, 7 something, sitting on the bench. There's a bench by every grave. She was telling her father about her day. And I'm gonna start crying again. It was just, it was really brought home. And going there really brings home what Ukraine is losing for all this. You were talking about the attrition rate. And it is true what you were saying, but Yaroslav Hrysak says that he thinks by the time this war is over, Ukraine could have lost between 1/4 and 1/3 of its population. Can you imagine? So, I mean, the losses are staggering, and when you go to a place like the Field of Mars, you really feel it. Back to you.
That's a really important point, right? That the reason why we need to see vast improvement in the amount of military capability provided for Ukraine is because Russia is not losing its best of its best when it loses those 6 now for every 1 Ukrainian, but Ukraine is literally losing many of its best people because the people who volunteer to go fight and save their country are radically different people than people who are in prison, conscripted, mobilized, or venally chasing $2,000 a month as a contract soldier. They're basically mercenaries. So they're by definition not the quality of people that are being lost on Ukraine's side. So this is why I say, look, the brutal reality of this war is if the attrition ratio has gone up to 1 to 6, not good enough. Not good enough. I want to see it. I want to see it reach the plains of Marathon. Those are plains I'd like to revisit, where 1 to 33 was the ratio of dead those days. So yeah, it can't go high enough, because every Ukrainian lost is much more important. Not only due to the fact that their country is only a fourth the size population-wise, and if Russia was able to run this thing out till 2029, we would be looking at a significant chunk of the population lost. Not a third, I don't think, but I understand what they're talking about there. A third of the population would absolutely be negatively affected, because look at when countries like the United States have lost basically 1% of their population. If you get into the 1% of your population lost during something like COVID, you start running into the period where nobody hasn't been affected. Everybody would know somebody who got killed, or their best friends of somebody that got killed, or their husband got killed, and now they're impoverished. You know, I mean, it's 1% of a population starts to make a statistically significant difference to the things that are going on in a country. And I'll note that, for instance, when Australia committed about 1% of its population to the war, the First World War, and were squandered thoughtlessly, I would say, by Winston Churchill in Gallipoli, that difference in the number of males versus females in this country existed till the day I arrived here. Till 1987, when I arrived in Australia, you could still see the demographic difference in Australia of male to female ratios, because so many men were killed off as a percentage of population in the First World War. And it makes these subtle differences. You know, there was all this talk, oh, you know, you can girls can never find a decent man in Australia because there's still a sensible shortage of males, because everybody from age 1 to age 90 isn't in the marketable area, I guess, and whatever. Anyway, I can tell you, it is not as easy as they say to find a girl in Australia, but apparently it was worse, because these effects, what you're talking about, but what you're talking about in Ukraine will be what they've seen. They'll get this cascading, rolling effect for years and years and years to come due to the losses of this war.
Yeah, that is the big thing. I mean, one of the things I noticed when I was there at the Field of Mars too is the number of very young women who were there at graves. Obviously, their husbands or boyfriends, and yeah, there is going to be a generation of female-headed households at this point, because so many of the young men have been killed. You know, the other thing too, and then I see poor Aria's had his hand up forever, so I don't want to, you know, ignore him. But you know, one of the other things that I keeps on really hitting me is, this is not the first time Ukraine has lost its leadership class, has lost the best and the brightest. This is, I think, the third or the fourth time. You know, during World War II, they did the Nazis and the Russians took turns trying to decapitate the leadership class. Before then, in the late 1800s, the Russians did their best, you know, and then we have the executed Renaissance in the 30s, and somehow, I mean, it's amazing. Ukraine reconstitutes itself each time with a strong leadership class. Not just, you know, it's not just peasants in the fields. Each time they've managed to rebuild themselves, and the resilience is just very unlikely, you know, vanishing. In fact, I think Ritzek wrote about that. He says, you know, I've forgotten, he quoting someone saying, Ukraine is the country that shouldn't exist. And if you look at what Ukraine has been through in the last couple of hundred years, there's no way it should exist, but it does, and it's standing. And you know, I think it's going to be standing after Russia is been consigned to the scrap heap of history. May it be soon. That's all I can say. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Robin. You get some breakfast, enjoy your walk around, and I'm going to make a prediction that the most interesting part of your day is going to be purchasing that umbrella. Aria?
From your lips to God's ears, Robin. I hope you're having a great time, and thank you for stopping by to say hello to all of us. Meant to tell you before you left, but I didn't even think of it. Right outside of Lviv, there's still, from when the Nazis killed the 100,000+ Jews that were there, the city used to be. I don't remember if it was predominantly Jewish or a large amount of it was Jewish. But there's still the camp that they had, those that were able-bodied when they were still in the ghetto, working in. So you can actually go there, and it's like a 10-minute drive outside of the city. And there's actually, I'll send you a couple of articles. There's a whole bunch of sites throughout Lviv that just walking around you would never know used to be shuls or Jewish hospitals or Jewish theaters and stuff. And it's very interesting. There's still, I'm sure you've seen some of them where the Soviets covered up in Cyrillic over Hebrew letters and stuff like that. And I know in the old city, the majority of the area was Jewish up until the Nazis came, and there's still graves. I mean, the Nazis destroyed a lot of them, but there are still graves that are 700 years old in some of the older cemeteries there. So I don't know how much time you have, but I've heard very good things about the museum they have at the Jacobo or Dracobo or whatever it's called labor camp. I would recommend, if you have a couple of hours, to take a taxi or something if it's within budget. But regardless, just walking through this city, I think that's really cool. And your hand's back up, I see now, so I'm going to shut up. Back to you.
In response to that, thank you, Ari. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that labor camp. I'm going to look into that. But yet last night when we were walking around, I saw the site of the old shul, I guess it's the central synagogue that the Nazis destroyed. It backs on the present day synagogue, which is nice. And also they did mention what you had said, that as they're doing restorations in Lviv, they're on each. Apparently in the old days they didn't have street numbers. They had plaques that had like the golden lion, or I don't remember the red deer was somebody who traded in animal skins, that kind of thing. And they had these it's called kamyan. It's a piece of stone that has etched in it, what the name of the building. And a lot of those that they're uncovering are, as you're saying, they're in Yiddish and Ukrainian or Polish, or I think Polish or Ukrainian, I think mostly. So yeah, it's very interesting that there's clearly was a huge Jewish presence in the city up until the Nazis got here. And yeah, it was, it's interesting too. I'm talking to young people in Ukraine. I continue to be amazed by the absolute lack of anti-Semitism I see, or even just even the sort of the stupid ideas that you run into with Americans about what Jews are like. He was joking about how about the Jews around the world. We discussed how Ukraine is a danger to humanity, although it's losing desperately, and that Jews are also have been, so we're slaughtered in during the World War II, but somehow we're a danger to the world, but anyway, I find it fascinating, the innocence of a lot of young Ukrainians. They're just completely, unlike what you see in Russia and other places, there really does not seem to be any native anti-Semitism that I've run into. Now, of course, it's a small group, and I can't say to speak for every single Ukrainian, but I've been really taken. It's really struck me. Anyway, back to you guys.
Yeah, to get a proper sample, you're going to have to tell us what it's like at 2:30 a.m. after the pubs close, and the people you run into then, Robin.
Well, there's curfew at midnight, so that's not a problem.
Fair enough. I was being facetious. Now I'm seeing that Mockers is waiting in the wings, and she's probably here to give me a taste of the elbow. So I'm going to go back to Ari, but first I want to just sign off, and I'll slide out, let Mockers slide in, by just noting it was a little levity, but not entirely levity. That if you read Beefeater's stuff, you read the long stuff. So have a look at the short one I put up in the nest today. And if you haven't heard the story of how NAFO took down this Colby guy, this idiot of late. Put it in your reading list just to see how look, NAFO does, it makes a difference. There's also a story today of how in the actual newspapers in San Antonio of how the Texas secessionist movement in Russia, in Texas, has been backed by Russian bots and supported by Russian bots. And this is what we're talking about. Russia is attempting to tear down America from inside. And once again, NAFO to the rescue. The people that exposed and threw levity at and got these people to make mistakes, to expose their lies and their backers, was NAFO again, folks. So NAFO, we are funny, stupid, irreverent dogs, but out there doing real good. So I want to give a shout out to all the dogs in the world. Woof, woof. And say have a great day, everybody. And I will be back on tomorrow morning, very early morning for me. It's it's going to be 7 p.m. Eastern time, American. I'm going to start shifting and doing morning shifts that we'll tell you about later. But I've been moved to a little bit different time slot regularly later in the week. So this time early in the week, and then earlier in my morning later in the week. Have a great day, Prince. Have a great day, Mockers, when you get up here, and I'll try to come back as speaker in case I have left anything hanging. But otherwise, it's been a great morning for me with you, Prince.
Been a great day, Will. Thank you so much. And I appreciate the earlier time too. Because I just do. And there is actually a Jewish memorial. Why can I not think of it right now? I can envision what it looks like. Babin Yar. Isn't there a memorial to Babin Yar? And is that in Kyiv, I believe?
Yeah, that's outside of Kyiv, yeah.
You need to make sure you go see that when you're in Kyiv, just for a weekend, I know, but you need to go to Babin Yar. My understanding is that is a very, very impactful experience, and definitely one that's worth the effort to go and see. Arya, go ahead.
There's also a big memorial in Lviv for the 100,000+ Jews that were killed there. There was a large portion of the city was turned into a ghetto by the Nazis, which is where they were using that labor camp. Robin, I recommend going to before they started killing the Jews. But thank you for bringing it up, Prince. I think Robin will definitely be going to Babi Yar when she's in Kiev, assuming she has time. It's in the city center almost, the memorial. So it should be pretty easy for her to get away for 15, 20 minutes or half an hour and go and do that. Just as to what you were saying, Robin, as far as anti-Semitism in Ukraine, I appreciate you bringing that up, right? Every country has anti-Semitism and there are anti-Semites. Ukraine is no different, right? There have been hate crimes against Jews. However, I want to make it clear that the Ukrainian government has done more than 90% of other European countries in addressing this. They have actively declared war on anti-Semitism. Ukraine is one of the few countries in Europe and the world where if you make publicly or on social media anti-Semitic statements, even without intent to cause violence, you can be arrested and thrown in jail. And there have been people thrown in jail for that, right? They have done a lot of work stamping out the fringe neo-Nazi elements from the couple of service groups where there were people there. They have done a lot to teach on various aspects of Holocaust education in a way that other European countries, with the exception of Germany, haven't. Right? There are still some issues with understanding various points in history and what certain people did hundreds and hundreds of years ago, but they don't teach that stuff happened in a way that they idolize those people for any of that type of stuff. the every study, whether it's a Pew poll or independent studies, show time and time again Ukraine, the opinions of the Ukrainian people in regards to Jews, in regards to whether or not they accept Jews as Ukrainians, on whether or not their views on various anti-Semitic canards and stuff like that show on almost every one of those studies to be the lowest, and the couple that aren't the lowest are among the lowest in Europe. Just to point out, Zelensky's Jewish. There's been previous leaders of Ukraine who have been Jewish. They are represented in every aspect of government. Again, there are still bumpkins in Ukraine that hold anti-Semitic views. There are still people that do vandalism, and there have been attacks on Jews, but this is an extreme minority, and the government takes it very seriously. And as we have seen over the last several months in many European countries, this is not a minority, right? At a time when anti-Semitic blood libels are being spouted by media, academics, and world leaders, Ukraine has not fallen into that. And I have a lot of respect for that. Plus, then there's the feeling of the Ukrainian people in regards to Israel, and shared history and fighting a shared enemy, and understanding each other's pain and suffering. And I've seen a lot of that from people who before that had no understanding or care. And I think that's very genuine. And I think that you're only going to see growth on that. Especially as times continue and the access continues expanding and developing their coordination, and we see it more and more in the open.
Very cool. And I'm seeing a message in the background, Robin, that I got to send you what I'm looking at right now. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Robin. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, not at all. I was jumping in without raising my hand, which is a naughty thing to do if you're not a co-host. I am actually going to say goodbye because I think I have to. It is after 8 here. My class starts at 9. I do want to get some breakfast. Anyway, it's so nice. It's so nice to have you guys to check in the morning. This is very nice. You can feel a little bit at sea in a foreign country with everything that's so different. You guys are giving me a nice stable social point every morning, so I appreciate it. Anyway, so have a wonderful day. Hi, Markers. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Thanks, Maria. And Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava. Yes. Good morning, Marcus.
Good morning. I note that Will has messed up your nest. How awful. But if there's anything fun and explodey in there, please leave it.
I don't know. I'll have to look.
So, well, while we're here, good morning, folks. You know what I'm going to say now, don't you? Give us a retweet, eh, babes? Give us a retweet because, well, I like to share the numbers far and wide, and I have some. And, let's get it done, basically. Cheers. Thanks. Bear with me. I'm going to cough. Okay.
That's fine.
And better. Kind of better. Ooh, excuse me. So, there has been a few explodey things in Crimea overnight. Am I right about that? Was there explodey stuff in Crimea? I think there was.
I think so. We didn't talk about explodey stuff in Crimea.
Well, I know, but that's why I'm here.
I'm gonna do my job now.
Oh, okay. You do that. You carry on. There were a number of explodey things yesterday. So let's just quickly have a recap if I can remember them all. So we had information of a UAV attack. Oh, excuse me. Oh, sorry. We had confirmation of a UAV attack on a Russian military unit in the Tiva region. And that seems to have been upsetting for them that there was a little bit of noise came out of there, and then it went very quiet. And then we noticed that Belgorod had no electricity. And Russians apparently shot everything down, so it's no problem at all. Everything got shot down, of course it did. We noticed a large explosion and fire on the left bank of the Dnipro, Novokhovka. Russian forces there, well, maybe don't live in that building anymore. So we also noted that there was a boom in Crimea about 12 hours ago, let's say. Heavy explosions, likely connected to a Ukrainian missile attack. Well, as it happens, that there was an air raid just beforehand, and this particular, excuse me, sorry, just attacked me, that one. This particular ball of cotton is a very dark grey. So it looks as though this is something near the area of Balaklia. So that's sort of the initial booms that I sort of have in my head. Now, there were some other things that happened overnight. I'm sure there were. And that person obviously is really crap at reporting. Sorry. There we go. Of course. This is what I saw. So this was St. Petersburg. This wasn't a boom. This was actually really bad weather. Did you see that little video from St. Petersburg of all the cranes falling over?
Yeah, they claim they had a hurricane, but not quite, right?
Well, if it was a hurricane, the cranes would be, I don't know, not just falling over, hitting other buildings in the face, maybe. So yeah, it raised massive dust clouds, knocked over construction cranes, and we did notice there was some explodey things as well. So I can only imagine that there was, some maybe gas pipes or something like that the cranes caused problems with. I don't know. Anyway, either way, when the crane fell, there was a couple of booms, and I thought, oh, damage. So,
well, actually, mockers.
Yeah.
And I do have to give credit to TKD for this one. Technically, if cranes fall over, there are booms involved, always. Because the crane arm is a boom. Yeah.
You didn't have to explain that to me, but thank you. Now, I'm going to bring Will back up because he's going to.
Well, you didn't seem to respond to my, TKD's wonderful piece of humor.
No, that is actually perfect. I'm just not very humorous in the morning. This is my problem.
Yeah, you do have a problem then.
Yeah, I am kind of like that in the morning, I'm afraid. A little bit meh. So apart from that happening in St. Petersburg, which I really enjoyed actually, people videoing going, oh my God, just look at the chaos. Yeah, good. So there was also something in the Moscow region. I don't think it was a big fire, but this is just, it's continuing to be something that, happens regularly. And this particular Bavovna was, it was a church. So the Church of the Nativity of the Blessed Virgin Mary, apparently. Nobody was hurt, but the church did burn in epic fashion. It does appear there is no church now. So still trying to hunt down some Bavovnas from what happened in Crimea, but I thought, in fact, I know you saw this, Prince, because I sent it you. But if my granny was crawling across a plank of wood to go and collect her pension, I don't know, I'm not sure I'd be too pleased about that. Did you see? Well, you saw that video, yes?
Oh yes, I had seen it before you sent it to me too.
I
Yeah.
know. I mean, that's determination, I suppose, to get your pension. But
Well, yeah,
honestly,
but my
Grandma,
walker wouldn't fit on it, so I'd have to do the same thing. And
oh,
my knees are
good,
so bad,
good
I don't
point.
know that I'd be able to do that.
Well, I looked at this lady and I thought, poor lady, if she's got arthritis in her knees, that's really hard. That. So, but remember, she's not the only little old dear who's now having to, go to extra lengths. Remember the little old lady in Belgorod being handed a fire extinguisher? Because, she's going to come running to your rescue with a fire extinguisher, yeah? Just saying.
Yeah.
If you're going to do this sort of thing, you have to, make sure you give them out to trustworthy and able-bodied people.
And you know what else isn't very good? When you bomb your own city and all the people have are a few fire extinguishers.
Oh yeah, that's pretty crap. That is pretty bad. In fact, as it happens, in Belgorod, there have been some fires, haven't there? There was a boom at the Sputnik shopping centre in Shebekino. Now there was some Russian vehicle in the parking lot. So I'm just saying that also got attacked apparently by a drone separately. And well, that looks like fun. Good place to have a lot of fire. Now I don't know if they were going after something in the parking lot and then set the building on fire, but either way, the building's thoroughly on fire. So the driver of the truck, so there was a truck that got caught outside, was taken to hospital, but everybody else is fine. The fire department said the cars caught fire due to a drone attack. And the parking lot near the shopping centre, there was a number of cars damaged. Local media don't report on the big military vehicle with a Z parked right in front of the shopping centre, or the fact that the shopping centre itself appears to be quite heavily damaged. Amazing, hey? It does appear to have been, specific drone attack, and Ukraine only go after military targets, so I'm going to say there was something there in that shopping centre, which may be a military target. But of course, nobody can bomb Belgorod like themselves, can they? We have noticed that, haven't we? Plenty of bombing of Belgorod been going on, but not by Ukraine particularly. They've been bombing themselves again. So we know at least 119 aerial bombs have been dropped within the borders of Russia. Now, I'm not saying they all landed in Belgorod, but all across the border, they're having problems with the fab bombs. And there was a report that ammunition fell again in Belgorod. Luckily, it fell this time into a vacant lot. What's the betting that it wasn't a vacant lot? There was a mushroom cloud, very similar to a proper explosion. And it turned out to be the fall of a 3-ton fab. Tab's a different thing, isn't it? On June the 29th. So according to Russian media Baza, 5 people were actually injured in this explosion. They don't like to admit that, so I take it they've, no choice. So at the time of the explosion, 4 women and 1 man were in a building that was heavily damaged. The women were taken to hospital with bariatric trauma. So that's like, ears, I think.
Bariatric?
Well, barotrauma. What's barotrauma?
Oh.
Ears. It sounds like there's some sort of trauma that you would get, like,
yeah, but
popped your ears and stuff. That sort of trauma.
Okay. Not sure, but okay.
I'm guessing. Feel free to, tell me properly, but barotrauma. Yeah. So they were taken there with barotrauma. It might be just they're terrified of barrows, but I don't think that's it. And the man was also diagnosed with a craniocerebral, and that's all it says, with a craniocerebral. So, in other words, ouch, he probably hurt himself. Now, this video from St. Petersburg really had me mesmerized at one point, just because it's some kind soul has put like some music on it and done it in sort of slow motion. And I was watching it and I was like, what's happening? I couldn't decide what was happening for ages. And then I realized that there were other videos involved, and you can literally just see stuff, anything that's not nailed down, basically blowing away. And all this sort of darkness in the air is actually it's dust in the air, big clouds of dust that it's been dragging up off the the streets and the those places that aren't really paved, and it just was another display of how mother nature really sort of hates Russia. Yeah, seems to be.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, and just a perfect display of the the situation. That those people who were filming it as well were like, "Oh my God, look, everything's falling down. The world's come to get us." Yeah, okay, the world has come to get you, but you started it. Sorry, I'm gonna get hiccups in a minute. One sec. That was the
All
loudest burp ever. Right, I'm trying to bring Alex up, and I can't.
Yeah. And
So, Alex, if you're really determined on coming up, you're gonna have to recycle. Now, I saw a video yesterday, Prince, of what appeared to be some Russian soldiers going home. And there were a bunch of Russian soldiers going home, and there was some sort of welcoming committee for them, which turned out to be like a ball of some kind. Loads of ladies there, wall to wall, well dressed women, and about 5 or 6 dudes that they were going to meet. Just saying. Looks like there's a bit of a man shortage. Alex, welcome. It worked.
Thank you, Marcus. You were correct about barotrauma. That's trauma caused by sudden, unexpected pressure changes. Really wreaks hell on the sinuses, the eyes, the ears. Screws up the lungs real bad. Barometric explosives are the thermobarics, like the TOS 1A flamethrower that the Russians are using. That usually is pretty nasty stuff. That's all I got to say. I'll be
Yeah.
welcome back to a listener.
That's when you see like the air sort of explode, isn't it? If you know what I mean.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you see like the water vapor in the air make this circle. And it's a visible explosion, or it's a visible shockwave at least. And that stuff hitting you, I imagine it would indeed damage all the little soft tissues inside your ears and stuff.
Anything that's got air inside of it just gets absolutely hammered. So serious lung damage, serious eyes, sinuses, ears. Also, some things that can have liquid in them can be very badly damaged too. So you can stomach and kidneys, bladder can be messed up pretty badly. Like it can be really nasty.
Just depends how close you are to the epicenter, I suppose. Nice. Lucian, welcome up.
Yeah, hey, thanks for the chance to speak. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
you're talking about Mother Nature, and I remember an interesting situation in 2014 in the late spring after the Ukrainian elections when Petro Poroshenko won the round, and I was in Kyiv, and there was this massive wind that came up out of nowhere, and it was blowing over the awnings and the tables, and it just came and went, but it was like something out of nowhere, and it seemed kind of symbolic of sweeping away the old political past. And it was quite interesting. I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just getting 10 messages in the background there, Lucian. So I hope that didn't require a really hard answer. You might want to say that very last little bit to me again. I'm so sorry. I heard you finish, basically, and I was like, oh,
Yeah,
I should have paid attention. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, no, it's just interesting the processes of political change in Ukraine, and having seen them. For instance, I was talking with a young fellow who was in the Ukrainian military in 2002, and he did his service when he was 18, and he just said the military, they were, there was so much corruption in the military in the you know in those times that they didn't give the guys anything to learn or train with. And of course, Viktor Yanukovych, I think, was taking a big cut out of the Ukrainian military budget, as well as every other source of taxation and revenue in Ukraine. And I'm glad that they got rid of Mr. Yanukovych, or Mr. Yanukovych got rid of himself and fled off to Russia. And I'm thankful to have a pretty forthright President Zelensky, who's been pretty serious about rooting out corruption and bringing about improvements to civil society, bring it up to European standards. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucian. That's great. Yes, in fact, Zelensky ran on rooting out corruption. And when he was actually then made president, he found that every time he tried to do anything like that, he had massive roadblocks put in front of him. And you know what? His term with regards to rooting out corruption became very disappointing. People were really quite, yes, Kat, disappointed with the fact that he couldn't just click his fingers and start, rooting out corruption in the way he would have liked to. Mainly because a lot of the other people in power who were there in the structures, who would have been the very structures to fix the problem, they were also corrupt. I mean, just like Russia, riddled. And so every time you tried to get somebody to help you to stop corruption, it turned out that that person you were going to was also corrupt. So they have literally had to go in and sack entire departments. They went to the customs office in Odessa and just said, everybody out. He sacked everyone because they couldn't trust anybody in the room. They've had to make these massive changes. But, I mean, this is a time of war. And prior to the war, I think, there was an awful lot of resistance to actually making the changes that needed to be made. Oh, well, we can blame one person and we can weed them out, but it's going to be difficult to get them all because it's a culture. Well, it doesn't have to be a culture. That's the thing. And Ukraine's proven, mainly through their civil society, just rejecting corruption. Ukraine has proven that it doesn't have to be a big part of, everything. And Zelensky has finally got the opportunity to actually start rooting out the corrupt people. I wouldn't call them all spies, because some of them are literally just living their life the way it's always been done. This is how we do things, isn't it? This is just how it's done. We make the money. That's why we're in these jobs, yeah? even people in his own political party are not immune. In fact, it's important that he shows that he's looking there too. And catching somebody, yeah, it's embarrassing, but you know what? It shows that he's prepared to admit that, you know what? Here's this guy, he's in my own political party, and I've had to have him arrested for corruption. Embarrassing, yes, but it goes to show, doesn't it? I'll look in my own pocket as well, not just everybody else's. And that, to me, I think, you know, it shows to the public that he is respecting the whole process. That, you know, there is no part of the process he stood in the way and said, "Oh no, you can't look into that person." I mean, I think he's even had them check himself. You know, check into himself and say, "Look, you know, I've got money. People are accusing me of stuff. Check me out," and then everything, you know, is above board. I'm pretty sure he asked for that at one point. And it turned out he is quite a rich man because, believe it or not, he had a TV company and all of that. You know, these things tend to make you some money. Weird, isn't it? How somebody worked really hard all their life to build up their career. And then because he got into politics, everyone's like, "Oh, where'd all your money come from?" Ain't being funny, guys. He's been on the telly for donkey's years. How do you think he's made some money? Meh. Honestly, you know, it just makes me laugh. Been on the telly for years, and I do mean years, doing loads of really popular work. And so yeah, no wonder he's got money. And people are like, "Oh, he must have stolen it." I'm not being funny, but the guy's been working in the public, really obviously. So, you know, you get paid for that shit. Oh, and he's dead good at it, and he's been a director and an owner of a TV company and all sorts. Well, anyway, between him and his wife, they've done a lot. So, you know, hardworking business people. And well, silly guy thought he could be president, and then he had to stand up and be president, and he found it was a bit harder than he thought it was. And now he really is the president. I mean, you know, he's been molded and shaped from that wide-eyed, slightly naive, cheerful soul to somebody who is a serious man. And, you know, he still laughs and he still has a joke and he's still, you know, the same person, but he's become a lot more serious in his, you know, global intentions, shall we say. Something that he probably never, ever thought he would have to do. And yet here we are. So, you know, he was he's been trained into this job almost, you know. I think he was expecting that he would get into the presidency and he would do a few unpopular things and then things would be brilliant. You know, it would be a lot better. The world would be a safer place. And then he realized that, Russia's our neighbor. And it just wasn't that easy because a lot of that stuff wasn't necessarily just Ukrainian people being corrupt. No, it was Russians facilitating and, you know, well, just basically being part of that process. So anyway, yeah, I feel as though when he first started, he started as this sort of, you know, really hopeful, wide-eyed, naive, cheerful man. I don't think he had any real illusions about living next door to Russia, but I think he thought that they could come to an agreement without going to war. But Russia's really shot themselves in the foot. They wanted to oust him, didn't they? Oust him completely. And well, that worked, didn't it? They've made him stronger and stronger and stronger, if anything. I I mean, some people still don't like him, but you're entitled to your opinion, aren't you? I tell you what, I'm just glad he's in charge, because if somebody else had been in charge, it might be a completely different situation. So yeah, just point that out. Now then, oh goodness me, I tell you what, there's a lot of news today that you and I don't need to talk about, Prince. Goodness, let's just say this.
Why? Why don't I get to talk about it?
Well, all I'll say is somebody gave Biden complete and total immunity.
No.
from all of this rot.
No.
Now you know why I shouldn't talk about it.
I don't want to go down this road. No.
All I wanted to say.
No, it wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. I so don't want to talk about this. They talked about this for freaking hours while you were asleep.
Well, all I was going to say is he could sign off a massive package for Ukraine today. Just saying.
Okay,
you know,
that's okay. I can live with you saying that, but boy, it's like you
Yeah.
don't want to know the smart ass comment I wanted to make.
No, I'm just saying, you give somebody some sort of absolute power, and I'd like him to flex it. Go for it. So sign off some stuff for Ukraine today. Give them permission to do whatever the hell they like. Send them 10 patriots. Gone, done.
There's my answer.
What?
That's how much I want to talk about it.
Oh, you sent me something in the background that says,
Yeah.
Shut up! No, it says actually, I have a loaded gun, lady. I have a loaded gun, lady. So, yeah, I don't really want to talk about it other than the fact that, this could really be used to help Ukraine an awful lot. That's all I'm going to say. If you're going to ride roughshod over laws, we can do some more. So let's get Ukraine everything they need at this point, eh?
I just yelled. I was like, too much American politics. I was just like, too much American politics. It was. I understood why. But it was just, oh man. That's just, oh Canada, my home and native land. It's still Canada Day where I live, and I am Canadian. So, and I will say, on the 4th that, I am American, and I am both. So, there you go. I claim them both.
But right now, you feel more Canadian, yeah?
Right now, I'm thinking of packing the house and moving away.
Oh yeah, babe. I've got to say, it can be fixed in a way.
Abandoned ship.
Yeah.
You know what I really want? Okay, I need the correct part of the former Yugoslavia to become part of the EU so that I can become an EU citizen. That's all it would take. That's all it would take.
Oh, well, there you go. We'll keep you on the hook then. You could be a citizen of everywhere at this point. What's going on with you?
We have the correct papers. That prove that my grandfather was born in a certain area of Yugoslavia, and all I need is for that area of Yugoslavia to become a member of the EU, and I can become an EU citizen, and then I really have the reign of the world.
Well, that's just greedy, just being a citizen of every country. You're
Well,
going around collecting them, are you?
Well, I don't know. I am a subject of the king. Does that give me a right to move to the UK? Probably not.
Nah, probably not. But even so, that don't mean much, sweetheart. He's a, they're baubles these days. They don't make any major decisions, do they? But that's kind of the point of our monarchy, that we like tourism, basically. And so whenever whenever the poor royals have a day, we're wheeling them out for tourism purposes. So yeah, they have to work for it as well. Now then, oh, right, okay. Apparently, Zelensky's wife, you'll be glad to know, just bought a 4.4 million Bugatti sports car. Except she didn't.
Oh, she did not.
I'm loving that. Yeah, I'll be honest, right? I've seen these things. I wouldn't even want to drive one. You know why? Because they're really, really super fast. Now, I used to have a little sporty car and I liked it, but talk steer and stuff like that was an issue. You know, it'd try and get away from me sometimes. And I'd be like, oh, you cheeky little devil, where are you going? To have something a bit more powerful than that, honestly, I'd be like, get me a racing driver to drive it. I'll be happy. Just get him to drive me around all the time. But some cars, I just think I'd kill myself, wrap myself around the nearest tree. I really would as well. I'd put my foot on the accelerator and I'd be like in the house next door. I'm not saying that I'm clumsy or anything or I have bad luck, but these things happen. Yeah. Anyway, I just thought that's outside of Top Gear and a couple of other places, that's the first time I've heard Bugatti in ages. So I don't know why that had to be brought up. Maybe just because they're particularly expensive, but I just thought that was really funny. I was like, sure she did. Yeah, because, it's every woman's dream to drive basically a road legal F1 car. Yeah, every woman's dream. Not, I'll be honest, not. Alex, I still can't bring you up. I'm sorry. Whatever's going on with your connection, it's wonky. Lucian, go ahead, my lovely.
Yeah, hi. I was asked kind of the same question from different ends, both from the military officers at the National Hospital in Kyiv and actually by Mr. Zelensky. We bumped into each other at one point, but there's that, like, why are you here? And I made it clear the reason I was there helping at the National Hospital, helping the soldiers recover from really bad injuries was because of the Budapest Memorandum. And well, that was 2014 when the war was still starting out pretty rough. And, I see that Ukraine kind of, they ended up on the wrong end of the equation without, they raised 150,000 man army very quickly in 2014. And then Mr. Zelensky also, he said, well, why are you here? And I said, well, I like the way it's kind of broken here. Like in Dnipro, the manhole covers would be missing and they'd put a branch out of the manhole cover. And there was sort of a nice broken quality. And I came from a world that was so perfect and so advanced and so technologically. And Zelensky said, well, yeah, that part about being broken, that's the thing we wanted to change. And but I hope that the world does appreciate. I think the Republican Party people the stalwarts like Lindsey Graham tend to see that it is about nuclear disarmament, and it's going to be really tough to get North Korea to disarm its nuclear stockpile with if Ukraine ends up as a bad example of that. And I just hope that Ukraine can emerge from this and Russia will go home and leave Ukraine, return its territory. And I do talk to people on the Russian side that I know from before who are in like Crimea, and they kind of describe it as a political situation, and they bemoan it, and they feel bad about it, but they realize it's just going to be something they're going to be stuck with for a while. They just need to figure out a way out of this political situation, and figure out a way to have Russia withdraw either all at once or a phased withdrawal. But I think the economic end of the problem for Russia is going to be tough, particularly because the Chinese economy is, retracting a little bit too. So we'll see what happens. But I just hope that no more brave Ukrainian lives are lost defending their territory. And I've already lost some young friends, and I just remember seeing one of the cyborgs come into the hospital to recover after they withdrew from the Donetsk airport, and we just went up to his room, and he was a little bit wounded, but there was a look in his eyes. I've never seen a look in a man's eyes like that before, of just being holed up in that airport for months on end, and in a non-ending battle. It's just such an amazing story. There have been so many amazingly heroic stories from this war that my hats are really off to the defenders. And I am in touch with some of them that know me, and I know them, and things sound okay, but let's just hope things are continue to trend in Ukraine's favor somehow. Thanks.
Oh, I think there's a lot of things trending in Ukraine's favour now. We're getting there. We've got past a lot of the mental problems that we've all had about the assumption of Russia that they're too big to fail, they can't fail. Well, you see, Russia's been running along at a bit of a failure for years. It's a feature, not a bug, that everything, is sort of creaking along, and it looks like it might fall apart at any time, but it never kind of does. However, they've really done it this time. They really have done it this time. The massive overextension so just the complete ridiculous overconfidence in themselves, that's the word. That they had all this amazing overconfidence that everything was going to be just super easy. 3 days apparently, super easy. Yeah, it was all going to happen, wasn't it? And they had no real idea that Ukraine was a country with people in it who also have, opinions. And yeah, it's incredible to me that they decided to attack Ukraine without really taking into account the fact that there are people there who also, have a say. And yeah, absolute just a blind hubris, absolute blind hubris. So yeah. Anyway, look where it's got them. We know that in the Kherson area, pretty much all the troops around there are dying because they have no food and water. Yeah. And they are surrendering in groups because they're so thirsty, they have no other choice. Let me see. We've got Kharkiv area where they're surrendering in groups there because they have no other choice. Or they're dying in huge numbers because they have no other choice. It all seems a bit grim, doesn't it? A bit grim for them. Well, this has been going on for about a year or so now that, things have been awful. They did get themselves sorted out at one point, but Ukraine's had a say in their logistics recently. And so it's causing, other problems for them now. Especially as Ukraine can fire over the border because, that was a big step, a ridiculous one, but we got there, didn't we? We got there. That's the thing. I mean, I could say an awful lot about that whole situation, but all I'll say is we got past it. And here we are on the other side of it. And you know what? It's made a massive difference because they can't actually attack Kharkiv with artillery now, or even those what were they? S-400s, S-300s. Oh, they don't exist anymore. That's right. That's why they're not attacking Kharkiv with them. Amazing, isn't it? How taking out that stuff made such a difference. I know. So airfields next, yeah. I know they're talking about it. You know, trying to get this extension of the area so that they can hit the airfields. Because come on, what would America have put the same imposition on themselves? Oh well, we'll fight back with Russia, but we won't destroy any of their airfields. Absolute and utter balls. No, they would not. So, can we please just get over it? Get over that. I think we will get over it, but I would also like it if they made this decision very secretly and announced it by absolutely smashing the crap out of the Russian bases, rather than saying, we've thought about it, and in 10 days' time, we might allow Ukraine to do that, giving Russia loads of time to move all their stuff. You know, because we are stupid sometimes. I wouldn't like us to be that stupid. Anyway, random stuff from Russia's just situation. Now, the Crimean Bridge. Sorry, I couldn't swallow that fast enough. The Crimean Bridge. Have we noticed that it's become sort of a symbol almost? Ukraine doesn't seem that bothered on actually taking it down right now. And it's for very good reason. Because this symbol of Russia's attachment to Ukraine, this umbilical cord that they've built, well, it's precious. It's precious to Putin. And he knows that it's been damaged. And, you know, they're making every effort to protect the bridge. So, actually, what's happening is just the idea of the threat to the bridge means that they keep putting air defense there. And then and then Ukraine sees air defense out in the open and takes that out. We might go after the bridge again. Woof, they bring in some more air defense. Boom, thanks very much for that. We'll take that out too. And then, you know, we might go after the bridge again. Woof, more air defense. You see what I mean? It's a trap. Lucian?
Yeah, the other reason that Ukraine may not be in a hurry to attack the Crimean Bridge is that the bridge is possibly going to destroy itself. I've studied geology in Crimea, and specifically around in the Sea of Azov, and there's mud diapirs in the on the Russian side, the Russian half of the Crimean Strait, and those support towers may just start settling and sinking, and it wouldn't take much of a seismic event. The Russians tried for the long periods of time actually to do a bridge there, and they never got it right. And I don't think the design is going to be very good in the long run. Thanks.
Well, yeah, you're right. The long-term prognosis for that bridge is very likely that it will fall down just because of where and how it was built. And a lot of the stuff that's been happening, you know, such as it being exploded and, you know, other explosions happening. Oh, and moving all those barges into the middle of the waterway there, which actually changes the flow of the water. All of these things are actually contributing to weakening of that part of the bridge. You're absolutely right. So there is every possibility that sooner or later, part of it could actually just fall off, which would be hilarious. And in the meantime, it's an exit as well. And, well, it's a trap, like I say. Ukraine's systematically destroying the Russian air defence in temporarily occupied Crimea. But they've made it clear they're in no real hurry to destroy the bridge. They keep saying, the bridge will have its time. And, well, a Ukrainian military expert commented upon this and said, it's not just like that. This is a targeted campaign. All branches of the military are involved under coordination of the main intelligence directorate. And this in particular is a very strategic operation. We realised last year that the Russian air defence is not a carriage. They had enough air defence to cover Moscow, the front line, and very densely the Crimean Peninsula. In order to even accomplish any tasks there, they took away air defence from the Arctic. They removed the last S-300 from the Coral Islands last year. This was something that would have been impossible during the Soviet Union. It wouldn't have even been imagined. According to him now, Ukraine is not destroying the Crimean Bridge because it brings regularly the opportunity to destroy Russian air defence systems. What's happening now is they have this sacred object, the Crimean Bridge. For them, it's really strategically important. And yes, it's damaged. The capacity is much less than it was, but it's not zero. Therefore, it is still very important for them. But politically, as an object, it is a symbol of Putin's Russia. So it has a great deal of additional importance. And they are very afraid that at some point we will finish it off. But as a result, we can use it as bait. We have turned Crimea into a Chernobivka of Russian air defence. Oh, I'm so glad that he mentioned the Chernobivka airfield there, because Russians really did get smooshed there over and over and over again. It was just beautiful. We are destroying the air defence that covers the Crimean Bridge. But we will not bother to hit the bridge. We will just wait for their next air defences to arrive and hit those too. Due to the fact that the Russians constantly bring new air defences into Crimea because Ukraine is constantly destroying them, large strategic zones of the territory of the Russian Federation itself now have no cover. As we may have noticed, what air defence doing? It's in the wrong place. So Ukraine simultaneously is using the Crimean Bridge as a lure, as bait for them to move their air defences, bringing them into range of Ukraine so that they can take them out. Very kind of them. And leaving big holes in their air defence in Russia itself, giving them the opportunity to really accurately strike an awful lot of things that they want to inside Russia as well. It's it's just a strategic game that Russia is on the wrong end of. They are reacting to Ukraine's actions. So, by using the Crimean Bridge as bait to destroy their air defence on an industrial scale, we realise that their air defence may seem endless, but spaces are opening up, and cheap drones fly to their airfields and destroy strategic aircraft, for example. Let me remind you, 2 Su-57s were recently destroyed, and there were only 10 of them operational in Russia. We are attacking them with cheap drones, airfield guards trying to repel attacks from Kalashnikovs. They don't even have a complex for these airfields. There is none left for them. Is this not an indicator that the air defence is running out, basically? Sorry, it's badly translated here. And if they have no air defence for their oil production or their factories, this is what the regime rests on, and they cannot protect it. So earlier, Budanov said Ukraine could destroy the Crimean Bridge with ATACMS, no problem. The only question is the number of missiles that they would be able to launch simultaneously to do so. But Basically, remember Sun Tzu saying, "Give your enemy a golden bridge." Well, they kind of have, haven't they? They've made the bridge something that Russia has to protect. Has to. They've no choice about it. So they've sort of made it so important for them, so much a symbol, that they don't even need to take it down, because every time they try and protect this symbol, they're bringing more and more stuff for Ukraine to destroy. It's very kind of them to bring it all into range like that, isn't it? Awesome. I love this sort of stuff. So I just thought that was a nice explanation of how the Crimean Bridge, at first, it was imperative that they destroyed it. And now it's a good thing that they didn't, because they're using it as a law, and they're bringing all this other air defense and stuff into Crimea, leaving holes in the areas where they want to hit inside Russia proper. It's kind of beautiful how they've done it. They have used the situation to their advantage, and now they have the weaponry to hit within Crimea regularly. It's really working out. So, would you like some bad economic news now? Bad economic news? Because, well, I've actually done a little bit of research into bad economics. Oh, but before I do that, Prince, shall we have some numbers? Shall we have some numbers? Just thinking about it. Where are they? Sorry, I've just seen your warning again. I have a gun.
Hey, there are things that I won't say on air just because, it's you gotta be just like.
You do own one though, yes, I know. You're American and all that. But yeah, bless you. Anyway, that was, please don't talk about American stuff with me. I'll be honest, babe, I've said all I need to say. So we have scores on the doors. Sorry, I get excited. 1,280 liquidated personnel, now at a total of 545,000. Ding ding. Wow. 8 tanks, respectable. 16 armoured personnel vehicles, lovely. Another times 8 there. 56 artillery systems. Beautiful. I mean, these amount of artillery systems they're taking out here, this is huge. It's actually redonkulous. Can you imagine? Any other army losing 56 artillery systems, even in a week, they'd be absolutely devastated. Imagine doing that in a day. I know. And tomorrow it'll probably be very much the same, and it's just Russia. Just chuck it all away. What's it matter? Use everything up. People, material, doesn't matter. But, well, there comes a time when it does. That, training and accuracy and precision, these things really do make a difference. Anyway, 3 MLRS, which cheers me up greatly because those things are just death and more death. 21 UAVs, 2 cruise missiles on these numbers. And then we have 74 vehicles and fuel tanks. Crumbs. That's high again. It was 70 yesterday, wasn't it? 74 today. I do believe the Russians were complaining in particular about problems for them in what they called the MriyaReport. That would be all your logistics then. And
yeah, but it sounds funny.
It does, doesn't it? In the near rear. It were. Yeah, this would suggest that they are indeed still getting smashed in their near rear. It were. It's still the wrong colour, but it's back. At least it's showing up. 4 special equipment recorded today. So there you go. There are our numbers for today. And blimey heck, that's a lot of artillery and logistics vehicles. Just crumbs.
Well, did you see the numbers that they put out yesterday? The Ukrainian Defense Intelligence, or whatever, whichever one that was. Did you see the numbers they put out yesterday for the
Which
month
one?
for the month for the month of the
Yeah.
month of June? For over 1,400 artillery systems, mockers.
I know, absolutely bonkers, isn't it? Yeah, I think
Bonkers.
it was something like 1,450 or something like that over
Yeah,
a single month.
and over 300 tanks, and over 35, was it 34 or 35, 34,000 people.
Aye, it's a lot of stuff to just no longer have, isn't it? That's an army. It's, you know, a small one,
Yeah,
but that's an army. A well equipped with artillery army as well. And not anymore, eh? Well, gosh, what a mess. I can only say it's going to take an awful lot of cleaning up all this scrap metal. Ukraine are going to be like the biggest scrap metal dealers in the world for a short period until they get rid of all this rubbish. So, you know me, I like a lot of woe for the Russians, obs, because I'll be honest, my life, right, it goes terribly half the time, right? And this is why I've got to have a good sense of humour, because whenever I leave the house, something dreadful happens. And it's like, you know, it's like the universe is just trying to test me all the time, just trying to check if my sense of humour's gone away yet or not. Because honestly, one thing after another. I told you about my experience in the car garage, didn't I? It just like I thought I was going to get murdered. I really did. Right, folks. I walked into a car garage to go and pick up my car. Right, first thing I
Oh
see.
yes,
Yeah.
lurch.
Well, first thing I see, right, is there's a car really high up on a, you know, a lift. And I don't really want to walk under this car, even though I could walk under it just fine, you know, just because you don't walk into people's business and just start walking into what they're doing, basically. So I'm stood on the other side and I'm like, hello, I've come to pick up my car, you know, like nice, cheerful. And this guy walks out from under the car and he had to really duck. And I was like, "Oh, you're tall. Hi." And he was like just tall and super skinny. And you know, when you kind of go, "Oh, Lurch," you know, from like the Adams family. Well, he was kind of a bit like that. And then this guy, this like short, stocky guy, walked out from behind him. And I realized that this fella had, you know, dwarfism. He was a little guy. And nothing wrong with that in particular, but stood next to the other dude, I've got to say, my brain was like doing all the jokes, you know. Hey, look at you two. You look like you're extras from a horror movie. And then the boss comes out from behind them. All right, love, this way, right? Now, he'd obviously just hurt his eye. So one of his eyeballs was bright red, you know, like all the white of his eye had gone bright red. And I was like, okay, when does the creepy horror movie music start playing? Because I'm not sure I'm going to live through this experience. And this is my life, honestly. I go through this stuff happens to me all the time. I thought I was going to die, but it turned out they were all really nice chaps. They just looked terrifying. Yes, I was
I
just
just
like, oh my god.
I so it sounds like either you walked into a circus or a horror movie. It was one or the other, mockers. I was like, and you said lurch. Okay, so I get the lurch reference. Now the question is how much hair did the little guy have? Because we could go for lurch and cousin it.
Well, he had really, really thick curly hair, actually. So I don't know, but no, it was he was like dead light, short and stocky. And I found out a little tale after him afterwards because somebody I know is a mate of his. And when he was a kid, he used to go around with 2 pieces of wood in his backpack, and he would steal cars. he would strap the two pieces of wood to his feet and nick cars. And whenever the police caught up with him, he'd just chuck the wood away and say, I can't reach the pedals. What do you mean? I can't have possibly stolen this car. Cheeky little boy. Sorry, that really tickled me, that. Anyway, so yeah, that was apparently he spent all of his teenage years pinching cars, little cheeky boy. But now he's a mechanic, so I suppose he's come good. I just thought that was brilliant. You know, I couldn't possibly have stolen that car. Look, I couldn't possibly reach the pedals. Cheeky boy. So, we'll have a bit of economic woe, shall we? Have a little bit of economic woe. Spurbank. Again, there's times when they could make up jokes, and I just feel as though this was terribly well named, this bank. Not. So, Spurbank raises their mortgage rates for the second time in less than a month. Now with loans starting at, just under 20%, 19.5%. So, gosh, can you imagine having to pay 20% annually on any loan? That hurts. That really hurts. Yeah, I've got to say, my mortgage rate, right, is well, it's non-existent compared to this. And I still grumbled when I signed on the thing. Lots of money, that. But yeah, so VTB also a couple of days ago raised their mortgage rates for the third time in a month. That's right. It's not just one of them. It's like everybody's going for it. Now, this is a bit of a yikes. It says here, now the minimum rates for mortgages on new buildings, secondary housing, home construction, and under refinancing, so that's like, a remortgage, will be starting from 19.5%. Oof! For mortgages on suburban real estate and land, this will be increased to 19.8%. Under the military mortgage programme, 18.9%. They don't exactly get much off, do they? Crikey. And under the commercial mortgage programme, if you're purchasing to rent it out or something like that, 21%. That's pricing out landlords, certainly. For mortgages on a garage, parking space, or a storage room, the rates will be 20%. Just yikes. Now, if inflation climbs too high and the exchange rate with it, you know what happens, don't you? It completely crushes their main adamant story that sanctions have no effect and the Russian economy is still booming. But you see, it's difficult because there isn't really an exchange rate anymore in Russia. It's just kind of free-falling somewhere. Don't really understand how it can be a legitimate currency at this point. So it's just sort of in that limbo period before they start like printing, 3 million ruble notes and stuff like that. So we'll get there. Now, let's just have a look what else has been happening. Now, yesterday I mentioned something about a QR code plan. So, in order to make payments, they were talking about QR codes. We could make a payment system using them. Zap your QR code, payment goes through. Now, it seems like that plan hasn't worked. Funny that. But basically, the Russian Union of Industrialists and Entrepreneurs now plan to create a cryptocurrency fund in order to be able to issue related digital financial assets to facilitate internal settlements under sanctions. So, in other words, they're still looking for every which way possible to try and fund the war. Entrepreneurs. those guys, they're in real trouble, by the way. I watched, Konstantin of Inside Russia last night, and well, we'll go through some of the economic issues that he highlighted in a minute. But first, I think this one is lovely. So, Belousov, been made the Minister of Defence, all that. But he was originally an economist, wasn't he? In fact, he's been an economist his entire life. And so what would be the first thing that he would do, being put in charge of the MOD? Well, he'd get the books out and he'd go over them, wouldn't he? And so that's exactly what he did. And, well, apparently 1/3 of the whole country's budget appears to have gone. And it states to no one knows where. I think we know where, don't we? Into greedy people's pockets. That's where it went. So Belousov has conducted an audit of the Ministry of Defence's expenses within the last few years. So even being at war didn't stop all this outflow of corrupt cash. And discovered huge waste in spending of approximately 11 trillion rubles. In fact, this is about 1/3 of the Russian budget expenditures for 2023. Now, I did notice that one of the oligarchs recently seemed to purchase a new yacht and another one, a new aircraft. So it's possible when you've got enough money, isn't it? But obviously that money's got to come from somewhere, and those guys don't necessarily have, like regular jobs like the rest of us. So where do they get their money? Oh, that's right, 11 trillion rubles, 1/3 of Russia's entire budget. Had to go somewhere, didn't it? And I love that. Now, let me get on to what Konstantin was talking about. You see, he was saying the people in Russia are going to be affected in these ways because, this is the return of USSR type situation. That there's no getting around it. Even if they were to stop the war tomorrow, they've put themselves in this situation, and it's awful. It's awful, and it's going to get worse. There is a Russian proverb or saying from the USSR days that he has heard a number of people resurrect recently. And it is such, in Russian, obviously, but now it is only the flowers. The berries will come later. As in, yes, it might be bad now, but it's going to get a whole lot worse. So, they're saying that this is basically the first phase of how bad it's going to be. And you know what? They're right. What is Russia? They're an extraction economy, aren't they? And they don't make anything. And so they were very heavily reliant on us. And that's going to cause them some problems. Now then, countries do have massive economic fall downs, right? Think about it. The Great Depression, apparently took 10 years for America to economically recover. Germany, after the war, took them 15 years to rebuild and recover. And the USSR, it took them 20 years, similarly. And one of the things that happened within some of that time in the USSR is there was this development that started that basically encouraged new business, entrepreneurs. It discouraged everybody from working for the state, and it encouraged people to branch out on their own and be productive, and it encouraged new business like no time ever before within the country. And the last 30 years, this has sort of been developing. People have been able to, pull themselves into the middle class, as it were, by being business people and, part of what we would call a market economy. Yeah. But this market economy is just being left behind. So what do Russia make? What's their biggest part of their economy? It's oil, gas, ores, and refined metals. There you go. That's it. They don't make anything. They don't produce any products or services. I'm not counting the ladies of the night. That is a service, I know, but it's not really produced. That's just an ancillary product. So what they found out, to their detriment, can actually get along without them. But you see, they like all our Western stuff. And all these products that they don't make for themselves aren't just like, your iPhones and your, exciting technology. No, I mean, it's like the very stuff that you need to build other things, they don't have or make. So they can't make their own proper microchips. They can't make precision engineering without our assistance. They've got them Taiwanese machines that they're using, which hopefully will break down soon, and then they won't be able to fix them. Just all sorts of things that we make in the way of products and services, and they've always bought in. And they don't really have access to a lot of that stuff anymore, and it makes them sad. So it's not like they're able to sell their products like they used to either. What they do have is, they've kind of destroyed a lot of goodwill, haven't they? And, goodwill is a big part of your business, and you can actually sell a business and charge for the goodwill that you have generated with your customer base, because you are selling them not just a business, but the, customers that come with that business. Goodwill, big thing. And they burned all those bridges, didn't they? While cackling manically and threatening us all that we were going to freeze. Well, what did that happen? Well, what happened after that? What did that cause? That caused a lot of their long-term customers to realise that, well, one thing that's really good for markets and business is stability. It's really, really good for them. They like stability a heck of a lot. And they looked at Russia playing like a flipping lunatic and went, yeah, that's not stability, and we don't like that. That doesn't help. So long-term changes have been made. Long-term contracts have been signed with other countries. America's providing LNG. Norway's providing oil, I believe. It appears that we managed to find ways around being held for ransom by Russia, and they didn't really plan on that either. Bit silly. Should have probably done their research. And basically, what they've done now is they have locked themselves out of a number of markets just by being a-holes, basically. So people have made long-term contract changes, which means even if they were to purchase a little bit of cheap energy from Russia here and there, they're not going to be making any commitments to them. They're not going to be giving them anything that they can count on. It will literally be taking advantage of something very, very cheap. Now, on top of that, oil and gas, it's so last century, isn't it? And we're looking into green energy options these days, and more nuclear as well, because we've realised that nuclear isn't terrifying and about to explode any second. Nuclear energy is actually very stable when you don't F around with it, like the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. I actually think one of the reasons they're effing around with that power plant is to try and discourage nuclear energy, acceptance. It's always been sort of, something that, well, Russia doesn't want to lose all that money. So green energy is something which is actually terrible for them. Terrible. And well, this is another rake to the face, Prince, because by starting this energy blackmail nonsense in the first place, you know what happened? They sped up dramatically the process of countries looking into green energy options. And I mean dramatically. People got a right rocket up their backside and suddenly were like, okay, let's start properly investing in wind and solar and, hydro, all that sort of stuff. Suddenly got an awful lot more money invested into it because everybody wants to find a way to become not completely self-sufficient on energy, but more self-sufficient so that, you can't be blackmailed again, that you've got options and choices. And if one of your choices happen to be strangled down or cut off, you're not left without because, that was basically what Russia was trying to do to us. So it's actually making Europe more resilient and it's reducing the demand for fossil fuels. Now, obviously, we're not going to see that happen overnight, but slowly but surely, the demand is reducing, which is, guess what? Russia's worst nightmare because they're an extraction economy. So, as that's happened, obviously, they need money, don't they? And so, what did they do? They looked at the middle class and they decided, well, a state-run economy doesn't need a middle class. It doesn't need these businessmen and entrepreneurs. Everybody works for the state. So you are either part of the state-run economy or you are part of the elite. There's no middle class required. Yeah. So these people have been taxed to the point of failure. And I do mean to bankruptcy. Small businesses are dying. The middle class have been made to feel like they are very much not needed. And they're literally at the point of, struggling to pay for things and keep their business above water. And a lot of these businesses are folding. So the state, rather than trying to push them out immediately, has decided that they can bankrupt them quite happily, and it will make no difference whatsoever to the issues of the state. In fact, if anything, it'll make them some money. So why the hell not? And so that's what they've started. Now, if you kill off the spirit of entrepreneurship, you kill off development, you kill off people creating new intellectual property because, well, why bother developing anything if the state's just going to steal it off you? You know what I mean? Why bother being an excellent scientist if you will just be paid exactly the same as you would if you worked on a production line? These are the things which, will break them. So basically, at some point in the near future, they will end up in a position like the USSR where every job is a state job. I mean, at the moment, there's already 10 million working for the state, and that's going up daily. Now, what's a state job? What's it like? Well, it doesn't matter what you do for the state. It will be like this. There will be low wages, basically. You might get some perks depending on your position, but this is one of the reasons why corruption was so endemic, is because you got paid the low wages. And so you had to still eat and feed your family, and you had no choice but to do a little bit of dabbling of some sort of corruption on the side, bit of stealing, bit of something, to example, a guy worked in a radio factory building radios, and they didn't pay him. So he used to take a radio and sell it, and that was how he funded his existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to eat, because you can't eat radios, believe it or not. Well, I suppose you can, but they're a bit crunchy. So, yeah, just back to where we were. The whole point is that they will get to a position where they will be verging on absolute poverty. Anybody under a certain level of elite will be verging on absolute poverty. There'll be no middle. It will just be the haves and the absolutely have-nots. And, sometimes we say we see that in our own societies, but, somebody can work their way up from having, no real education to becoming very, very rich and, successful, if they just find the right way to do it. There are opportunities in life. Yeah, there's none of that shit in Russia. None of that. So, buy, which is basically how it was in the USSR. But if anything goes wrong, and I do mean anything, say you have a car, if you can afford to keep a car, right, and it breaks down, unless you can fix that yourself, you can't eat that month, or you no longer have a car. Make your choice. These are the sorts of choices that people will have to make, because it's becoming that dire that, there will be no disposable income. In fact, I'm not even sure you're going to find a mechanic who would repair your car, because they'll all be busy repairing state vehicles, working for the state. You know what I mean? They'll be doing maintenance for the armed forces, no doubt. So that is a really, really dire and inevitable result of where they're going with their economy. That, it will take them another 30 years to recover after this. In fact, Konstantin said perhaps even longer. He feels like it will take them a whole 2 generations to really recover from this, if they really want to. They've got to work at it as well. But that's the sort of thing that I think, well, that's up to them. So shall we go on to the next thing? Now, I'll tell you a little story first. Little story. In Rostov in 2022, in the summer, there was a taxi driver who was brutally murdered by his passenger. And it is such. The taxi driver picked up a passenger, and they were chatting as they were driving along, like you do, time you off, yeah, been places, yeah, busy night, that sort of thing. You always say that to your taxi driver, don't you? So what happened was, the guy said to the taxi driver, "And what do you think about what's going on in Ukraine?" And the taxi driver said, "Actually, I don't think we should be attacking Ukraine at all. I think it's a massive crime that we're committing, and I'm really shocked and saddened by the whole thing." And the passenger pulled out a knife and stabbed him to death while driving. So after the car crashed, and police were called, the guy was immediately arrested because he was still in the car. But upon appearing in court, he professed his innocence, and he said, "I am totally justified. He deserved to die because he does not support the country." Now, twisted in the head that he had no compunction at all about just stabbing a man to death while he's driving the car that he's in, by the way, which is also kind of mental. I don't know. If I was going to murder my driver, I'd ask him to pull over first, just for personal safety. But, there you go. So this was the first recorded incident of a obvious mental health problem resulting from the war that resulted in a murder. Well, I can tell you what, folks, every day there are new ones being recorded. And I say that every day there are new murders being recorded in Russia as a result of the people coming home from the war being thoroughly traumatized. And you see, the thing is, they had all the rules taken away from them at this point, and they're terribly traumatized and probably injured and may even have brain injuries because, bombs. And they've been through this period for what, a year or more? And then they're sort of just dropped back into normal life, still sort of shaking. And to get anything they wanted in the battlefield, they had to fight for it. And I mean, even with their own guys, they've been stealing from one another. They've been having each other over and, like nicking their bank cards and phones and beating the bejeebies out of one another. And, it's a tough, tough situation. And they come home and they think, oh, I can have whatever I want. These people won't even fight back. And here we are. Every day, there are more and more brutal crimes. And the population itself is pretty scared about it, to be fair. Now, how many people did Putin say were currently in Ukraine? Oh, that's right. Yeah, he said himself that 700,000 Russian men are currently fighting in Ukraine. Well, I don't know about that, buddy, but even so, it's still a lot, isn't it? What happens when they go home? Now, I did hear not so long ago a suggestion in the Duma that some of these people coming home might require some support in the way of, mental assessment to make sure that they're, fit to live in society. It was a suggestion. I'm not saying it'll ever happen, but somebody did recognise that this was actually a problem. But it's not just a little problem, is it? It's a massive problem. It's, well, let's just say that soldiers have been going home from the special military operation and then finding themselves not welcome. Some have even found themselves dead because they were obviously not welcome. In fact, they're struggling to get jobs. Nobody trusts them. People have disrespected them in the streets. I know, Prince, how terrible they've been disrespected. It's almost as though this war's not very popular anymore, isn't it? And I just feel that at some point the war does have to end and these people do have to go home. And what a massive, massive problem that's going to be for them. And, now I know there's some local trouble in Dagestan at the moment, but can you imagine just your neighbour coming home after war? And, for all you know, he's going to burn down his house tonight and yours with it. They're just, yeah, unstable. Unstable is the word. Now then, I'm having a look at a military base here at Polotsk. I don't know if that's really what it's called. Plotsky. Let's say that. Plotsky. Some photographs appeared of what this place looked like before it was hit by Ukraine. Large building, I must say. And yesterday, it was stated that this military base has been confirmed and identified as the site what is curious is that this was supposed to be some sort of, just like, and I'm still really a little bit cheered by this video coming out of St. Petersburg, where, well, ain't being funny, but if you thought you were going to have hurricane type winds, would you think about securing things like that? Just a little thought. They've had this predicted for days. Seems like they didn't make any real plans, but one tower crane collapsed yesterday in St. Petersburg, along with what appeared to be a few explosions. Gosh. And today there is another tower crane, but this one's in Moscow, and it's on fire. I know. How on earth you set a tower crane on fire at the top of the tower crane? I can only imagine that is the cab that's on fire. Oh, hang on. Oh yeah, thick black smoke. So yeah, definitely things are going on with cranes now as well. Apparently they've become sentient, almost. It does kind of feel as though they've become sentient. And that they're now off doing their own thing. So where are we? Ah, yes. Okay. Sorry, lists.
Mockers.
Yes. Yes.
Guess who arrived in Kyiv?
Robin?
No.
Who? Do tell.
That's a name you'll recognize.
I'm sure it is, but I'm half asleep, darling, so please tell me. I've not made a second coffee yet.
Viktor Orban.
Oh. Okay. Did he bring his silly narratives with him, do you think? Because
Time will tell.
I wonder if he's going to be meeting with some of the local leaders from the area of the Transcarpathian Mountains, perhaps. Perhaps that guy who came forward and said, Orban, stop using us as a tool. We are perfectly happy and there is nothing wrong. Might be meeting with that guy today.
I would hope so, but I read earlier today that there's been talk that there have been some private negotiations happening regarding the situation with the Hungarian diaspora in Ukraine, which I think is, well, let's put it this way. I'm going to reword that. Excuse me. I apologize. To the Ukrainians about of agreement that has come to pass that has to do with the Ukrainians of Hungarian descent who were born in Ukraine and are perfectly happy and have no problem. But evidently, Viktor Orban wants to give them a problem, even when they say they don't have a problem. But some kind of negotiation was had and an agreement was met, and they're going to announce it today.
Well, yes, he keeps talking about protecting their language and stuff like that, doesn't he? It's a very Russian narrative. So I'm hoping that they've given him something that he can take home to his base, which, pleases the Putinites, and actually not really giving him anything. I would like that to be the case. He's such an odious gentleman, isn't he? So odious. I kind of feel that word suits him.
Yeah. So we'll see. It's just But this is his first visit to Ukraine since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. So that is notable, and we will see. And I'm actually rather curious to see what I see you down there, Daily Fella. It's good to see you, man. I am curious to see what the Daily Fella says about Orban being in Kyiv.
Well, let's hope he doesn't leave a horrible smell behind.
Well, we'll see.
I kind of feel as though he has been a bit arm twisted recently, though. So maybe there's something going on there where he can go back and he can say, "Look, I have solved all of the problems of the Hungarian, descendants in Transcarpathia. I have solved all their problems. Look how wonderful it is." And Ukraine will go, "Yes, mate, you're an absolute
Yeah.
hero now. Kick
How
off."
do you
I
solve
think that's
something that
what they're
doesn't
going to do.
exist? Yeah. How do you solve
Exactly.
some? Yeah. Yeah. How do you solve a problem like Maria? No. How do you solve a problem that doesn't exist? Oh,
Well,
sorry. That you know
exactly.
what? Yeah,
So,
that occurred to me,
yeah,
but that singing that song may not have been the best choice at the moment. But anyway, continue. Sorry.
indeed. But yes, the whole point is that he's created this problem out of thin air, and now he can claim to have completely solved it, can't he? And he can stand there with this local guy, leader of the Hungarian descendants. He can stand there with him and say, "Look, now there is no problem here," even though there wasn't a problem there before. They can stand there and shake hands and go, "Look, it's all been fixed. Orban, you're such a hero. Thanks for, putting our issues forward, and we can confirm now there are no issues at all. Well done." Technically, it's not a lie, is it? I kind of feel as though he's going to do that, or at least that's what I've got forefront in my mind.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, if he can turn up and claim to have solved a problem that didn't exist in the first place, and that sort of removes some of his objections to other things,
Yeah.
makes him look good as well, because he's solved a problem, and he's got these guys patting him on the back. Well done, cheers, Orban, for bringing our existence into the limelight. Thanks very much for that. We really appreciate it. And everything's great, all because of you. That bit's a lie, but I think if they give him something like that, he can probably go home satisfied. It won't stop him doing crap in the future, but it might shut him up for a while, take that wind out of his sails, and at this point, I think a lot of this has been in the past. He's been very much, playing by the Putin playbook and looking at what's in it for him. What's in it for me? Putin promised me something, and I still want it. And now he's kind of realised that actually, Putin can't fund me like he used to. Because and don't get me wrong, I don't think he's had a crisis of conscience in any way. Putin just can't pay anymore like they used to, and I'm actually better off with the money that I'm getting out of the EU and stuff like that. Suddenly, I've decided I know which side my bread's buttered. I kind of feel as though he's there at the moment. Plus, he's got troubles at home, hasn't he? So he's got to try and be seen as smoothing things over in some ways, because any more sort of provocations at home aren't going to be good for him either. And I've got hiccups, babe. Give me 2 ticks.
Oh, now she's gonna whine. The hiccups have invaded Mockers, and she has been avoiding them for weeks.
I have. I've done really well, haven't I?
Yeah.
I think what it is I've been eating better.
Yeah.
But yesterday, you know what I ate yesterday?
What?
I only realised it after I'd gone to bed. I ate a small packet of ham and a tube of Pringles. It's not really a meal, is it? None of that.
No, that is not a meal. That is not a meal. No.
So when I've got hiccups, it's because the day before I didn't eat properly, and that was because I was dashing around yesterday, getting my car and stuff, and generally having a nightmare.
Oh, that explains it. Have you ever heard of drive-through food?
I have. You know what? I nearly got a Mackey's on the way home, and I didn't. I drove past it, and I thought, oh, I've driven past it now. Never mind. But about 10 o'clock last night, I realised that I'd literally not had a meal, and I was like, I kind of forgotten about something today. Never mind. Anyway,
Yeah.
at, at least I'm not starving out of not having a choice. I just forgot to eat.
Yeah.
So I know, how can you forget to eat? It's a bit weird, isn't it? But apparently my my "you are hungry" button that stopped working some time ago. I've trained myself just to ignore it, I think. Anyway, Russian elites, these Russian elites that are well, they're not going to be living such a fabulous elite lives much longer. They still think they're protected in their bubble, but you know what? It's coming for them too. Now, they're bragging that they are having large families and say that they're increasing the birth rate, but they aren't really. What they are doing is going round having a small number of children with multiple women, for example. One of those guys is Peskov, I'll have you know. Peskov said that large families should become much more fashionable and that he has a large family. Now, he does have 5 children, but 3 mothers. So, unless he's polyamorous, they don't all live together as a large family. You know what I mean? So, out of 4 persons in the family, he's only actually added 5 people to the demographic. So when the adults of that situation aren't here anymore, there's only actually 5 to replace those 4. Do you get me? So his contribution is a 1.25 replacement rate. So if you have one child with multiple women, you are not increasing the population. Just saying. So, for example, one family has 3 children with one mother. So that's 3 people created from 2. Yes? So when that generation dies out, there is an additional person just from one woman. So that contribution rate is 1.5 replacement. So proportionally, the man who has 3 children with his one lady wife is doing a better job at replacing the population or even increasing the population than somebody like Peskov, who's actually got 5 children, because there's 3 mothers there. And this is the point. If you want value in terms that they usually use, which is basically birth per ladies, Peskov's wives have a 1.66 rate collectively, and a family with 3 children have a 3.0 rate. So you can see that it's quite a difference. And anyway, I'm just being funny with statistics and propaganda. This is Prune, this is. So Russia is looking at banning the child-free ideology. You have a bloody problem with me, mate. Would have been funny trying to get me to have a kid, because I can't. So they don't want you to even consider that not having children would be an option. Oh, no. That's what families do. You get married, you have kids. I was kind of told this when I was growing up as well, and I was like, funny, hilarious, in fact. Now, I don't know about you, but I like to be able to plan my own life anyway. And so do other people usually. And some of them, it just doesn't include children. Just doesn't. And apparently now you're going to get punished for that. Punishment. So yeah, single people with no children are going to be paying a much higher tax, obviously. It's almost as though they don't want these people working in their society, isn't it? Almost as though they want to just, push them out. Oh, that's exactly what they're doing. Remember that labour shortage? Well, if all your middle class ups and leaves, do you know what happens? They up and leave, and they leave you without. And when I say without, I mean without possibilities. I mean, say all your scientists, proper ones, leave, and you're left with all the interns. It's going to be a while before they learn everything they need to know to be as good as the scientists that came before them. It's all that sort of stuff. Goodness gracious me, Prince. We have some really interesting profiles today, don't we? Almost as though they just want to talk to me. They really do. I can tell you now, if you have a strange profile that has intolerant views, or you're a guy with one follower, or you have a brand new account, or your timeline has nothing to do with Ukraine for whatever reason. I mean, some timelines are perfectly fine, but just nothing to do with Ukraine. I'm going to need a good reason to bring you up. Now, my DMs are open, and you can always give me a good reason to bring you up. But yeah, I've had enough people ask me to marry them on here. So I don't need any more proposals. Thank you very much. And I've also had enough arguments with idiots to know that there's just no point. So all of these things take to another space. Thank you. You want to see, honestly, some of the requests I've had over the last week. The craziest things, the craziest accounts. And I'm just going to start screenshotting them and posting them so you guys can enjoy them with me, especially the really loony ones. So, yeah, get prepared for that because we're going to have some fun. Like the proper Z channel guy who was like a big Alexander Dugin fan wanted to come up and chat to me. Yeah, like we're going to have a sensible conversation. Not. I was just like, dude, do you even what? Do you even understand who I am? Anyway, shall we look a bit more at economic woe? Because this is my thing at the minute. I'm really enjoying this. Just love seeing them fall apart because of their own ineptitude, basically. I have a great deal of respect for Elvira Nabulina. I must say, if she wasn't, propping up a country at war, I would be really impressed with her economic prowess. She has done a fantastic job. Just a pity that she's been doing it for Russia. But she's got to the point now where nobody's listening to her anymore. And she's literally like the canary in the coal mine, screaming away and gasping. And they're just like, yeah, we've listened to you for long enough. So again, their own hubris is going to take them down. Now, a number of new laws have come into Russia. You'll be glad to know, come into force in Russia. So from July the 1st, they no longer have access to the preferential mortgage programs for housing that is under construction. So what it is if you buy a property that is currently under construction, you get a preferential mortgage rate for it, because then it guarantees that the builder knows that he's going to fill those properties and they can fulfill their contract to the end. Have you noticed how many new buildings in Russia have been burning down while under construction? Well, I wonder how many people were promised these mortgages and then obviously they're not going to get them. So what else do you do with a half-built building? But try and claim on the insurance, I suppose. These are just the sorts of things that go through my mind. Interest rates for loans on used cars will now rise to, oh my goodness, 27%, and for new cars to 24%. And I thought the UK had some high old taxes. Crikey. Today, the central bank will even tighten car lending conditions for banks. So, next, housing and communal service tariffs will rise by an average of 10%. You know those housing tariffs that they pay so that the properties are upkept, so that the communal areas and the gas and electric and the elevator gets fixed and all of that stuff. Well, have you noticed that all that money that they've spent on that in the past and nothing's really happened? Where's that money? I'm sure it went somewhere. It's probably floating around the Med somewhere, isn't it? But yeah, it seems that people paid into these schemes for a long time, and then whenever they came to the the housing management company or whatever and said, look, this is a situation, it really needs fixing, can we use some money in that fund to do it? There's never been any money in the funds. I know, almost as though it was just a stealing scheme. So apparently one group found out after their property had partially fallen down that there was some money in this fund, but it was a pitiful amount compared to what had been paid into it. And they were saying, oh, well, this is general maintenance. And the neighbours and residents were saying, what general maintenance? Because there's been absolutely none done in the last 10 years. Oh, and they've increased that price, by the way. You've now got to pay more to have no maintenance on your communal properties. Ouch. 10% more. Okay. Oh, and at the same time, your domestic gas prices will rise by 23%. Bloody hell. I remember when my gas and electric went up. They didn't go up that much, and it still hurt. It really did. Yeah, that really hurt. So 23%, lovely. How about we put an extra fee on you obtaining a passport for leaving the country? Yeah, that's right. So the state fee for obtaining a foreign passport is now increased to 6,000 rubles for adults and 3,000 for children. So can't escape unless you can afford it, obviously. Let's see. From today, in fact, yesterday, strong alcohol has become more expensive in Russia. It's not going to stop them, is it? But a half a litre bottle of vodka will cost 299 rubles, brandy 403, and cognac 556. Now, I ain't being funny, but who's drinking cognac? Really?
Boxed wine would.
Oh yeah, no doubt. But it's not just a regular thing that you just pick up and have for your regular tipple. You know what I mean? Not something that I would generally find in my drinks cabinet. Maybe it's just me because I'm not much of a drinker, but
You have a drinks cabinet?
I do. Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, my dad used to have one, and I just thought it was the norm. And then I found out that people don't really keep half bottles of half drunk alcohol because they usually drink it. But I just, you know me, terrible lightweight.
I
So yeah,
have one bottle of alcohol in the house that I barely I dipped my finger in it and tasted it and said, "Oh, that's what that tasted like." Okay.
yeah, I'm about the same with booze. Every now and again, I'll have a Kahlua in my milk. Yes, like a child. So, yeah, now strong alcohol is more expensive. Oh dear. Well, you know what they're going to do, don't you? They're going to just make cheap vodka out of potatoes and go blind. Now then, if you want to park in the centre of Moscow, if you can still afford to own a car these days, the price has risen to 600 rubles per hour. Well, it seems space is at a premium in Moscow at the moment. So, Rostat have been out propagandizing and naming the most common income of Russians. Well, let's just say, according to Rostat, more than a quarter of Russians receive 26.2% of them receive about 27 to 45,000 rubles per month. But there are also those who are paid less than 7,000. Now, it is noted that you require approximately 14,000 rubles per month per person, as per the government, to just live, to subside. Well, a lot of Russians, apparently. No, sorry, I say a lot of, just over a quarter, apparently receive 27 to 45,000. So they're sitting pretty, aren't they? But what about the guys that get 7,000? Now, these are apparently no less than 1%. Less than 1%, sorry. And Rostat doesn't really explain how they're managing to live. But this might explain the rapid rise in the growth of microloans. May well. Let me just have a look at the average salary in the poorest countries of Europe. Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia. They receive approximately between 1.5 and 2,000 euros, basically, per month, which works out at, wait for it, 176,000 rubles at a minimum. And the lowest wages work out to around 141.9 thousand rubles per month. And what were they getting? 27 to 45,000. And that's a good wage in Russia. Just pointing that out. So, in Rostat's calculation, their income includes both wages and income from self-employment. Plus imaginary payments to Russian soldiers who disappeared on the battlefield but continued to be paid, of course. According to the rearguard military leaders, income from property and social benefits is also included. So, following on from that, more than 90% of Russians apparently do not see the intelligence or talents of the Russian elite. Oh, rude. Russians rate the intellectual and other abilities of representatives of the government extremely low. I wonder why. Only 8% of Russians see high intelligence amongst their modern elite. Outstanding ability, only 9%. Like I say, now Bulina, she's got outstanding abilities to twist economies. But other than that, yeah. At the same time, the majority of Russians believe that the people ruling the country should be distinguished by these qualities of intelligence and ability. 57% and 59% respectively. This follows from a survey on sociological companies, a couple of different platforms, basically. The last thing Russians want is for an elite to be formed simply upon hereditary principles, due to origin from an influential family or the basis of a high level of income, or great media fame and power. So basically, they don't like this, cult of personality sort of situation where the elite of society are your singers, your famous people, your actors, and what have you. They don't want none of that. No, they want proper, intelligent, distinguished people. The thing is, some of these people are proper, intelligent, distinguished. They're just apparently in Russia, they're not seen that way. Now, I just feel as though there's quite a disparity between the people who are actually in charge and what they think, and the people. Just saying. Now, I have Ming here, and I've been saving up a little piece of news to talk to you about Ming. So I will let you get yourself situated first, but be aware that I have questions, or at least something to talk about. Now, in the meantime, while you're getting yourself sorted, I thought I would talk about this, because it's been confirmed that Russia has been blocking the GPS signals and causing major interference for British military flights. Shock upon shock. Well, actually, this has now been a formal accusation, basically. We kind of knew this was happening, but now they've come out and properly said it. So Russia's been accused of disrupting GPS signals during hundreds of military flights from the UK, according to a report by The Telegraph. Between January and April 24, analysis of flight radar data revealed British military aircraft conducting 1,467 flights over Eastern Europe and the Middle East encountered GPS disruptions on 142 occasions. The interference affected 60 flights, but it was noted that they were affected multiple times over the course of that flight. Specifically, flights over the Eastern Mediterranean saw the most disruption, of around 40%, possibly due to measures that Israel are aiming at defending against GPS-guided weaponry potential. But Russia has a GPS jamming station located in Königsberg, Kaliningrad for others. So this is the enclave between Poland and Lithuania on the Baltic Sea, in case you don't know where it is. I'm sure we should do by now, but you know. And it was stated that the Defence Minister, Grant Shapps, experienced GPS disruption firsthand during one of his flights earlier in the year. This was categorised as evidence of Russia's complete disregard for international war norms and laws. Since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, reports of GPS navigation issues in Europe have been prevalent, particularly around Kaliningrad, and now, of course, in Finland, from the St. Petersburg area, where they seem to have another one of those little jammy jammers. So that's all right. Okay, fair enough. Might be a little bit longer. Wait for me. I think he's got a phone call. So we'll just carry on. No doubt Russia will accuse, Europe and the US and all of that, but I do feel as though we should start disrupting Russia's airfields, perhaps with attackers. Just feel as though that would be an appropriate response, don't you think? Now, remember those rakes that Russia keeps stepping on? Here's another one. Obviously, Finland no longer Russia's. They weren't really Russia's friend, but they were tentative. They were tentatively trying to stay friendly on the border there because Russia. But since Russia took away all their weaponry and everything from that border, Finland's realised that they really ain't all that, and so things are now just moving ahead of pace because I think the Finnish in general have realised that Russia's kind of a weak little puppy barking over there, but they don't seem to be that bothered about us after all. So they unanimously approved the defence cooperation agreement with the US yesterday, which means that they will have air bases within Finland that the US will be able to visit. So they will happily host US forces at their bases as part of NATO integration and exercises. And Russia don't like it. Don't like it at all. They're basically, if you do these friendly things with friendly countries, we'll be upset. Well, you can be as upset as you like, because it looks as though it doesn't really matter, because things are moving ahead anyway, mainly because sovereign countries do what the hell they want. Just pointing that out. Talking of which, excuse me, I'm going to burp. No, I'm not. Right, okay. There has been another little coalition, and this time between Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey. I'm going to be nice to them right now. They've joined forces. There is a new demining project within the Black Sea, led by Turkey. Now, it's the first large-scale joint initiative of this type since the beginning of the war, and it's going to greatly help to protect grain exports and other movement in the Black Sea. So I think that's bloody excellent. And when did they start that? Yesterday. Yesterday. So they're looking to provide extra protection in the Black Sea. And also, we know that when Turkey take their stuff out there, they don't F around with Russia, do we? Do they? So if they're in charge of it, and Russia come in and start to be dickish, you know what will happen, don't you? Turkey will say, remember that aircraft we shot down? You want to go away now? And I'm quite sure they don't like their own ships being threatened. So, you know, they're quick to protect themselves. And that in particular means that it's very unlikely they're going to be bothered by Russian ships. Excellent. Now, I'm still waiting for Ming for that one. Because it's specifically aircraft, and I feel as though he may have looked into this. So, let's try this. Thank you, Lena, for your diligent work here. I always love news that she brings up, by the way. This is from the Urals, from the Ural News, so it's Western Russia. This is a little story about two oligarchs who are in charge of a hospital that's in really, really desperate need of repair. But, you know, what's that matter? The head of the Novouralsk medical unit uses the hospital funds to maintain his Lexus. Now, unfortunately, he recently crashed his Lexus with a motorcyclist. And the car is listed on the medical organization's balance sheet as an asset. Excellent. So the doctor's assistant claims that he and his deputy, Ivan Petrachov, have bought 3 clinics, and all of them have been purchased basically to ruin. One clinic began major repairs a year ago, but is still not anywhere near complete due to bureaucratic errors, despite there being a December 23 deadline. Oh well. Now, staff in the property began to complain because they're basically working in a building site. Oh gosh, one of the reasons why they say working conditions are impossible is the foundation and the load-bearing wall is unstable, forcing doctors to have to work in other parts of the complex, so they're working in other buildings. But the main building has unstable foundations / walls. Nice. So the Department of Psychiatry, Purulent Surgery, sounds nice, palliative care, and the antenatal clinic are also unused because of disrepair. I'm just saying that they might be useful, especially with the, anyway. Previously, Deputy Pachakov, whatever his name is, informed the employees that a smear campaign war was being waged against him and his boss. When contacted, he said he had no time to talk as he was dealing with the investigative committees. Now, most of the medical staff complain that these 2 deputies that were in charge of all the buildings that they were meant to repair are driving around in luxury cars and seem to have no end of money when the buildings that they own and operate and are supposed to be, updating are, well, let's just say, in some areas they might have given it a lick of paint, but everything else is just how it was and falling apart even faster. So, brilliant that. No. Okay, fine. Sorry, I'm just going through my requests again. Weird. So, where was that? Sorry, I've got lots of things going on. Oh yes, yeah, here we go. So, ladies on the battlefield. There is a video come out, and I'm not sure if it's the same lady I saw that was captured, but it is a video of the capture of a female prisoner of war, so a female soldier. Now, Ukraine have female soldiers, so I'm not saying this is anything that's particularly surprising, but Russian military don't usually put any of their female soldiers on the front line. They definitely do not. And I don't know if you noticed yesterday, the lady in question who was taken as a POW, she wasn't very young. I did notice that. And again, it's like with a lot of the guys that they've sent from prisons, they seem to have, not really cared if you're past the age of conscription, because what does that matter? At this point, you're just a warm body on the front. So, it is just noticeable as well that they are taking these actions, which are actions that they've never really taken before. So I was educated that there are quite a lot of women in the Russian army, but they mostly do walking in formation, looking nice in their suits, and administrative tasks and stuff like that. They don't usually fight on the front lines for all sorts of reasons. One of them being they're in danger from their own side as well, just for existing. But yeah, it would seem that they've got over that hurdle now, and these ladies are turning up. And I just feel as though, even though Ukraine have been, using women in their armed forces for, well, forever, that I'm aware of, they don't, they don't have any particular concerns. If you can do the job, it doesn't matter whether you're wearing a pair of boobs or not. And Russia's sort of learnt this lesson that, actually, women can fight after all. Yeah, what they forget, though, is that those ladies that are working with Ukrainian forces are probably highly trained and highly motivated. And I don't know, dragging female prisoners out and pointing them in the direction of Ukraine and handing them a gun and a pocket full of bullets. It's not quite the same, is it? Not quite the same. Hang on. Sorry, give me 2 ticks. Where is he? There he is. Hello, Ming. So
Morning, Mockers. How are you today?
Oh, I'm not too bad. I still could do with like 3 more coffees, I think. I'm a little bit like wilty today. But other than that, I've got some good news. Oh, no, sorry. Terrible news. Terrible news. Not for us, obviously, but did you see that Russia's largest private airline is now having to decommission aircraft due to sanctions? Those sanctions that don't hurt. Those ones.
Yeah, they're all their A320 Neos. It's actually quite a few planes. I think, is it like 30 odd aircraft that they can't use anymore?
Let me see. I've got the story in front of me here. So they plan to decommission their fleet of Airbus 320neo aircraft. The reason being, the engines are made by a US company called Pratt & Whitney, and they have become impossible to repair. Now, S7's problems with the Airbus aircraft first became known in October last year, when the company was forced to cut their winter schedule by 15% because, 20% of its fleet were unable to fly. So, a lot of the time we've sort of moaned a bit that sanctions don't work, haven't we? Or at least they don't work very quickly. They don't seem to have an awful lot of teeth. We can be a little bit disappointed when they're rolled out and they don't seem to have an immediate effect. But look at that. It takes a little while for the problems to sort of bed in, but once they do, See the trouble that's being caused? They have no engines for those aircraft, and they're having to abandon them altogether. That's just, well, fantastic. And long may it continue. You know, there's all sorts of things like this that they're going to be coming across, but especially their aviation industry, I feel. You know, kind of specialized, isn't it? And it's kind of important for everything to be just so, because, you know, people, you're transporting the public. I know an aircraft accident in Russia could be easily explained away by all sorts of nonsense, but I know there's a big air crash coming. Just waiting for it. What do you reckon? Do you reckon they will actually be safe enough to keep the planes on the ground?
Well, so first of all, let's just deal with this S7 and their A320 Neos, right? So they're in a bit of a specific situation, which isn't common to the rest of the Russian fleet. So they've got the A320 Neos with the Pratt & Whitney engines, which had massive teething problems when they were introduced about 5 years ago. So the Pratt & Whitney engine's got some pretty new technology on it, called a geared turbofan. And the A320 Neo, when it was launched, you could pick either the Pratt & Whitney option, or there's a GE Safran joint venture option, which is the other one, the other engines you can put on it. But the Pratt & Whitney option had massive problems. Airlines all over the world that ordered them, I think Lufthansa, the airlines in India, that they were just having all sorts of operational problems and needed massive support from Pratt & Whitney under their warranties, their engine warranties, to keep their planes flying. They had startup time problems. They had particularly severe problems in places like India, where they were rubbish in tropical climates, that sort of thing. And the full-scale invasion and the sanctions hit in at the tail end of all the direct Pratt & Whitney support that the airlines needed directly from Pratt & Whitney. And obviously Pratt & Whitney completely cut off Russia. Now, so the other thing about these engines is that because they're relatively new, the global population of them isn't very big. So if you compare them with the CFM56, which is like the most liquid engine in the world. So the CFM56 goes on the A320s, it goes on the 737s, the parts are interchangeable between the Boeing and Airbus engines, right? So there's a huge population of these CFM56 engines out there that the Russians can where the Russians can get their hands on parts, from all sorts of sources that they can cover up. Like last week, we saw this report. They got $1.5 billion worth of parts via Gabon, right? But with the Pratt & Whitney geared turbofan engine, you can't do that because there's simply not enough of them out there. And clearly, the chickens come home to roost here, and it's 31 aircraft. Yeah, so it's almost a third of their fleet, and that is incredibly painful. I haven't looked at the ownership of those aircraft, who owns them, whether they own them or they lease them. But even so, that's a really, really expensive decision to have taken, Marcus.
Oh yeah, that's going to hurt, that one, isn't it? And well, these are, the choices they're being left with, basically. So this is where they've put themselves. They have to now keep making harder and harder choices, don't they? And this one, yeah, particularly ouchy. Good. I kind of love it when they have loads of problems. Well, it's not just their air fleet, is it? The commercial air fleet. Their helicopters are falling out of the sky too. It would seem on a more regular basis.
Oh, has there been another helicopter crash? I think I saw one a day or two ago, actually, Marcus.
Yeah, I was referring to that one really, but that's not been the only one. There's been a couple in the oil and gas industry, in the in the back of beyond. Basically, a number of helicopters have fallen down. Now, what am I looking at here? I'm looking at a large amount of fire and smoke rising in the Kursk region. Preliminary data, there is a fire in the area of Pobeda and Dereglazov avenues. I'm glad I've worked that out. No official information yet, but it does look like a big fire. I'd be concerned, put it that way. So yeah, that's all good. Now, ooh, look at this. This is amazing. FSB agents have been detained by the SBU in Odessa. Now, the woman, there was 3 of them, 2 men, apparently soldiers, and a woman, who had apparently a bag full of wigs. So yes. They scouted locations of air defense systems that defend Odessa, secretly photographing them and marking corresponding geolocations. The arrested woman disguised herself as an installer of wireless magnetic cameras on the territory of the Odessa seaport. Except she wasn't installing, cameras for security. She was installing cameras for spying. And oh yeah, there's a nice collection of wigs. So we've got the long pink, the short pink, and the short dark blue / green. Because she wouldn't go for a natural hair color. So just to note that they are still out there, being picked up all the time, the dirty little beggars. And if they're in Ukraine, guess where else they're going to be? That's right, everywhere. So look for a woman with a bag full of wigs. Kind of gives it away ever so slightly. So, what are Russians mad about today, Ming?
Oh, I don't know, but guess who's in Kiev? Mockers, apparently. Orban. So, but I'm reading about this I guess Zelensky has to receive him, but I'm reading about this in Kommersant, and it looks like because he took over the EU presidency yesterday. I guess Zelensky has to receive him, but apparently his agenda is all about. The main one is achieving peace in Ukraine and discussing the problem of the Hungarian minority in the Carpathian region.
Completely fabricated.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm guessing that Zelensky is receiving him with gritted teeth because simply he's just taking advantage of having been of Hungary taking over the presidency of the Council of the European Union. So he has to kind of receive him.
I've got a little theory, Ming. I've got a little theory that he's going to meet with the leaders of the, Hungarian descendant people, the guys who were literally saying, stop using us as pawns in your political game. We are absolutely fine. There's no problems here. I think he's going to be meeting with those guys as well.
Wouldn't it be great if Magyar took some time off from it, doing his drone videos to taking a meeting with Orban and giving him a piece of his mind in presumably fluent Hungarian?
Well, you see, I think they want to deal with him like this. They want to offer him the opportunity to have completely solved the issue of the Hungarian descendants in the Transcarpathian region. And so him and the guy who is, the spokesperson for them, can stand up together and say, we've made agreements that everything is absolutely sorted and fine. All our issues have been resolved. Thank you so much, Viktor Orban, for highlighting any problems that we may have had and sorting them right out. Well done, you. Technically, it's not a lie because they didn't really have any problems to begin with. but it would resolve the issue. I would like to see something like that happen.
So,
And
so
Viktor Orban could
basically,
go away then.
Orban
So,
doesn't have a leg to stand on. It's all resolved. He's done his bit. Thank you so much, Victor. Off you go home.
yes, exactly. Sort of take the wind out of his sails. Do a big public announcement. Look, it's all fixed. Thank you so much, Victor. Well done, you. It also makes him look good. You know what I mean? He solved a massive problem that he had that didn't exist, obviously. But, you know, congratulating him on solving it would kind of knock the wind out of it, wouldn't it? I just think it might be something that could be encouraged, because it kind of takes away his objection if he meets with these guys and they're like, big public announcement, oh, Orban, you've sorted it all out for us. Thank you so much. What do you reckon?
I don't know. I wouldn't want to hand Orban any real victories. It just because
But it's not a victory, because it's a fabricated thing in the first place. So there's no victory to actually be had. But they can big him up and make him look good. He likes that sort of stuff. You know, I just feel as though
I'd still like him to meet, Magyar, because it doesn't get more Hungarian than that. The guy's name means Hungarian.
Oh, that is very true, yes. But I just feel there are ways to play him and trip him up over his own issues. Anyway, here's something that the Russians are really, really cheesed off about, and I'm loving it. Kaya Kallas. Oh, they hate it. They hate it. The appointment of Kaya Kallas as the EU Foreign Affairs chief has caused massive anger amongst the Russians, not only in Russia, but also amongst those living in Europe, primarily in Estonia. And the number of messages in social networks and media aimed at trying to discredit her has skyrocketed. Big shocks. Mm. Mm-mm. Mm. Mm. Sorry, that was coffee. I nearly spit it back out again. So, it's obvious that Russia has launched an information attack upon her and, unleashed the power of their propaganda. And Estonian media have fallen a little bit into the same pit. Every day, the Estonian media manage to publish an article that in one way or another denigrates the work of Kallas and her cabinet. The main discontent is increase in tax and inflation, which is higher than other countries. However, when discussing this, the media misses several key facts. This cannot be said that Kaya and her government do not make mistakes. We all do. But the main reason for the increase in expenses is, guess what? The war that has been unleashed in Ukraine. And the fact that we are now forced to spend large amounts of money on defence. I mean, look at Estonia's location. You can well understand why they're now spending large amounts of money on defence. And the media are really silent about the fact that Estonia had really close ties with Russia under the Centre Party. They even had a friendship agreement with United Russia, Putin's party himself. Businesses in Estonia were very closely tied to Russia, and the loss of the Russian investment has actually hit the Estonian economy hard. Despite everything, though, they remain steadfast. They have the smallest gross government debt amongst EU countries. Estonia media also wrote much less about the scandals of the Tallinn mayor from the Centre Party related to corruption, and about corruption in the party in general. But Kaya Kallas and her party are attacked literally on a daily basis. Now, the media, the media that tries their best to remain neutral, apparently haven't remained neutral. Estonian media needs to explain the increase in spending is related to aid to Ukraine and defense spending and the severance of a lot of trade relations with Russia. But instead, they're just bullying Kaya Kallas, basically. And it's present in almost every Estonian news agency. manipulation of information, quotes from actual Russians or Russian sources and commentators, as well as comments from the Estonian media themselves on any topics related to the ruling party, seem to occupy a huge part of the Estonian information field at the moment. Against this background, support for conservative and far right, as ever, with Europe as a whole, is growing. And this is what Russia hopes to achieve. The question arises, is media so independent after all? Look, there's no ideal government. There won't ever be. Kaya Kallas and her party have made mistakes, but the behaviour of the media in a lot of countries raises a lot of questions about their neutrality and professionalism. And information attacks prove that Russia is really afraid of her appointment because, well, guess what? She don't like Russia. She don't like what they've done to her personal family and her country. She takes a very tough position against them. And guess what? There's going to be a lot more sanctions and more support for Ukraine. And, Russia's running scared. So, yeah, it's worth noting that, even in Estonia, who is considered to be, very sort of aware of Russia's actions, the media appears to be, very, very critical of their own country all of a sudden. Almost as though there's an agenda that's being pushed. Oh, no, there is. And it is. So just be aware of that sometimes you will see a lot of this nonsense and just keep in mind where it's coming from, basically. I think we're all well aware that Kaya Kallas is bad news for Russia. And that's why I like
Mockers, I've seen these posts claiming that, Kaya Kallas's family did great under the Soviet Union and her dad was really high up in Spearbank and this, that, and the other. That's all BS, isn't it?
100%, yes. And that's the thing, they spout all this nonsense, and unless you actually do some actual research, you may well end up believing them. And that's kind of the problem, that they're, lies get around the world while the truth is putting its boots on. And the utter gish gallop of nonsense that's being poured out, that's absolute untruth. Like Mrs. Zelensky buying a Bugatti, for example. Okay.
I've got to say, on the Bugatti scandal, Mockers, I mean,
yeah,
how idiotic do people need to be to believe that?
I know that's a pretty weak one, isn't it? And this is what I've noticed recently, that their propaganda's really bad. I mean, okay, some of it is very silent and insidious and, gets to our governments and stuff like that. But on the surface, it started to get really, I don't know, low rent, if you ask me. Stuff like that is just, who believes that crap anymore? It is kind of amusing almost.
So it's amusing because, accounts like what Lord Bebo said, no, I'm not going to post spaghetti stuff because he just looks off. He just thought it would make himself look too idiotic despite being a total pro-Russian propagandist.
Exactly. They can't even swallow that nonsense themselves. So, it just goes
that
low
didn't
quality.
that didn't stop Jackson Hinkle, though.
Oh, well, he's just, what is he? Just bought and paid for, isn't he? Just a proper little weasel. I really hope that he gets what's coming to him. Like, I don't know, a rash on his bottom that'll just never go away. Something like that. Really itchy. Yeah, I kind of wish something like that upon him. I'm a little bit evil that way. So anyway.
So am I, Mockers. I have to admit, I have a nasty psychological torture plan that I dream about for Jackson Hinkle. Basically, basically the throwing him out of a helicopter thing, blindfolded. But you do it when you're like a foot off the ground. But if you're blindfolded, you think you're like 30,000 feet up.
I kind of like that. That is how to break someone psychologically, yes. But you see, I'm just not that violent. I just wish them, like, you know, terminal itching that drives them so mental that they just can't think of anything else. Yeah, between his toes and his bum. Just for good measure. That's what I'd like. Anyway, what I also enjoy is a big explosion. And I'm just looking at one here. Now, apparently, this is just a random explosion in, you know, Russia somewhere. Krasnodar territory, in fact. Today, in the Absheronsk region, gas cylinders. Basically, there was a vehicle transporting gas cylinders. And for some reason, one of them exploded, and then the rest of them exploded. And several explosions can be seen. I'm just going to retweet this so you can all enjoy the boom with me. Thank you. And it says here, traffic on the highway was blocked. Well, yeah, I think I wouldn't want to be driving through that fireball, to be absolutely honest. Never a more obvious statement. And to extinguish the fire, 17 rescuers and 5 units of equipment were involved. No idea why it just randomly blew up while being transported on the highway, but I could say possibly it's just one of those things that they didn't make something properly, you know, or they've been using old cylinders, refilling them, and they're just not up to the job anymore. That sort of stuff would create a random explosion if they were rattled around too much. Just saying. So yeah, that's probably entirely their own fault again. Now then, what am I looking at here? Yeah, I wanted to know what was going on in Moscow with this crane that was on fire, because it was on fire like in the cab of the crane. And I thought, well, I wonder who got up there. Now, what happened was the crane caught fire due to a electrical fault. Shock upon shock. That would be maintenance then, yeah? Maintenance problem. Another one. Now, sparks flew into a diesel station below. And they state that the weather was to blame. Due to hot weather, electrical equipment shorted out and caused the fire. According to media reports, there was no operator in the burning cabin. And the construction site is being extinguished. And they say that the fire in the cabin is now extinguished and there was no real damage, except for the fact that there's a little video of the cabin and it's just, well, it's black. So I'm going to say that thing is probably damaged. Anyway, it's just another thing that's falling apart. And well, they've had a few cranes lost over the last 24 hours. What with that one falling over in St. Petersburg, I particularly enjoyed that little video. Yeah. Oh yes, yeah. Okay, been through that one. So yeah, what have we got going on today? Starting from today, we've got Hungary as the EU president and Russia as the president of the UN Security Council. Can I just ask what the heck? I'm kind of, yeah. Anyway, nothing's going to get done by either of them for the next God knows how long, however long it is.
Have we had any fun motions out of the Russians yet in the UN?
Oh, I don't know. I tend not to pay them an awful lot of attention, but no doubt they'll bring all sorts of strange stuff up. Now, with Orban being in Kyiv, do you think that there might be any air raid alerts today within Kyiv? In fact, let me just look at my air raid alert notifications just to see.
Oh yeah, maybe they should give him a flat and let him move to Kiev. Just so he can live there, and then no need for any air defense.
Well, yeah, I'm wondering. Now, let me see. We have currently, oh, crikey. Sorry, there's already things happening. We've had no tactical aviation activity since the last 40 minutes, which was a cab launch towards Vovchansk. No surprises. And no real threats anywhere near Kyiv. There has been an alarm for Dnipropetrovsk due to a ballistics threat, but again, nothing countrywide or anything like that. So yeah, just pointing that out. But it would be kind of fun if there was a big air alarm and they made a big deal of it. Oh, quick, we've got to run to the air raid shelters, and like made him run and everything. I think that would be good. I could just imagine him running. So somebody's commented here, this is likely the first Russian representative to be allowed into Kyiv. Here's a point. So yeah, that's something that's well, we'll see what happens. Now, you'll be glad to know that the blown up Russian military unit in the Balaclava area is still burning. And that means there's still some fuel there, something to burn. Now, the local spokesperson for the area said the forest belt and fences of private homes are burning, sorry, and that's why they're still on fire. Yeah, sure, mate. Sure, mate. That's why there were explosions all over there. Yeah. Indeed. So it's just a continuing situation of Russia getting absolutely smacked and trying their best to cover it up. Oh, indeed. Sorry, I'm just there's a lot of news today that isn't really, Ukraine related, and I'm just trying to sort of skip past it because Prince will shoot me otherwise. So, what did we hear yesterday? We heard some very, very, very good news about aircraft, I believe. And what's that? That's F-16s. Netherlands have completed their export license for 24 F-16 jets to be delivered to Ukraine. The last signature. The Dutch Defence Minister did not, of course, close the date or any other delivery details, citing operational security. Duh. But he did say soon. Now, I've heard the word soon so many times. I'm not holding my breath, but I do know that the Dutch deliver. You know what I mean? When they say they're going to do something, it gets done. And so I'm just going to say that we will see them in the near future. And that in particular makes me feel good. And the Prince will finally have her dream. Sorry, I'm just, there's another massive landfill fire in Bashkiria this time. I know it's way over there and it's nothing to do with the war, but it's interesting to note that again, massive fire. Rescuers did manage to bring it under control, but the moment no access is allowed to some areas around it because of the maximum permissible concentration of hazardous substances in the air. There has been no casualties, of course. The cause of the fire is being established. However, again, super toxic, and they've had to evacuate people as a result. Just Another thing about the daily life of living in Russia, that you might have to be, evacuated from your home for a day or two because the local rubbish tip is burning down and it's super toxic. Seems to happen quite a lot. Now then, I'm just looking at the anti-NATO Finnish anti-NATO front. Let me just retweet this for you so you can have a look at it, Ming. As you can see, it's an impressive turnout. So this huge protest was against the Finnish and American Defence Cooperation Agreement yesterday at the Parliament. As the Parliament was deciding on the ratification, this protest was stood outside and almost so many people that they couldn't fit on one photograph. But as you can see there, there's I think we might have just made it into double figures.
Yeah, I think we're in Citizen Smith territory here.
Yeah.
Do you remember Citizen Smith mockers, or was that a bit before your time? It was a UK sitcom.
Slightly earlier than me.
Yeah. It was a UK sitcom about this radical leftist who was always planning revolution, but was always totally on his own anyway.
Yeah, well, as you can see, people in Finland, well, I did note that these people have still, stood quite a distance from one another. That's kind of a Finnish thing, isn't it? But yeah, other than that, that there seems to be a real groundswell of opinion there. Yeah, I'm sure that'll really push the government to make changes that they're after. Does look as though, yeah, they're not really very well supported, those guys. I think there was 7 of them at the last protest, and they've got up to 15 or 16 there, Ming. Well done them, eh? They've roped in all their friends and cousins, basically. Oh, Darth Putin has just said, finally, the pro-Russian forces have made it to Kyiv, with a picture of Orban. So there you go. That's how it happens. Apparently, you have to do so under diplomatic sort of like context. Otherwise, you get your ass kicked. So oh, just a little note on the Bugatti story. By the way, here's another reason why it's so very laughable. Because if someone was to buy a Bugatti, they would be purchasing it from a French company, wouldn't they? Why on earth would their receipt be printed in English?
Oh yeah, there's a whole ton of things that are completely wrong with it. It's like, I bet you, if you were to buy a Bugatti, right, there's a confidentiality clause in the purchase agreement, right? Secondly, she's apparently taking delivery of a Bugatti in 2026, where you don't pay the full price on day one. In that scenario, you make a down payment against future delivery. Thirdly, if you look at the invoice, there's nothing in there that the French are required by law to put in, like their company number, their VAT number, the tax charge, all those things just missing.
And that's because the Russians are really lazy and they don't do their research properly, and they just think, oh, we'll just chuck out this lie, everyone will believe it. But you see, these days we're a little bit more savvy, aren't we? And critical thinking has popped up. Yesterday, I was just scrolling through YouTube, just looking for some stuff that I was after, and watching my Inside Russia, which I enjoy. And there was a video that popped up. Secret CIA base revealed. And I thought, if there really was a secret CIA base, wherever it was they were saying it was, do you think they would have allowed a YouTube video to be put up about it? you know, just revealing its location and everything. Yeah, my brain immediately went, sure, mate, sure it is, whatever you say. Now, in the past, I'd have gone, ooh, really? You know, because I wasn't thinking critically. I wouldn't necessarily have watched it or even been interested, but I'd have just sort of like gone, okay. Now, yeah, I'm just saying, secret CIA base. You wouldn't necessarily be posting any YouTube videos about it because it's a secret CIA base. And if you started taking videos of the place, you'd be inside in a jail cell, probably. So, yeah, just point that out. Oh, I think I've just found Boom of the Day. Lovely. Let me just quote this with a boom, because that's a nice one. So this is destruction of a Russian Tu-S19 Mr. S. It's a 152mm self-propelled howitzer, and it was full of ammunition, and it made a, well, rather nice boom. So it's a little bit of fire and smoke, and then kaboom in a big old tower. And lovely mushroom cloud. Excellent work there. And yeah, just amazing what a little drone can do, isn't it? Amazing what a little drone can do. Excellent. Love that a lot. Sorry, it's so amazing that they managed to just destroy all the Russian big, like, you know, Wonder Warfare weapons and big scary weapons with these little wee drones that cost virtually nothing. Well, compared to the weapons that they're blowing up anyway. So yes, love me some of that. Value for money, that's the one. Value for money right there. Perfect. So I have what on earth is this? This is a World War II piece of equipment for sure. Before us is the resource base of a great superpower and a, you know, planned short-term military operation. In the absence of alternatives, the Russians have an urgent need to improvise in order to continue their senseless assault on yet another hamlet in Ukraine. Moreover, they are proud of it. One Russian man, particularly tenacious, says, Rogozin, no matter how much, you know, they are under the kibosh here, no matter how awful it is for them, they continue to selflessly die and are proud of it. Now, excuse me, there is a video of them MacGyvering together a very old gun and putting like wooden legs on it to try and increase its stability. And it kind of looks like like a turret. It is. It's a turret that for some reason is being mounted onto a little trailer, and they're going to make it into a gun. As far as I can tell, that seems to be what they're trying to do. Anyway, right. So let's have a see what it says underneath. I'm not surprised by anything here anymore. I saw a lot of this with my own eyes, and I never cease to be amazed. Amazed, not admiring. We can admire things later, when the troops receive ample supply of equipment and ammunition. Also, human reserves. Seems they're short on everything. So what was that? Modern equipment, ammunition, and human reserves. They don't have enough. Oh well. When fighters don't get answers to their questions, they start looking for their own solutions. And a Russian man is tenacious. He will definitely crawl out from under the NATO carcass that has fallen upon him. If you say so. So that's why we say Russia cannot be defeated, despite thriving bureaucracy and blockheads, of which we have an unlimited number. Well, yes, you do seem to have an unlimited number of those guys, yes. We cannot be defeated thanks to our amazing ingenuity and resourcefulness of the Russian soldier, who is accustomed to acting not because, but despite the circumstances. And the more complex the situation, the louder the sounds of the Russian peasant's instinct to survive, overcome, and defeat our enemy. Well, he has at least called himself a peasant there. So, yes, this is, as far as I can see, it looks like they're using a piece of an old piece of equipment, and they're using the barrel off it, and they've put it on a sort of wheeled contraption, and then they're going to use it as some sort of firing point. Oh yeah, here you go. So it actually does work. You can insert a shell or whatever into it. It's one of them long pointy ones that, you know, in my head don't look like a shell, but they are. And yeah, it does fire as well. So good for them. Sorry, I'll just repost this in case you want to see the video as well. You may have already seen it, but let's just say compared to the ingenuity and development of the things that Ukraine are doing, this has got to be sort of on the basic scale. Now, Ukraine have been also, you know, using old stuff and repurposing it and making it better. And, you know, making a few, what are they called? What I would call like a Franken machine. Technicals, that's the one. Popping together some technicals that do look a little bit Mad Max like, but nothing quite so you know, just like basic. But good for them. And I'm sure these basic enhancements or, you know, ways around the problem are going to help an awful lot. Sorry, I just couldn't think of the word. Oh, alternatives. Yeah. When your only alternative is to use stuff that you're literally sort of MacGyvering together with bits of wood, I don't know. It's got to a point, hasn't it? It's got to a point. Not a good one. Not a good one. Now, let's just have a look about something here. Oh, right, okay, sorry. I'm just I'm trying to catch up with what the heck Orban's doing in Kiev. We haven't really got a proper answer yet. It was obviously a secret and unannounced visit. You never know, he might be up to something. You know, him and Zelensky, remember how they had a little chat the other day and they looked quite friendly? Well, you never know. Maybe Zelensky's found something that Orban really wants. You know, maybe they're making their own cheeky little deals in the background. You never know what might happen because Orban is known to, you know, side with his own interests first. So you never know. We'll see. I'm a woman. I have one of these inquiring minds, and I just wonder if he went along just to lord over Ukraine that they've taken over this, you know, European Council thing, or if, you know, him and Zelensky were having a little chat the other day, and he said, "Hey, pop over and see us. We could talk about that some more." You never know. Now then, what am I looking at here? Oh, corridor to Crimea. So I'm assuming this is something that just stop asking me if every single website of every single news company by now, and every time I go into them, they always seem to have to ask me about cookies again. And I'm like, I'm sure I've done this 6 million times. Anyway, apparently, that no thanks, stop sending me them. Thank you. Apparently, according to the Mirror, now I bring this up because the Mirror are usually a bit crap, to be honest. There's a lot of British newspapers that are a bit crap. But the Sun seems to be really supportive of Ukraine, and the Mirror is sort of an ilk. You know, they're all the red tops, basically. And so I kind of like the way they've put this. Putin suffers an embarrassing blow as Ukraine missile strikes the corridor to Crimea. So I quite like this because the Brits especially, we like embarrassing our foes. You know, we don't just want to defeat you, we want you to look stupid at the same time, because that's just the way we are, a little bit like that. So although Ukrainian authorities are yet to officially confirm the missile launch, officials in Russian-occupied regions have claimed that the attack was thwarted by their air defense systems. Are we sure? So, Ukraine has carried out tactical missile strikes in a bid to create a pathway to the bridge joining Russia and Crimea, with partisans placing the country in sight of major breakthroughs. Well, that is true. There has been an awful lot of information coming out of, you know, our friends in Atesh and those other guys like the Seagulls. They're mooching around in the background as well, doing all sorts of cheeky things. And, you know, the Yellow Ribbon movement, I'm sure they're not completely silent either. And yeah, thanks to infiltration of partisans, Russia aren't really having the easy time that they thought they were going to, are they? In fact, they really have caused themselves an awful lot of additional problems. So recently, the peninsula of Crimea has, well, it's been receiving quite a battering, hasn't it? And one of the things which has apparently been quite upsetting is a huge explosion, sending flames pouring forth from a military base. The raid is focused on the military depot in the village of Flotskoye, a community near the district, with a telegram channel, Crimean Wind, reporting the air raid alert sounded on Monday, and the attack was later confirmed by the proxy Russian leader of Sevastopol, Mikhail Razhazev. I don't know if that's his name, but that's how I'm saying it, who said that air defense was operational in the area. Now, apparently, it is reportedly British Storm Shadow missiles which were used in this strike. If you don't mind, I'll just have a little moment of pride. Lovely, thank you. And the Razhazev, whatever his name is, said they were all shot down by air defense systems, 4 targets, but wreckage fell in the coastal zone and there was damage. But he couldn't really confirm what the damage was at the moment. They were still finding out. Now, it is noted that Atesh regularly spy on Russians in occupied Crimea and post photos, and have recently posted information of anti-aircraft missiles, parts of them that have been falling down, you know, on the local residents. And quite clearly were not ATACMS or any parts of a storm shadow or anything like that that hit the beach. But they also regularly post locations of air defense systems and Russian bases. And it seems Ukraine are using this information to systematically remove as many air defense systems and radar stations within Crimea as possible, almost creating a corridor towards the bridge, almost as though they're saying, you know, that's your way out. Here is us lighting up the corridor on the way out. Take the hint. In one post, the group wrote, "The countdown to the life of this illegal structure has begun," with a lovely picture of the Crimean Bridge. Now, Ukrainian officials even though they have previously targeted the Kerch Bridge and have pledged that it will be attacked again when the time is right, are happy to leave it in place at the moment because they have the means to hit a lot of places within Crimea now. And, well, if the bridge is so precious to them, every time they take out the air defense that's been protecting it, they have to bring some more. And Ukraine's just like, oh, thanks for the target, blow that up. And guess what? They bring some more because they've got to protect that bridge. And all the time that they're doing that, and Ukraine's just systematically blowing them up again, where are they coming from? Well, they've got no more left in the Kuril Islands. They took stuff out of Kaliningrad. And, well, the Finnish border, it's like a ghost town compared to what it used to be. Took loads of equipment away from there. They've got a nice Pantsir system near Sochi. They could use that one, but I don't think Putin's going to be pleased about that. So other than that, they are literally now playing a shell game with the air defense that they've got left. Now, I know they still have a lot of it. I'm not going to say they've completely run out, but quality and location are a thing. That some of their air defense systems, well, they're just not up to, everything that they've been expected to do. Mainly because they lied about their, prowess. And on top of that, the good ones that they've had weren't really good enough to deal with something like Attackers and Storm Shadow. Apparently, they don't always shoot them down. And, well, they do intercept them, but, in the way that makes them no longer functional. And so, yeah, they work once to intercept them, I suppose. So, in a way, they do their job, but then they don't do any more jobs after. So, you can see how Russia's getting to the point where, well, they've still got some air defense, but how effective is it against what they're up against now? I'm sure Turkey really, really regrets buying those S-400s, by the way. Here's hoping they can do something to, make sure that they aren't as useless for them as they have been for Russia. So I'm sure, though, Turkey probably wouldn't want to take on the whole of Europe plus England and America. Just thinking. Technically, that's what Russia's done, because we're not even flexing. We're handing them all our old shit. and yeah, we're producing more stuff, but, we've had the capacity to do that. We just needed to get off our backsides and do it. It's not like it was impossible. And look what he's done. He's made us all get there to that point. There's no going back from this now. Times have changed, and we will be stronger, more secure in the future, and more security conscious, and much more resilient against Russian propaganda, purely because of what he's done now. All his best laid plans. And he got too old while he was making them, Ming. He thought he had all the time in the world. And now he's tried to rush them. And it's really effed up. If he'd have waited another, probably 5-10 years, we might indeed have been so disconnected from one another at that point that he could have had more success. But, well, what has he done? He's brought everybody together. In the face of adversity, in the face of a really horrendous, horrific enemy, anybody who doesn't want to fall under that control, anybody who doesn't want to have to die or fight or, be taken over by that whatever horror is coming, whether they're English, Spanish, American, whatever, you club together against the big bad, don't you? Doesn't matter. 10 nations in a room, something comes in to attack you, you're all going to club together, whether you get along normally or not. And well, that's what Russia did. They attacked Ukraine, but they also attacked everybody around Ukraine and further. You know, look at what they've been doing, fiddling in the UK and fiddling in America. You know, it's not fiddling in Africa, India. You know, it's not just Europe they're attacking, is it? They're trying to just world domination. Dang, honestly, I thought that sort of thing went out when they started making the Pinky and the Brain cartoon. That, you know, world domination sort of plans were reserved for cats. Apparently not. This guy's really got a superiority complex. Anyway, would you like to hear something about a Russian serviceman and blogger? Now, he says, Ukrainians have mobilization problems. Now, he's also of the belief that, you know, Ukrainians are having to drag people off the streets and stuff. He believes that propaganda. So that's what he thinks, you know, Ukraine is having mobilization problems. Everybody's trying to get away and they're having to round them up in groups. But he goes on then to admit that Russia's not doing much better. So that's him basically saying, yeah, that stuff that you've heard about, yeah, that's happening here too. But you see, it was projection when they said it about Ukraine. So that's just happening in Russia, and he's really admitting it. And oh dear, Ben's panel was just blown down. Never mind. I've now got free access into my neighbour's garden. So he adds that it's not yet on a national scale. And he also adds that it's not Ukraine, but it's actually Russia that needs to carry out offensive actions because they haven't been able to fulfill their special operation tasks that the president has demanded. So they have problems with recruiting, which are already present in the occupiers' army, and it can only get worse. However, he also goes on to state as well, he can't do much at this point. They've not got the resources to suddenly snap their fingers and fix the problem. In fact, he admits they have suffered colossal losses and are unable to carry out any other extensive mobilizations. The occupiers have got no choice now but to just buy troll farms and try and influence us, because that's what they've got left. They're literally turning it into a much more of an influence operation, because what's happening on the ground is so very horrible and it's not working out. And they're kind of hoping that we're just going to suddenly turn on Ukraine and go, oh, sorry, you're on your own now. That's what they're hoping for. At this point, I really don't think that's going to happen. We've kind of put both boots in at this point, haven't we? Yeah, pulling out now, not an option. They forget how stubborn we are. We're very stubborn. You may be stubborn, but we can play that too. So anyway, the whole point that I'm getting at here is he has specifically said our only hope, basically, is to use the second front, which is the influence operations, and try and force Western governments to come to the table with us rather than the other way around. There is, you know, all these rumors going around about blocking troops and stuff on the Ukrainian side, but I can guarantee you that that is Russian propaganda, because, well, that's actually happening on the Russian side, and they want the Russians, especially this guy, to sort of believe that everybody's in the same boat. So, you know, yes, it's awful, but they're having to do it too. So, you know, it's not that bad. Okay, if you say so. If you say so. I have noticed that Ukraine have actually done an awful lot to make conditions for their soldiers better. including having, in some ways, to completely rework logistics and stuff like that. You know, there's been times when the focus has been on one part of the battlefield, and it's left them open in another area where they've then been attacked. You know, you cannot protect every single flank at every single time, so you've got to be able to move tactically when necessary. And so the Russians have given them a bit of a runaround in places purely because of a lack of resources. And so, you know, this is why we're constantly moving towards giving them more resources, because then we actually get them pushing Russia back. I mean, I honestly don't think Ukraine need to make any major offensives at this point. They just need to wear them down, which they are doing. So this is another example of a female soldier on the Russian side. So it would appear they are deploying them more now. That's the third one I've seen. Again, I'm looking at this smoke in Kursk, massive smoke column. I wish they'd take a picture of what was actually on fire. Here's a bit of an ongoing complaint, this, that, you know, they love to take a picture of the big column of smoke, don't they? But if you just pan down a little bit to show us what was on fire, we'd have a better idea, wouldn't we? So, well, here we go. There is a little bit more video from a different angle. Still not showing the seat of the fire, but it does say, as of yet, there are no actual details. I reckon it's a military target. They're looking at that. It's going to have to be. Nothing else burns so readily, as far as I'm concerned. So, what have we got? We've got Andrew Perpetua's losses. He's put them out for the day. And I quite like this, that I don't know if he's just taken it upon himself to do this. And if he has, thank you very much. Or if he's responded to feedback or whatever, or he's just thought, you know what, I've got this info, I'm just going to chuck it out there. So he's putting the count of everything that he sees and you know, anything that's interesting, which is nice because it means that I can just have a little look through very quickly, and he's already picked out main points for me. So Russian losses 62, Ukrainian losses 33. So we can see that there's you know, still quite a disparity there between the two. Now 25 of the Russian losses of vehicles were motorcycles, which goes to show that they have really started forging ahead with this motorcycle troops. It's not entirely stupid because they are fast, but one of the things is, even if they get to where they're going, what they're going to do when they get there? Not a right lot, one man on a motorcycle. I mean, you know, they can cause some trouble. They can probably kill somebody, but they're not going to last long. Not when they've just, like, you know, the lot of them have ridden through a minefield and only a third of them made it. Just saying. So now, yesterday, a video appeared of an attack on the airbase at Minhorod. And it is very likely that at least one Su-27 of the Ukrainian armed forces was destroyed, possibly even two. Well, this was something that was noted that it's, excuse me, I'm going to cough. Sorry, it's very bad form to leave your aircraft in full view. So, don't know what happened there, and no doubt there'll be some questions to answer. Now, a statement did come out that the damage was not as bad as first suspected, but one aircraft has definitely been lost, I would say. Now, I don't know if any of those aircraft that were out on the deck there were decoys. It's possible. the video isn't really close enough to, be able to tell one way or the other. But they do have decoys of all sorts of other things. So perhaps that's a reason why not as many were destroyed as first thought. But I don't know whether they've built any decoys of aircraft. So I don't know whether those things exist. It's just something in my head that I thought when they said, actually, it's not as bad as first suspected. That leads me to believe that some of those aircraft weren't really flyers anyway. Maybe they're old aircraft painted up, something like that, and just stood there. So anyway, just things in my head. Now, the increase in motorcycle losses, I can only suggest, must be down to the fact that they have no other suitable equipment. I mean, motorcycles have been used in wars before. We've seen the World War II motorbikes and, nifty little things they were, but they weren't necessarily used for assaulting the front lines in those occasions. They were, fast transport, basically. Maybe good for inserting a recon team or something like that, great. But maybe not for assaulting a front line directly. I just feel as though, they've got the idea that, yes, these could be dead useful. Yeah, they could, but you're applying them in the wrong place. I don't know if you saw an area of Vovchansk that was literally littered with broken motorcycles. Yeah, they didn't do very
I
well.
did see that, Marcus.
Yeah, they didn't do very well, bless them. Probably a bad place to take your cycling team. Oyvind, welcome up.
Yeah, thank you. This is my view. I think when famous or prominent journalist in Ukraine reports this thing on the airport, which somebody said is it was just some scrappy thing that is not in use. But anyway, I think it is a little bit counterproductive to report it because Russian long-range strikes is against civilians, period. So it's not a propaganda to not telling all.
I get what you're saying, Oyvind, but Russians released the video.
The Russians released the video, but a prominent journalist in Ukraine, he also shown it. Thank you. That's my view.
Yeah, I think the thing is that as the Russians released this video and made a big hoo-ha about it, it was going to get around. So in the end, it's better to address it and say, look, this has happened. Yeah, there may be aircraft lost, but they came out and said, actually, there was some loss, but not what you think. And so that leads me to believe that, perhaps that airbase is partial decoy. That I would say there are other places where aircraft are dispersed, which are not necessarily these air bases that keep being targeted. So I don't know how many aircraft they lost, but it looks as though they may have lost one. So, Russia lost 3 aircraft last month. It's going to happen, I suppose. But also, it shows Russia, hitting deeper into Ukraine, hitting an airbase. It kind of leads you to believe that there should be tit for tat there, doesn't it? Maybe Ukraine should use some of their long-range missiles to hit some air bases slightly deeper in Ukraine, deeper in Russia. Just thinking, It's a way to start the narrative. You see this? You see what they're doing to us, and yet we're not allowed to do it back? Come on. So, yes, I hear this from Yuri Ignat. This story is not the scary devil as it is painted. Everyone so happy with the Defence Forces attack on the occupiers' airfields, when we are -1, 2, 3, or even more planes of the occupier that never bomb the cities again. But when the enemy strikes us in the same way, what can I say? They pound our airfields every day, trying to destroy Ukrainian aviation, and once or twice they may achieve their goal. We are ready to take apart everyone and anything in social networks. Do not call our commanders, say we are not able to. We are fighting an enemy, basically. Check out Air Force telegrams. Our airfields are under fire every single day. Every day under ballistics. The eyes of enemy drones are constantly around and there are constant attacks. Our people on the ground preserve what they have and always strike back. Let us not go into detail about the incredible efforts that they are taking. Let us just say they are taking them. This is a war. Unfortunately, war comes with losses of equipment. Regarding the attack on the Milhorod airfield, behind the ledge, they are happy. They attribute a bunch of Su-27s to their gains. Let them believe it. As always, not everything is as scary as you think. Do not live with emotions. There was a blow. There is loss. But not at all what the enemy is attributing. In the end, they have always lied since the beginning of this invasion. The Air Force continues to oppose the enemy and mislead him, including using layouts and some other means. So, before you leading media, bloggers, Telegram channels, use your emotions and treat our defenders with more respect. We have enough politicians, deputies, and opinion leaders who are already trying to shame the Ukrainian armed forces in front of society. And this is irresponsible. So, there is a possibility that some of these were old airframes and have been there for years and years and have been generally used as spare parts. So even if they lost a number of aircraft out there, it may not have been that they were actual flyers, Ming. So that does seem to be what they're trying to say there, that, you know, these aircraft were stood out there because we ain't using them.
Well, Mockers, the Su-27's the aircraft that carries the Storm Shadow, right? Didn't you walk us through a Storm Shadow strike just a few minutes ago, I think, which kind of shows that, Storm Shadow is still working. It means they've still got working Su-27s.
Very, very true. Also, it is notable that a lot of countries did give Ukraine aircraft that were not up to flying standards. You know, they got a lot of scrappy bits and bobs of aircraft and could well have taken what they wanted off them, tarted them up on the outside a little bit and popped them outside as decoys. You know, that wouldn't be beyond them, would it? So, I just think that when we see stuff like this and it becomes a big, you know, like hoo-de-ha, we've got to remember that, well, yes, the enemy does have a vote. They do strike back. But as Ignat said, the airfields, and I have looked on the telegram of the Air Forces, the airfields are almost constantly under threat. You know, loads of ballistic threats and things like that on the airfields. So this isn't an isolated one-off, oh my God, they've got lucky. You know, they are well aware that they are going after the airfields. And I just think it probably isn't as awful as they think. But you know what Russians do? You know, if they hit anything at all, they'll like really celebrate it. Remember that they hit some like tractors and they tried to say that they'd taken out Abrams tanks. just stuff like that. Yeah. So sometimes you have to just let them think they've had their win. So
the one question I've got about
yeah.
all this, though, so MriyaReport is about 70 kilometers from Russian positions, and the whole hit on this airfield, and it's definitely MriyaReport airfield because I've checked on Google Maps. What kind of that? They're filming the whole thing, right, from a drone. So what kind of drone are they using that's got a range of 70 kilometers? And how is it just sitting there completely, unmolested by the Ukrainians? I think, we should do something on the air defense front for these kind of areas.
Well, this is one of the problems, Ming, that they don't have enough air defense. One of the reasons they keep asking for it, because, the enemy also has drones, capable drones as well, it would seem, because even the camera on that's not too shitty, to be fair. And most of them, to begin with, had proper potato cameras, didn't they? That they appear to have got better at it. People do get better at stuff the more practice they have. So one of the things that Ukraine Air Defense forces have been saying, actually, is that recently their drones are starting to fly at different altitudes, some of them quite a bit higher than they used to, because they've realised flying low protects you from air defense missiles, but they're not really using air defense missiles for drones, are they? They're using much more localized firing teams and stuff like that. So if the drones fly quite a bit higher, it's much more difficult for them to detect and destroy them. So you see how they're adapting. And this might just be the reason why that drone was sat up there totally unmolested, because they had nothing on hand to reach it.
Yeah, no, you don't want to fire a missile at a drone. Just economically makes no sense. You want a Gepard or something to take it out.
Yeah, exactly. Which, means that they don't necessarily have to fly the drones very low to avoid radars and stuff, because they are a tiny target anyway. So, they can afford to fly them a bit higher, and it's causing reach to be an issue. It's one of the reasons why there've been a few hits in places, why the air defense forces have been having a bit more trouble recently. They went through a spate of only taking down sort of a much smaller percentage of the drones, and that's because they made alterations to make the drones more difficult to shoot down. I know, bless them. But this is the thing. Everybody learns, don't they? And Ukraine are outpacing them, but they've got to keep outpacing them. And that's why we're here to help. Now then, I don't know if the big blackout in Belgorod has now been sorted. Have you seen any news about whether they've got their electricity back on this morning? They sort of stop talking about things when they don't like the outcome, do they? But I think there was a few areas that were being brought back online last night. So I don't know. Maybe they're all fine again, but I have a feeling that they're probably going to continue to have problems with that, because just like Ukraine that they've had to have, like rolling blackouts in order to be able to repair the equipment. Kind of feel like Russia might have the same problem, except if the repair guys got conscripted, there may not be too many people available to fix this stuff. So it might take a bit longer and be up and down like a flipping yo-yo. And that might be funny, actually, because then they'll be complaining, oh, we only have power for so many hours a day. And Ukrainians will be like, yeah, get used to it. Just little things like this make me really happy. So again, there were record losses for Russia in the last month, and doesn't appear to be slowing down, does it? And an important hit on Crimea. And apparently, the story has arrived now about how Ukraine hit a moving train with drones. So I'm just trying to find that story here. Bear with me. Oh, sorry. I'm just checking something at the same time. Apologies. I get really like if there's an explosion, I'm just like squirrel. Oh well, what am I looking at here? Power cuts. Still we're ongoing. Still we're ongoing. All right, that's nice. Nice. Update on the power crisis in Western Russia. Authorities claim power has just been restored to 240,000 people who were cut off in Belgorod all day. But at that point, there was a massive power outage in Kursk. They say it is unconnected to Belgorod, but there has been damage to the cable lines there. Okie dokie. Now, I've got to mention this, Ming, because it's one of my another one of my favourite things. I know we're going to have to do a song about this at some point, but I don't know what rhymes with poo fountain. Did you see the car park just sort of become a hole? Due
No,
to
I've missed that, Mockers. I'll have to dig that one out.
I'll just retweet it for you now so you can check. But this happened in Bonall, and even the local council admitted it was entirely their own fault. But basically, there's a car park, and somebody's just walking across the car park, and then suddenly they realise they should run because there is a geyser, an unnaturally forming geyser, popping up out of the car park. And I would say that is quite an impressive poo fountain. And it even swallowed a number of cars. So I just thought that was a nice thing to happen. Only in Russia, eh? Only in Russia. Wowzers. So I'm still looking for this train. Hang on. I want to know what was said. Oh, right, no. Oh, no, not that. And that was the wrong video attached to that. Right, okay. Ooh. No, that's not it either. Who's hiding this train? Anyway. Wow. Okay. Oh, this is the right video anyway. There is a video from Crimea last night showing a big explosion, wasn't there? And then there was a big fire in the Belgorod region, which was apparently I want to say a Wildberries, but it's not, a shopping centre. And I just wondered if there would be a Wildberries in there. Now, apparently the train story is not here in this. I wonder if the thread got broken because it seems to end very abruptly. I'll give up on it. So, a Kazakhstan opposition figure, he's called Ados Sadikov. He's been living in exile in Ukraine since 2014, was critically injured in a possible assassination attempt. Well, unfortunately, he has died. So 2 weeks after the assassination attempt, the journalist and Kazakh opposition figure gave his life for Kazakhstan, said his wife. So, again, Russian spies, FSB agents, we've got to be really careful about these because here they are, just, assassination attempts. They're going to do them all over the place. Anybody who's opposing them, anybody who might have power to influence people against them, they're going to try, whether it be with a smear campaign or an actual, bullet to the head. They will try. So let's be on our guard. I know Orban is in Ukraine, but did you know that Umarov is in the US? It's kind of like an exchange program, but different. So Umarov has popped over to have a chat with Lloyd Austin today. He's going to be discussing ongoing support and strengthening of the partnership a week ahead of the NATO summit in Washington, D.C. So he's off doing his thing over there. And yeah, that one. I'm going to save that article for a minute. Oh, yes. So I'm just looking at a bit more information with regards to F-16s, Ming. That, well, it looks as though it's all done bar the actual transfer. And they're not going to tell us when the actual transfer is, obviously. I expect...
So let's just get a handle on this, Mockers, because remember last week we saw reports that potentially the F-16 was already operating in Ukraine. The latest move is that the Dutch have now signed off on exporting their F-16s to Ukraine. Is that for the Dutch ones only, or is that for all of them, including the Danish ones?
Well, the Danish ones are said to be coming later. So what they got here is 24 F-16 fighter jets have been permitted to be transferred to Ukraine. They will also send 7 additional engines. The document says the first aircraft will be delivered, and that's all it says. Delivered. They will be delivered. The word soon was used, but of course they said, we're not going to give you any further details, which is pretty obvious, yeah? So
I have a sneaking suspicion that they might already be delivered, Mockers.
I do too, especially considering somebody said, look, I really know my aircraft and I swear I saw one in the air in Ukraine, but I'm not going to tell you exactly where it was or what it was doing. And
you wouldn't make public announcements about signing off on transfer documents if you hadn't done it yet, I suspect.
Well, you know, the Americans do that, don't they? Oh, yes, we have agreed to transfer ATACMS to Ukraine. Those ATACMS that they used last night to smash things with. We spotted that. Yeah, so usually that's the case, isn't it? That when these things are officially announced, you've probably already done them. And, well, like I said, you're not going to see them immediately, I don't think. They've got to have a chance to, you know, get linked up to everything, be all settled in their places, be safe. You know, they've got to get their routines figured out and their flight mapping and everything that they need to do to be able to do their jobs. And it's very possible to begin with, they will generally be a bit standoffish, won't be terribly in your face until they're ready. And then we might see some real action. So, yeah, I would say you never know. We might see them flying around doing crazy things tonight, but I don't think so. I think it will be a gradual introduction. And all of a sudden, one day, there will be a photograph of them flying above Kyiv. And, well, they'll be let loose, proper loose. It's got to be, you know, an introduction. You can't just... If they were flying them in from other countries, doing the job, going back home, do that tomorrow. But if Ukraine's doing it all themselves, with air bases within their own country, just need a little bit of time to get your eye in before you start doing everything. So, exciting as it is, let us not wee our pants just yet. Let us wait. We will receive all the pictures and exciting videos and confirmation that we need as and when Ukraine's ready to tell us. And that's fine. Now I've sort of got to this point, I have endless patience now because I do indeed believe, Ming, that they are in country. I kind of did last week, but you know, you don't want to get too excited. Now, aha! In Kursk, we finally have an answer of what the heck's on fire. And local residents say it was a large military unit. Prior to the fire, they also heard what sounded like a airborne motorcycle. So a UAV then. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So yeah, smoke can be seen for miles around, by the way, in this particular location. So it ain't ooh, sorry, something exciting. Yeah, it ain't something that they can hide. And well, the locals say it was a large military base. I'm going to go with that was indeed a large military base. Oh dear, they've got to stop putting these things in reach, haven't they? Maybe they should just go home.
And the use of the past tense being the operative part of that. It was a military base.
Yeah, absolutely. Ghost, go ahead.
Good morning, Marcus, and good morning, Ming. You talked about the F-16s. There is a bit of information, and that could be some hint. So this is from the Americans in the near future, probably even before the NATO summit next week. Ukraine should expect new announcements regarding the strengthening of its air defense, and it is stated by Blinken. So this is a bit of a hint. I don't say we will see F-16s then, but it is a possibility. And I stand with Marcus, what she said, probably they are already in the country.
Well, this would explain as well why Russians are trying to make a big deal out of hitting airfields just at the moment. They really have, made a point of smacking those airfields, which they've hit many times before, again and again and again, just recently. So I think, yeah, they are absolutely wetting their pants about F-16s. Now, what was I also going to say about Blinken there? Yeah. Also, though, US have, got a couple of Patriot systems that they're likely to be handing over to Ukraine sooner rather than later. They did say something about 2 systems that they would be able to send to Ukraine as soon as possible. Don't know exactly which 2 systems they were referring to, but let's face it, 2 more systems from any source. Brilliant. And I expect that's part of what he's talking about, yes. But F-16s don't work in a vacuum. They are part of a comprehensive air defense system, are they not? So technically, there's no fibs there. He could be referring to all of the above. And you would think that having a couple of extra Patriots as well would make your F-16s a little bit more secure in the air too. So, I think it's all part and parcel of the package. And yeah, it does hint that more Patriots are being issued to Ukraine or sent to Ukraine, perhaps as part of, a bigger air defense. I don't want to say package. I want to say sort of like a more comprehensive overview. That's the one. I sounded like I knew what I was talking about for a minute there, didn't I? Now, there is every possibility. You see, Israel have decommissioned a few of the Patriot systems that they had already. Not all of them, but a couple of them they have. Just saying, might be the 2 that America thought they had in the back pocket. Might be a couple of extras. You never know. So I do know that Ukraine and Israel and America have been chatting about this very recently. And all of a sudden now Blinken's saying, yes, don't you worry, they'll be getting some more air defence very shortly. I'm just saying that, fantastic news, obviously. Now, unfortunately, overnight, Russia decided to smack Kherson. In fact, it's been one of the heaviest nights for Kherson in recent weeks. Over the last 24 hours, there were 10 people injured in the area. And a hospital and a school are amongst those buildings damaged because, prime targets for Russia. What a bunch of gits. Hey, Genesis Man. You've got a whole choice of things to talk about with regards to fires today. So take your pick. Pick a mix.
Morning, Mockers. Morning, Bing, rather. Yeah, I have, haven't I? So I just want to finish up on a point with these Israeli, or we think Israeli, Patriot systems that were decommissioned. So I've got a question. Wonder if you could help. So what are they replacing the decommissioned ones with? That's the first thing.
Oh, they have their own fancy newfangled systems, I believe.
Okay, good. That sorts that out then. So yes, that's part of that discussion that Blinken was on about, wasn't it? They have several Patriot systems from here, there, and everywhere that they can get their hands on now. So would make sense, absolute sense, with the imminent arrival, or maybe there. I'm not going to say, of F-16s to get them in theatre and get them working before you start shooting more rusky shit. That's always good. But yeah, there's been some interesting booms this morning, and I do listen to the amount of Russian coke going around at the moment, and it is increasingly louder, which means Ukraine's hitting stuff, and it's hitting stuff rather hard. I saw the arrival of a couple of Storm Shadows the other day at Russian headquarters. That'll no longer be there. That's lovely stuff. And I saw an article, and I think you spoke to this morning, about why they haven't hit the bridge, because they've made a strategic decision not to hit it. The reason is they're getting rid of all Russia's air defence, and they are pulling it from here, there, and everywhere to protect Crimea, which they think is a political football, and they love it, and they think it's cool that they've got it. So they're just attriting their air defence week in, week out. Ukraine hit one, they bring another one. Ukraine hit one, and it just goes on and on and on. And eventually, I know this is taking a little while, but eventually they won't have any more air defence, which is all good for Ukraine. But yes, rather big booms this morning, Mockers, I've got to say. Rather big.
So do you want to talk about the one in, what's it called? Begins with a T. I want to say Togliatti, but it's not there. What's it called? Something Square. Begins with an F, in fact. Oh.
Was it Barnal?
That place, yeah. Maybe. No, it's not that place. It was on the edge of the coast near Kursk Bridge going towards, yeah.
Yeah, do we think that's a Russian headquarters one? Do we not think that?
Yes, that one there. I can't remember the name of the area. I'm sorry. I just, sorry, my phone has just done something really stupid, right? It's just decided to turn on adaptive screen brightness. And now, because I'm old, I can't see anything. So I'm going to have to fiddle with my settings to fix that. So feel free to talk amongst yourselves for a moment because I'm having a crisis.
Mocker's having a crisis. That's not good. Ming, I've got a question for you as well, sir. You were talking about plane engines this morning and the lack of availability of a certain one. I couldn't remember which company you were talking about, but do Rolls-Royce still supply or anything to Russia at all? I doubt, but how's it going for that?
Yeah, so Rolls-Royce, no, they don't supply anything. And remember, Rolls-Royce, it's not just aircraft engines. They do turbines that go into, gas production plants and things like that. So no, they don't supply anything at all. But the specific engine was the Pratt & Whitney geared turbofan engine that goes on the A320neo. That's had all sorts of teething trouble, so much so that all the airlines have been totally reliant on the engine warranties from Pratt & Whitney. And there's simply not enough of them out there for the Russians to find alternative sources and to operate them without direct manufacturer support. So S7 have had to ground all 31 of their A320neo aircraft. And these aircraft cost about $45 million each, and they're all pretty newish. So yeah, not a cheap decision to make at all.
So quick follow up. So can you buy an A320 with a Rolls-Royce engine on it, or does it come with whatever Airbus decide?
No. So you can buy an A320. Okay, let's talk about, just separate out the Neos, right? So the Neos is the latest generation, and there you've got a choice of two engines, and Rolls-Royce isn't involved in either of them. But if the generation before the A320, before the Neo, there is 3 engine choices you can make. So there's CFM, which is the most liquid one. So that's a joint venture between GE and the French manufacturer. I think it's Snecma. Then there is Pratt & Whitney, but the Pratt & Whitney engine was never a very, very popular choice on the A320 at all. And then there's IAE, International Aircraft Engines, which is a joint venture between, well, originally it had Rolls-Royce on it, right? So it was Rolls-Royce, I think Pratt & Whitney as well, the Japanese, and MTU, the Germans. But Rolls-Royce sold out of that. So no, you can't get a Rolls-Royce on an A320. You can't get a Rolls-Royce engine on a 737, but you can on A330s and 777s. So there are Rolls-Royce engines that go on the big wide bodies, but not on the day-to-day 73s or A320s, which are basically the workhorses of any airline fleet.
So what's an A319 as opposed to an A320 then?
A319 is basically the same thing as an A320, just a bit shorter with smaller capacity, but it can fly a bit further than the normal A320 because it's lighter and has less weight, but pretty well the same fuel tanks.
Thanks for that, Philip. Thank you very much.
I'm fixed now, by the way. I can see my screen again. Everything went super dark, and I was like, "Oh my god, what have I done?" It's because I dared to let my phone get down to 20%, and it started trying to help. So, you know, when I say I'm going to tell you about ACMAT Special Forces, you know what kind of story this is, don't you? This is a story of a bit of a cock-up. Bit of a cock-up. ACMAT Special Forces, well, they shot down a Ukrainian drone. Good for them. Only, you know, this new technology, poke it with a stick sort of situation. Well, they thought, brilliant, we've shot down a drone. Grab it so we can see if we can use it ourselves. And of course, the second they picked it up, the damn thing detonated and blew the arm off one of the defenders by the looks of things. And there's an ACMAT guy here taking a picture with one hand and retrieving what looks like a belt off his outfit, and assuming that's a tourniquet. Oh, and the other guy looks a bit shocked as well. Yeah, he's got like a few bits in his face. He's got some wounded. But yeah, the guy with the arm, he's going to lose the arm because he's bleeding profusely from it, like ridiculously. It also seems to have torn all his shirt, so he's probably got some shrapnel in his chest. Yeah, sorry, guy. Sorry. So he's got one slightly good arm and one that I'm telling you now he's losing that arm. It's knackered. So yeah. typical of these guys. Woohoo! We shot down a drone, and they went to, grab it up and wave it in the air and show how excited they were to have shot it down. And I have noticed this with quite a number of Ukrainian drones, that they sometimes they have not a timer on them, but still a connection. That if anything happens to the drone, it doesn't necessarily mean it's not going to blow up. The next time the drone moves, it will. And they put these things, like under vehicles and stuff like that, and they just wait. And then when Russians come along and get in the vehicle, the vehicle causes the rumbling of the ground as they start it up. Boom. So, these things can be left on like a hair trigger. Oh, well. Genesis, Mum?
Oh, Mockers, I do like a tale of Russian woe. It's criminal the way I like it sometimes. I'm laughing me what's it's of it. So, oh, it's just too good. I am reminded of the famous saying, "It's really good. They're so fucking stupid." Yes, we've captured a drone. Let's play with that. Yeah, because you haven't thought about the fact that it might be booby trapped, or it may be the whole thing may be a booby trap. Oh, just lovely. Keep them coming, Mockers. Keep them coming. Brilliant stuff.
It's like the doorbell on the tree, honestly. I mean, really? They put a doorbell on a tree and some idiot rang the damn thing and found grenades dropping on his head. What a surprise. In a war zone, you just don't touch anything, basically. Don't touch anything. So, yeah, two guys there, but having a really bad day. Really bad day. Now, I thought we could have a little chat about the rich and famous Ming. Rich and famous Kanye West in Russia. I say rich and famous. Actually, no, he's been begging for money recently. Just wonder why he's gone to Russia. Anyway, Pompey fella. Hello, my lovely. How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad. It's like picking up a grenade when it hasn't gone off for a fuck while.
Exactly that. They say don't return to lit fireworks, don't they? Well, I would have thought by now they'd had enough examples of why they should not poke a downed drone. But they're just not learning the lesson. Maybe the Russians at the airfield, maybe they didn't tell the Akhmat guys of their unfortunate problem. And the FSB guys that blew up in their offices after fiddling with the Ukrainian drone, they didn't tell the guys at the airfield not to mess with the Ukrainian drone, even if it looks dead, either. It just, these things happen. So, I do have some Russian Telegram chatter, Ming, but I am going to just have to take a 2-minute break. Otherwise, I'll go cross-eyed. So, bear
Yeah,
with
no
me.
problem, Mockers. Yeah, so I've been reading in Sargrad TV. Now, Sargrad TV, over the last maybe 3 months, have been pushing this theme quite heavily, complaining about corruption in the Russian Ministry of Defense. And so now, but I'm kind of wondering if they're not sort of getting into slightly dangerous territory with this particular article, because they're really, really talking up the dramatic corruption in the Russian Ministry of Defense. So apparently 11 trillion rubles have disappeared. And this is not being shown in the audit results under the new Minister of Defense, Belousov, because only Sargrad TV can work out this stuff. And then they run through various characters who have lost their posts. So apparently the most recent one, General Dmitry Trishkin, he held the post of chief military physician at the Ministry of Defense. And Belousov visited the main military medical directorate, and serious violations were discovered. So he lasted a week, apparently, into the new regime under Belousov. And then there's been further charges of corruptions. Vladimir Vitalievsky was detained. He caused damage to the state in the amount of 70 million. And then a further guy has been sent for pre-trial detention. The guy in charge of signals, Vadim Chamaran. And then he said, we won't even mention Ivanov and Kuznetsov because they're the other guys who, of course, have been arrested. They then go on to say, guys, you know that a trillion is a million. It's really, really bad. And questions need to be asked, including uncomfortable questions for Shoigu himself. How could he not know anything about this? Where has this 11 trillion rubles gone? And then they list a whole series of significant shortcomings, acute shortage of optical reconnaissance satellites, no Arena M protection on tanks, even the T-90M is not equipped with it, the absence of serial production of the Lancet and various other missiles and whatnot, and the fact that there's only one A-100 aircraft, so that's the successor to the A-50 early warning platform. You know, you'll remember that a couple of A-50s were shot down earlier this year, but they've only got one and it's failed all its tests. So apparently the Russian MOD is a total disaster. And I'm just wondering, you know, because this is a bit along the sort of Prigozhin lines, and they mention Prigozhin. They say his armed uprising cannot be justified, but it is obvious that it was largely provoked. So, you know, they're really pushing this at the moment. And I'm just wondering if they're not going to run into trouble. Because it's one thing saying, yeah, we need to do this war a bit better. But these guys, maybe, I don't know, they're pushing it a bit too far, is my gut feel about what's acceptable criticism in Russia. Mockers, go ahead.
Well, they're leveling it at Shoigu, though, aren't they? They're saying Belousov has come in and he's discovered this massive corruption. And, you know, that's kind of what happens when you put an economist in charge, I suppose. He gets the books out first. So really it's saying, look what a terrible job Shoigu's been doing. It's all his fault. You know what I mean? I feel as though this might be acceptable just because of that. That it's entirely his fault that we're not as prepared as we should be. Although they have given a lot of detail, haven't they? And really sort of laid into how, you know, our tanks haven't been upgraded like they should have been. This has happened. That's not happened. I have a funny feeling I know where that money is. It's in bricks and mortar, beautiful oligarch homes, and probably also floating around the Med. What do you reckon?
Very likely, Mockers. So yeah, no, and it's kind of interesting how they use the same language around Prigozhin's mutiny that the Russians use around justifying their invasion of Ukraine. You know, that they were provoked by NATO. You know, so you'll see lots of, you know, Western tankies in particular, and most recently Nigel Farage saying that although he condemns the invasion, it was provoked by NATO and the EU. So here the Russians saying, well, we condemn Prigozhin's mutiny, but it was completely provoked by the corruption in the Russian MOD. It's just amusing how they use exactly the same argument.
Well, I wonder how many more people will be provoked by the terrible situation and use that as a good excuse to go and march on the Kremlin, hey? Just saying. It's kind of an option that they've just sort of put out there that, well, there was justification for him being so angry. You know, they're basically saying we're all really peeved off about this and we're justified in being peeved off about it. But since Shoigu was sort of stepped aside, it's been perfectly acceptable to humiliate him publicly. he has apparently been really quite badly talked of publicly, even by, bloggers and, unofficial sources, where they basically just ripped him apart and said that he was absolutely useless. He just presided over corruption, and he didn't, have any military experience. All he was there was to facilitate helping people take money, basically. So they're trying to paint him now as the most corrupt of the corrupt. So, that, well, it was pretty obvious, wasn't it, that he was being a bit sidelined. So I have a feeling he might disappear at some point in the near future, because it doesn't matter how loyal you are. If you've absolutely effed up to a massive degree and made the guy look bad, you're probably also for the chop. I have just spurred Leo to come and chat to me. Go ahead, Leo.
Good morning, Marcus and Ming. You guys are so wonderful. Yeah, so it was interesting, that Shoigu is being scapegoated in this way, because even the ICC just recently issued the arrest warrant for him and Gerasimov. So it makes you wonder, why would the ICC be so in step with the Kremlin? And I guess there's two possible explanations. Hopefully, the better one is that the Kremlin was leaking information to them to make it easier for them to build a case about him. But obviously, the biggest criminal here is Putin, who should be, co-named on every single one of these arrest warrants, just like he was on the first one about the kidnapping of the children. It's hard to imagine that, after 2.5 years of bombing civilian infrastructure, that Putin somehow didn't know that this was happening. And so he obviously did, and was giving some sort of approval to not stop it. And they're very interesting. Hopefully that's the only explanation, that the Russians were just like throwing documents or like conveniently leaving information available for the ICC to build a case against the poor fella. I mean, I don't want to say that I have sympathy for him, but obviously Putin is the real monster here, and there's no way to hide it. Anyways, you guys are wonderful. Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava.
Yeah, I actually think that it's been planned for some time for Shoigu to be for the chop, because, well, how else are you going to explain away all the massive corruption and failure that's been exposed? You've got to pin it on somebody, and it can't possibly be Putin. So, Shoigu was either completely incompetent and everybody around him was stealing and he didn't know, or he was in charge of it all as some sort of, criminal mastermind.
But if he was incompetent and everybody was stealing around him and he didn't know, then Putin has got the same crime then.
Yeah, there's a lot of hostages to fortune in this kind of article, mockers. I mean, yeah, like Leo identifies, there's only so far the good Tsar, bad boyars argument will go. Basically, this incompetence has to be laid at the door of Putin if you're going to claim that Shoigu was a total incompetence, right? And then there's this list of complaints that Sargrad TV have, is Belousov going to magically fix it? No, of course he isn't. Is he even going to successfully clean up corruption in the Russian MOD? Well, maybe a little bit. He'll do a couple of things, but
tiny bit.
Yeah, but no, he's not.
Good news
Well,
is that it is
exactly.
bad for morale. I'm sure it must be bad for the Russian morale to know that $1 trillion has been stolen by the military leadership, and then they're sending their boys to go fight with faulty equipment and inadequate support. So it is probably going to be very, very painful for them to go and risk their lives for their motherland that's been stealing from them.
Haram Sava. Now then, there's another garbage fire, apparently. This one's in Rostov, but prior to the garbage fire, there was an explosion. Now, I don't know if this is a more of a local protest, because these garbage fires have been cropping up in a number of places. And one of the things which has been a problem, especially for the residents, is refuse has just stopped being collected in a lot of areas. And, you know, that it causes problems. It piles up, it becomes unsightly. And, well, Russians do have a habit of burning rubbish piles when they get too big. And so I have a funny feeling that this is just an ongoing sort of protest, really, that, well, whatever was put in there, obviously somebody's put something in there which has exploded and set the thing on fire. But I have noticed there's been almost like a spate of very similar things happening just all over in general, where there's big piles of rubbish. And I'm sure they're not all explosive. I can only imagine that there's some sort of something going on. That maybe the residents are just trying to sort of like, you know, make a point. But yeah, a lot of garbage fires recently, Ming, and stuff that's been called garbage fires and clearly isn't. You know, so it's just a bit mysterious. A lot of refuse burning. I imagine it's pretty stinky. Can't do much for the environment around, can it? Oh, you'd be glad to know. That there's another roundup of Telegram chatter here from Beefeater, and well, on the Telegram chatter, they're talking about Orban meeting Zelensky, citing the Financial Times report, and says he is likely to walk away with empty pockets after issuing a bribe list of conditions for his support for Ukraine's EU entry. In other words, they say that Zelensky will tell him to sod off. Now, this is obviously the first visit of the Hungarian Prime Minister to Ukraine since Yanukovych was booted. Left. Just to be noted. And it would appear that they believe he's not very well liked in Ukraine, and I wonder why. Now then, a little bit gossip from Chechnya. Kadyrov has announced the appointment of his nephew. That's right, yes. His nephew is now the post of the Secretary of the Security Council of Chechnya. It's almost as though it's, you know, sort of a requirement. If you're going to be anywhere in the government in Chechnya, you kind of have to be related to him. Yeah. It seems that everyone who's related to him suddenly is in charge of all sorts of things. Even the kids, you know, 15-year-old. Okay. Now then, Nebenja, or whatever he's called, the Russian permanent representative to the UN, you know, that sort of gargoyle-looking chap. He's been trying to flex his nonsense, and he said, Israel will have consequences if they sent Patriot air defense systems to Ukraine. Well, Israel aren't technically sending Patriot air defense systems to Ukraine. They're just returning the ones that they purchased from America. Doesn't really matter what America does with them. But I think you can already say that Israel is already experiencing consequences of Russia being involved in their situation. So I have a feeling they're not too bothered. Wow. This is a good one. Listen to this, Ming. In Russia, you can go to prison for 2 years if you sell your apartment at a price below the market value. So, reason being is that sellers have been doing this, reducing their tax liability. And if that's discovered, the Federal Tax Service, they get involved and they prosecute the seller under an article of the Criminal Code for tax evasion. What if they just want to reduce the price and get rid of it and leave? That's not necessarily purely to reduce, you know, paying taxes. It's just to go. What they're trying to do is they're trying to get hold of some of that money before it leaves, aren't they? They really are desperate for cash. And well, it can be seen in this latest notification. Prices are growing faster in Russia than in the recently increased forecast from the central bank. This was admitted by Ksenia Yudeva, advisor to the head of the Bank of Russia. According to her, the forecast will need to be revised again. This will happen at the end of July when the next meeting of the board of directors on the key rate will take place. And it will be a reference meeting where the updated forecast will be approved. And we've heard them talking of 20% at this point. And well, you know, if Putin decides he doesn't want to put it up from 16% at all, it won't go up. But, well, 18% was desirable last time, and they're banding around 20% now. And it does sound as though it's possibly going to go up to a compromise of 18%. But really, they need it to go up to 20%, otherwise they're really fluffed. But they were fluffed anyway. When they kept it at 16%, they should have put it up then, causing a lot of problems. Now then, oh, here's another one. Somebody said to me, one day we will see bread lines in Moscow again. And we may well. Bread producers are now faced with higher prices for flour. According to them, the price increase is up to 30%. Remember, they lost a bunch of their winter wheat and other crops, and yeah, just saying that, you know, these things do have a knock-on effect. So rising costs may actually lead to the cessation of the activities of some significant bakery enterprises. Oh dear. Remember Tucker Carlson standing in the supermarket there smelling the bread? Let's just say, yeah, we might put that picture up on a meme next to a picture of a bread line in the near future. So flour millers, in turn, are objecting themselves. According to their data, the cost of flour has only increased by 20 to 50 kopecks per kilogram. So who in the middle there is making all that money? Somebody is. So the Ministry of Agriculture, however, considers the situation of the bread and flour market completely stable, that they don't care. And they pretty much said, yeah, don't tell us about it. We don't care. So that's fun.
There's got to be a lot of pressure on that, Mockers, because remember, so when the strikes on the refineries first started, we were talking about how this was potentially a strategy to strangle the planting season in Russia, because do you remember they stopped exporting diesel because they needed it themselves? And so, yeah, and then on top of everything else, the labor shortage, because that's going to be a massive inflationary pressure as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So it's costing more to do everything. In fact, construction workers construction workers in Russia, it was labor, labor market in my head. They have actually started to be offered wages like they've never seen before. I mean, really, really quite decent wages. Well, that tells you something, doesn't it? That they're really struggling to find people. In fact, if you've got skills, and electrical skills and, joinery skills and stuff like that, you can command even more. So, yeah, they do appear to be missing a few things that they require. And, well, no amount of advertising helps, does it, if you just don't have the people available to you? So I'm sure putting the wages up will encourage one or two people, but when the rest of them has sort of already left the country, I don't know. Well, maybe they could get some migrants to come in, but they've pretty much alienated most of the countries that, where migrants come from to work in Russia by deporting them or sending them to the military. So that's not worked out for them either. I don't know. Maybe they'll just have to figure it out themselves that, well, they've got no friends. They've got no friends, Ming. Even their good friends, aren't really their friends, are they? So,
That's potentially a nice segue to the MOD intelligence report, because I think that covers that topic, Marcus, today.
Russia has no friends. It's official by the British MOD. Let's go and have a see what they have to say for themselves then. Here we go. I know I've seen it around here somewhere. Goodness me, there's a lot of info here. Oh, there we go. So, the latest defence intelligence update from the British MOD for the 2nd of July, 2024. While speaking at the St. Petersburg International Legal Forum on the 27th of June 24, the head of the Russian Investigative Committee, Alexander Bastrykin, claimed that Russian authorities had identified 30,000 migrants who had recently become Russian citizens, but were not yet registered for military service. He boasted that 10,000 of those had already been sent to operational zones in Ukraine. Bastrykin claimed that these migrants would be digging trenches and other duties in areas. However, Russian independent media has previously reported that Russian law enforcement have been conducting a campaign of harassment, particularly against Central Asian migrants, in an attempt to induce them to enlist in the armed forces in return for citizenship or to avoid arrest on completely invented charges. This is likely yet another inventive means of bolstering their military recruitment while attempting to limit the impact on those parts of the Russian population that have a greater political agency. Those people, by the way, I was talking a little earlier about this. Those people are basically the middle class. The middle class, people who generate their own money, people who are generally a little bit more independent, who, the ones who can necessarily afford holidays, flights and things like that. And the ones that have stronger opinions and are more likely to be a little bit more free thinking. Because, freedoms are afforded to you when you have a certain amount of autonomy, shall we say, over your own money and things like that. Oh, sorry, I'm just harassing a cat. One of the things that Russia has done is it's pretty much worked out that the USSR did not need any sort of middle class. They just needed the elites that run everything and the slaves that do everything. Yeah. And everybody below the class of elites got paid very, very low wages. And anybody who even tried to be a kind of entrepreneur was taxed out of business, basically, through one way or another. It was, you rely on the state, everyone works for the state, and if you try and do anything different, we'll have that, thanks. So there was an absolute death of entrepreneurship because you could be a doctor or a street sweeper and you would still have a very similar income, which was basically subsistence wages. You might have a few extra perks as a doctor, you'd be able to get hold of better medical attention for yourself and your family and stuff like that, but you still wouldn't be earning more. Not enough to be able to do anything to get out of the situation you're in. And, well, if you're living in virtual absolute poverty, and the state is your only source of income, and then they say, well, actually, you've worked well for us, we do value you, we'll give you a slightly better apartment and stuff like that, working for the government, the state, becomes really your only option for betterment. And Well, over 10 million Russians already work for the state on their low wages. And the last 30 years of development of entrepreneurship appears to be being absolutely crushed. They're going from a market economy to a state-run economy and basically pushing out the middle class because, you know, those people have opinions. And so even though they don't need the middle class in particular, they can bankrupt them before they go, basically. So they'll either bankrupt them and trap them back down with the little people, or these people will pretty much realise that they're getting absolutely hammered by the government just taxing them at every corner, and they'll leave. And a lot of them have left. Small businesses have folded all over the place, and it will come to the point where they will almost completely end. There will only be the most tenacious still keeping them going. And what will happen is they will sort of go underground. They will become a bit more like, you know, to avoid taxes and stuff, they'll be like, you know, a shop out of somebody's car boot, which I'm sure, Ming, you can say that these things do happen. You know, you have little pop-up shops, a van pulls up and they've got some stuff. And it's just the look of the drawer, isn't it, as to what they bring in you. So, yeah, I have a feeling that these sort of more illegal businesses will start to flourish again just because they're trying to survive. You know, survival when it comes down to it isn't necessarily about just paying your taxes, is it? It's about being able to feed your family and stuff like that. And if you can't do that on your crazy government wages, then, well, you're in a position where you've got no other choice but to resort to crimes, or at least things that the government see are a crime. Yeah, they're going to be filling up them prisons really fast again, aren't they? Those prisons that they recently emptied. Oh, I'm just seeing a video, by the way, of one of the captives who has been released from Russian captivity, and he's just met his son. It looks like in a train station or something. I don't know. It might be a metro station, I think. Anyway, wherever it is, the pair of them have travelled to meet one another, and 770 days of captivity. And he finally reunited with his family now. And I'm just retweeting that so you can all enjoy that little moment of joy. So, were you here when I was talking about the FSB group that have been caught in Odessa, Ming?
I caught a bit of that, yeah. But remind me of the details again, Mockers.
Well, I just wanted to just sort of chuckle again at the Whigs, because these three, 2 men and a woman, were now it says here 2 military officers and a female accomplice. So whether these guys had, signed up to the Ukrainian military, but they have FSB connections. So they were covertly photographing targets of air defense and other things. And they also installed camouflaged wireless magnetic cameras at the seaport, which could also have been part of why they kept hitting the ports, because every time they thought there was something important going on there, you know, it would give them an indication of when would be a good time to hit the port. Nice, eh? So they used taxi services to get around, and their accomplice constantly changed wigs and apparently had a bag of wigs with her. Most of them in colours that don't appear in nature. So we've got 2 different pink wigs and a nice bluey green one. Now,
Totally inconspicuous, Mockers.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Now, if I was wandering around in disguise, I want to blend in, not stand out. But I suppose there are people who have strangely coloured hair these days. They're not that much of a standout. But yeah, still, bag of wigs. Most women don't carry those with them, I'll be honest. But yeah, of all the things, pink wigs are part of the FSB kit. So there you go. Now you know. Now you know why Prigozhin had so many wigs.
All the rage in Russia, Marcus. All the rage.
Absolutely, it's part of the standard FSB kit. Make sure you have plenty of wigs. Just fun. Now then, I found out what's on fire in Kursk. Oh dear, it's the Central Aviation Technical Base. I did pop something in the nest here about it. So it is the 3,754th. Wonder where all the other ones are. Central Air Technical Base. It's on fire. Believe it or not, there was a number of explosions at this location, and that would be the reason for this very large column of fire. So there you go. And now I've just got to answer this person. Yeah. So someone's just said, I rescued a kitten today, and I was just about to put pictures or it didn't happen. And I went into the replies, and somebody put, kitty pics now or get the hell out of here. So there you go. Apparently, we're waiting for pictures because he's hiding. Now then, what am I looking at here? I'm just going to keep that for a moment because I haven't explained it to myself yet. Russian state-controlled media have also confirmed that Ukraine captured the FSB active service unit in Ukraine. Now then, these are the guys that were in Kyiv that were captured recently, who were apparently going to take over the government. They were going to force their way into the government buildings, murder a few key representatives, and then just take over the government by force. This group of FSB. Now, RT have framed this as a coup attempt has been thwarted. Yes. Not really a coup attempt, more like a terrorist attack / attempt to overthrow by Russia. Not an internal coup. Those things are slightly different, aren't they? But bless them for trying, eh? Now, there was apparently a guy or a group captured in Poland who were also looking to apparently kill Zelensky and overthrow the government. So apparently that was also a coup as well. Yeah. No, Russians. Always Russians, isn't it? Now, what is this? Oh, no, I can't read that whole thing. I'm sorry. It's just too much there. So, you know how Ukraine have been building a load of their own stuff? Well, they keep sort of like, just coming out with things, and I'm so very proud of them. They apparently are now making their own armoured vehicles called the Novator 2. They contain EW as part of their standard setup, and they have been issued to the National Guard. So Ukrainian-born armoured vehicles. They are delivered the first batch with EW for the National Guard. The National Guardsmen have plans to arm every single combat brigade of their service with the new Novator 2. So it's kind of like a Ukrainian alternative to the Humvee, basically, if you want to know more about it. So think of a Humvee and make it a bit Ukrainian. And that's basically what you're looking at. It's their version of it. and it looks pretty nifty actually. Apparently, it's done very well in testing, come across very well. Guys like it, so they're going to be making some of them. I wonder when Ukraine are going to start making their own Bradleys, or a version of. They love the Bradleys. They really do enjoy the Bradleys. Oh, this is nice. Yeah. Again, from the 1st of July, you'd think this was from like the 1st of March 2022, but no, this is the 1st of July. Russian state TV presenter Yulia Vitsayeva. This is the one with the red hair who's got a bit of a chunky face. She doesn't show up very often. She's not quite as famous as, Gabby Beaver Woman and Simeone Onion. But here she is, and she's been popping up quite regularly recently. And she's basically said, after the complete destruction of Ukraine, because there is no statehood there, they are nothing, they have never been a state, so we'll completely destroy them and just rebuild whatever we want on that land. Now, I'd just like to say that Nazi propaganda of 1939 said almost these exact words about both Czechoslovakia and Poland. So, ordinary day on Russian telly, it's getting more and more and more Nazis. And there was me thinking that they were accusing Ukraine of being Nazi while using the actual same words. The projection is just, it's painful. It really is. That, and I've got to also add, it's a bit amusing when we see the rise of the far right here, there and everywhere across Europe. And people are still going, but there are Nazis in Ukraine. You want to take a look around at home first, guys, before we start accusing others. And as far as I'm aware, the only Nazis in Ukraine are the Russians that turned up. As far as I'm aware, if they went home, Ukraine would be pretty much Nazi-free. So, just as you know. I mean, I can't say they'll all be totally gone because there are one or two people in every crowd who are just that way inclined, because they're just that way inclined. Can't guarantee that everybody's a good person, can you? But, yeah, if the Russians went home, Ukraine's Nazi problem would disappear. Now, there is something here which I just thought was interesting, and a statement by Serhiy Brachuk. Ukraine is clearing the sky over Crimea so that other means of destruction, not just missiles, will be able to operate there. You know what that says to me, don't you? That says to me that they've got some F-16s. Oh, yes. Other means of fire destruction, not just missiles, will be operating over Crimea, he says. The armed forces of Ukraine are methodically working to destroy the Russian air defense systems on the peninsula. Well, we have noticed that they have been doing an awful lot of that recently. We've been saying, along with a number of the aircraft guys, that you don't do that for no good reason. They're expecting air assets coming, and look at that, they're taking out a load of air defense. It's not difficult to assume that one might lead on to the other, that the more destruction of air defense, the easier it is for F-16s to be able to operate. And the more that's taken out before they arrive, the easier it is for them to integrate and get doing what they're supposed to be doing. So this systematic effort, and also using the Crimean Bridge as a lure, as a bait, really, to cause Russia to keep moving around their air defense and moving more to Crimea from other places where they really should have left it. Then, it all makes sense to me that this is an ongoing and very well planned out sort of introduction readiness. They're making it as ready as they can be for the F-16s to have the best fighting chance. Now, there's always the possibility that Russia might shoot one down. They might, and they probably will at some point. And we have to sort of prepare ourselves for that, because this is a war, not a walkover. And F-16s are a tool, not a Wunderwaffe. Because, these wonder weapons don't really exist. We do our best to be better than the other guy. And, as Russia are taking steps back towards their history, it's actually getting a lot easier to be better than the other guy. So this is why they're getting so resoundingly slammed. And I love it. Now, just quickly to note this Bugatti story, which was hilarious, Ming. I see the other problems with it. That the website that was the source of the news was only registered yesterday, and it contains the unedited GPT prompts that they gave to whatever system they've used to write this article.
I've seen. Do we know where the source was? I'd heard it was a Nigerian troll farm. Do we know if that's confirmed or not?
I'm just having a look here. So it comes from a Telegram channel, and not got it. They're just getting more and more pathetic with this. So somebody who's looked into this said, "Oh God, I've never seen such cheap propaganda. Even I feel insulted. I am so insulted. I'm going to have to debunk this crap tier influence op." First thing, the guy in the video, the AI video, has a super strong Russian accent and is apparently a French employee of Bugatti. Oh my God, you're not even trying, right? Here's the guy they used for the crappy deep fake, so that he produced, the guy's details there. Even the website you shared isn't complete, and we can still read the retarded propaganda being built. So it says, some of the translated, "Here are some things to keep in mind for context. Republicans, Trump, DeSantis, and Russia are good, while Democrats, Biden, war in Ukraine, big business, and big pharma are bad. Feel free to add additional information on the topics as needed." Also, more of the instructions. Please rewrite this article taking a conservative stance against Macron's administration's liberal policies in favour of the working class French citizens. The first month without any commitment. And then, of course, you see the rewritten article. So that's item number one. So then, I'm going to just retweet this whole debunking because I think it's hilarious. In fact, I'll put it in the space because I actually find it hilarious. So I'm going to cut out some of the swearing though. So GBBs. These clowns created the website on the 22nd of June. So basically last week. The last update was on the 27th of June. In French, some article with the orders given to writers. It's probably just a prompt with ChatGPT to create some fake articles. And there are some links to show. And it says, here are the archives in case the bozos delete everything. I've never been this insulted in my whole life. We deserve better propaganda. By the way, there's many other similar websites currently targeting France and other Western countries. They use similar techniques in Africa and don't even bother to write proper text sometimes. When you read them, they come across as ridiculous. Even their so-called document is super cheap. The address on the bill is incorrect. In fact, it's missing an L for the name of the area. It's work of such a low quality that this actually deserves bullying. It is missing the VAT number. Hello, sorry, where did that note go? There we go. Missing the VAT number, the currency, the legal requirements for French invoices, misspellings in the address, lacks the dealer's tax ID payment terms, delivery details, suspicious formatting, and a Nigerian forum where they got this information in, it's called Narialand, is unreliable content as a source. That's the note that's currently being I'm currently rating that note. I think that's a good one. And then there are some good quality sources to show exactly why this is all completely and utterly nonsense. But yes, it is actual dreadful propaganda. And so yeah, we deserve better than this. And also, the address of the person who registered the domain doesn't exist. And the phone number is a landline from an office building in New York City that has probably just been taken off their website. And the news was also translated into Chinese and appeared massively on China's news sites too. So there you go. But it's worth saying, you know, yes, okay, we know this is complete nonsense, but how bad is it? And that's how bad it is. It's like just insulting at this point. So with that revelation that Russia cannot meme or do proper propaganda anymore, because they seem to be relying on some very cheap sources of propaganda these days, I note that Jenny is here. And so if you're okay, Ming, I'm going to run off because I got shit to do.
No worries, Marcus. See you tomorrow, and take care.
See you tomorrow. And go ahead, Jenny.
I was just gonna say maybe they also like forgot to pay ChatGPT, and so now they're getting crap versions of it, like they did last time with the other one. So you know, don't trust the propaganda. It's sometimes look a little bit deeper, and you'll find that they forgot to pay the invoice for ChatGPT, and now all the prompts are shown. Awesome.
Go ahead, live sniper.
Yeah, thank you. One thought came to my mind. We have these quite obvious bullshit speakers and disinformation spreaders and so on. And one day I started thinking, could it be a deliberate action to raise such or spread such like obviously fake information that it would sort of expand the Overton window and keep us, well, off guard, so that we think, we notice immediately if there's some Russian propaganda and it's so bad and so on, that they would manage to smuggle through in our brains some less obvious fake information. Just because there are some characters, for example, in Finland, who are so outrageously brainlessly batniks that they I think that they if they spew some nonsense, people get outraged, oh, that's complete nonsense and so on. But then if someone pronounces some a bit less obvious nonsense, that doesn't sort of raise any attention anymore, because the Overton window has moved further away. What are your thoughts about this? Thanks.
Yeah, I guess that's possible, live sniper. So what, they can smuggle through some sort of effective, but I don't know. I suppose the other thing they could be doing is just trying to waste everybody's time, you know, debunking this. I don't know. I just think it makes them look even more idiotic than they already look. So I don't even bother debunking it because it's just so obvious.
Yeah, and I wanted to come shortly back. I sent Mockers a direct message as it went about these Russians and Nazis and so on. The Konstantin Sonin sent posted a couple of days ago a tweet of a prank where I read the text. Surely it's not the long one, as tweets not are, mostly. A group of Russian anti-war activists created an online profile of a so-called patriotic poet, Gennady Rakitin, with AI-generated image as an avatar. All of his posts were translations of the German Nazi poetry. His subscribers included more than 100 of politicians, members of parliament, Putin's advisors on culture, prominent meal bloggers, etc. Eventually, he was awarded a prize for the poetry, the German Nazi poetry, that is. The Russian fascists found their soulmate. I think this was just a hilarious prank to, I don't know how they dissolved or, well, disclosed the actual point, or was it, did they ever know, the Russian politicians and parliament members, that they have been pranked? But I don't know, I think it was quite good. That shows where the support for the Nazi ideology actually sits, and it's not in Ukraine. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that was particularly effective last night. I saw that too, and I thought that was a really clever way of exposing the Russians for what they really are. I think we've seen that done before. I think there was a project a few years back sort of doing fake academic papers where they basically used Mein Kampf as a source. And no, very clever stuff. So my replacement Tim is here. So I will be back again tomorrow. And in the meantime, everybody take care and have a great day.
Have an amazing rest of your day, Ming. So it's time for the North Sea Empire. Yay! How are you feeling today, Tim? Or maybe you're still trying to transition to co-host, and you can identify as whatever you want, Tim. I promise I will support you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. That's much appreciated. I had, for those of you who aren't aware, the reason I missed North Sea Empire yesterday was I was busy having 2 wisdom teeth removed. So I'm feeling a little bit grotty. So do forgive me if I'm not quite on top form today, but my mouth isn't really working properly. So I'm going to have to take it a little easy.
because it makes sense. And thank you. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, I think you make a very good point, ATV, and I would proffer an explanation for why why Western countries seem to be very, very timid about attacks on Russia proper, right? And this is not an explanation. It's an explanation, but it's not an excuse, right? I don't believe that this is a good way to behave towards Russia, but I think it might explain how why our leaderships behave the way they do about particularly, striking targets in Russia with ATACMS, or Humvees being used in cross-border raids, or F-16s being used to destroy, airframes over Russian territory, or whatever the timidity du jour is. And this is possibly, and I'm kind of speculating here, this is possibly a way of the West trying not to justify Russia's security concerns, right? And I'll explain exactly what I mean. Russia has an understanding of security that is very, very antithetical to the way normal countries understand security. So Russian doctrine is that defensive wars must be fought on somebody else's territory. It's not enough to have, well, for a start, they're incapable of defending their own borders anyway. So their borders are too large and their population and resources are too small. But they have this belief that, if they reach the point where they're fighting on Russian turf, then they've basically really, really screwed up. And so this leads them to a very strange understanding of what security actually is. So if you look at how we do security in the West, revolves around having militaries that are appropriate to your status, and having militaries that are capable of performing the defensive role against the threat that you see emerging, right? And if you look at a country like, I don't know, France, right? So France, predominantly a land power, has a navy, but predominantly a land power. And France's big threat comes from the fact that she has a very large border with her historic, with a conceivable enemy, that is Germany, right? So in the past, France's strategy was to respond to that threat by having a very large land army that could counter any German threat, and defensive fortifications that would act as a force multiplier, and essentially neutralize the advantage in numbers and economics that Germany has over her. See also the Maginot Line. So the way France understood her security problems was basically to respond to her security problems with sensible strategy as and when they arose. Now, the France of today obviously doesn't face a threat from Germany, so the way she understands her security is different. It's very multilateral, and it involves being embedded in alliances with like-minded allies, particularly the economic security of the European Union and the military security of NATO. So the way she sees these things has changed. This is simply not true of Russia. Russia still sees this in essentially the same way and always has done, is that the way, if you are Russia, that you manage Russian security is by controlling both sides of your border. So you have a network of countries on the other side of the border that provide a blanket of security for you. And they provide this by having space. So they provide essentially a buffer zone. And they also have regimes that that Russia can control. Now, if we see, part of the timidity from the West when it comes to attacking Russia within what everybody understands to be Russian borders except Russia, is it essentially could be seen as validating this Russian idea, right? Validating this idea that actually Russia is not safe if there is a country on her border that is inimical to Russia. Now, the fact that Russia started this war is neither here nor there, right? Russia will delude herself and lie about it. But I have a sneaky suspicion that part of the reason behind Western timidity might be that if we allow Ukraine to attack Russia proper, if there is blowback on Russian territory from the Russian invasion of Ukraine, then Russia's grand strategy, Russia's quixotic understanding of what borders are, and Russia's default relations with her neighbors, like that is to say, a neighbor is either a vassal or an enemy, could be justified, right? Russia will say, well, you know, we tried, you know, we tried having enemies at our border and look what happened. Or we tried having countries we didn't control at our border and look what happened, right? It's nonsense because this war is Russia's choice. But nevertheless, I think it might explain some of the timidity from the West. Does that make sense, ATV?
It does. I mean, it does, but I do think that there's a bit of I don't know, cognitive dissonance or like willful suspension of disbelief when you're watching an action movie or something like that. I don't think anyone really, and even would believe the Russians if they were to say that the Belgorod People's Republic that invaded 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers across the border in a bunch of Humvees was threatening the dissolution of the Russian Empire from Moscow on down, right? I mean, they may have this doctrine, they may have this, but they have lots of doctrines, right? They also have doctrines that everyone's a Nazi. I'm a Nazi, you're a Nazi, we're all Nazis. If you don't follow Ruski Mir, or you're fascist. And no one in their right mind believes that either. So I appreciate that you are bringing up good points of their doctrine and how it relates to Western support and reactions to certain activities of the Ukrainian armed forces. But it does feel like you kind of need a willful suspension of disbelief to go from the Belgorod People's Republic to justification of Russia's, continued imperialism. And you can just look at Transnistria and South Ossetia and Abkhazia and what they did in Belarus and on and on and on and on, right? So, yeah.
I completely agree with that assessment, ATV, but it comes back to what Stephen Horobin said a few weeks back about reflexive control, right? This Russian idea that rather than reacting to your enemy, it's better to get your enemy to react to you, and therefore you control what your enemy does by your actions. And I would say that if my hypothesis about Western temerity because they fear the justification of a ridiculous Russian doctrine, if that's true, then it is essentially an exercise in reflexive control by the Kremlin. And it's the same as the escalation management, right? We do escalation management because we believe, falsely, that there is a tree of consequences from Russian setbacks on the battlefield all the way up to global nuclear war, right? That is not true. Russia's not going to nuke anybody. Like, this is just, it's just ridiculous. But we still play the game, right? We still talk of escalation. And we mirror Russians' language on escalation almost exactly. And it's not rational. It's silly. It's ridiculous. The slightest examination of that proves it to be false. Nevertheless, we do it, right? So I totally agree that it is ridiculous, ATV. They will make up any pre or post hoc justification for what they're doing. It'll be complete bullshit, and they'll spread it around. Nobody will believe it. But nevertheless, here we are, right? Nevertheless, here we are. So I don't think it's too much of a leap, right? If we're willing to play the game on escalation management, I don't think it's too much of a leap to say, actually, we are responding to we're responding to what we perceive to be a Russian strategy here, and it's all about perception. That's where the reflexive control comes in. Sorry, I had another point to make on that topic, but I've totally forgotten what it was. So it's basically, this is the Russians playing our leadership like a tuba, and the ones who are most vulnerable to this are the ones who are most dismissive of Russia as a threat. Essentially, it's the people who've been keeping their eye on Al Qaeda for the last 30 years, and they don't appreciate that the old threats are still there, you know. So yeah, I mean, I agree that it's nonsense. And oh yeah, my third point was that it's third point of comparison rather, you know, escalation management, reflexive control, but it's also gosh, it's totally gone again. I'm so sorry. My mind's at absolute bits today. It's no, sorry, my mind's gone completely blank. Jenny, did you have anything to add?
I did, but my mind also went blank. They took both of our wisdom with your wisdom teeth. It's completely gone.
Well, we'll go back to ATV in that case. ATV.
I just wanted to say, even on a bad day, Tim, you're pretty goddamn impressive, and really appreciate you and the hosts and this space, and you know, thank you for the opportunity to sort of talk about this and air some wild theories. Appreciate it.
I think it's actually quite important to talk about these theories. Some theories are very crazy, and I have loads of theories too. And some of them are probably like tinfoil warning almost, because I come from a very small nation, and so I, but I also live fairly close to Russia, and I hoped with the fall of the Soviet Union that things would change, and then it didn't. You know, like slowly but surely you realize things never change. You may change the name, you can, but in Sweden we have a saying, the stripes of a tiger never change. And that's kind of how I feel about Russia. You may call it, dress it up in a really neat and cute package, but it's still going to be Russia. It doesn't change. And you need to keep an eye on that and kind of stop them in their tracks. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, sorry, I've just remembered what my point was. I think when we're like, I think you're totally right, ATV, to dismiss Russian positions as ridiculous because they are self-evidently ridiculous. But I think it comes back to the kind of old Soviet negotiating strategy of maximalism, right? It's and this is something that Kaja Kallas talks very well about. The Prime Minister of Estonia and soon to be head of the European Union External Action Service, is the way Russian leaders negotiate is they demand something big and unreasonable, and then their interlocutors feel the need to compromise on that position, and so they'll always walk away with something, and that something can be wholly unjust, right? But it's still something. So, you know, Russia, and you could see that in any future negotiation over Ukraine, right? You could see Russia coming in and saying, well, we want Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, Kherson, and Crimea. And everybody laughs. And then they go away and say, well, they're not having all that, but maybe they could have Crimea, or maybe they could have Sevastopol. And none of these things belong to them. These are all things that they have unjustly seized by force. But you start to look, it starts to look like a reasonable compromise. If they demand an enormous thing, then it kind of shifts the onus onto you to come up with something you can give them so you look reasonable, right? And you see this a lot with demagoguery. You saw this during the Falklands War, for example, where there was Argentina seized the Falkland Islands, and there was a UN resolution, a UN General Assembly resolution to come up with a peaceful solution, a peaceful compromise. And Enoch Powell said in the House of Commons that, I'm sorry, the enemy need only seize our territory, and we have to meet them halfway. That's just ridiculous. What duty do we have to negotiate? They invaded our territory. The only thing that resolves this is if they leave, either voluntarily, which would be ideal, or if we force them, which is what eventually happened. So it's that kind of thing. The way I like to think of like the more extreme pieces of Russian bullshit, especially around geostrategy, especially the wholly irrational and unjust beliefs they hold, is that at their core, they are negotiating tactics, right? They are they are, so for example, well, we are Russia, we have this unique security, these unique security needs. We demand a network of vassal buffer states around our borders for the purposes of our security. To which the obvious response is, well, you can't have that. But what if we agreed to Ukraine being neutral? Or what if we agreed to some kind of demilitarized buffer zone? They demand the outrageous, the unreasonable, and the big. And then the onus is on the other party, if the other party is a moral vacuum, to come up with some kind of compromise as a counteroffer. Demagogues do that an awful lot. That's how these regimes behave. You see it in you're seeing it in the South China Sea at the moment, right? That enormous bulge going all the way down to Brunei and Sarawak of sea that obviously doesn't belong to China, yet that China is claiming. Under no system of law or morality is the South China Sea the territorial waters of the People's Republic of China. Like, the whole thing is ridiculous. But what that is a maximalist negotiating position. And so it gives China room to retreat from that and accept something else instead. And I think we'll probably fall for it eventually, because we always do, rather than simply saying, no, get back in your box. What you're demanding is ridiculous. We will not move an inch from what is right. And here's hoping that in Ukraine, we do not move an inch from what is right. But that has to be backed up with action. It has to be backed up with support. It has to be backed up with arming Ukraine. Anyway, I hope that was helpful. I hope that wasn't too much of a rant. Jenny or ATV, anything to add, or shall we go to Enter the NAFO?
I just want to amplify what you're saying, like how they are being ridiculous. In the Swedish papers, they're now reporting again that Russia is going to try again to take territorial water from Finland and Lithuania, because they feel like they need to have that buffer. And no, just no. Last time they did it, I know that it was like a couple of weeks ago, maybe it was 3 weeks ago, I don't remember. But Lithuania kindly reminded Russia, you do realize that's NATO territory you're trying to take. And they quickly retreated from their previous position of taking Finnish territory. It was just, and here's the thing, people look at it and go like, it's just water. Who cares? We should care, because it starts with, it's just water. Next thing you know, it's an island in the water as well. They're going to move the borders the entire time, and Tim calls this salami slicing. They're doing a little bit. They're pushing to see where do we actually react, instead of shrugging our shoulders, going, what does 1 nautical mile of territorial water matter? Well, either, so I'm gonna liken this to raising kids or puppies. Either you decide that every single time you have the same response, the same action gets the same response every single time. Either NATO decides that we will protect and fight to keep every inch of our territory, or we don't. We don't do it every once in a while. We don't do it when we feel like it. We do it every single time. So when Russia does this, they get the same reaction every single time. If I was in charge of the Swedish armed forces, I would tell the Swedish pilots, so you give them fair warning when they fly towards Swedish airspace. You warn them before they enter the airspace. Turn around, you're about to enter Swedish airspace. Once you enter Swedish airspace, I will shoot to kill. I'm not going to shoot like a shot across the bow. This is until you enter. I will keep warning you until you've entered Swedish airspace. But once you enter the Swedish airspace, you have committed an act of war by illegally entering the Swedish airspace, and I will shoot to kill. Then it's up to the pilot. Do you want to test my resolve? Because I will do this. And this is what needs to be done every single time. Not when we feel like it, not when it's comfortable, not when, the sun is shining and the economy is going well and everybody's farting glitter. No, every single time. You decide on a call, like they have one action and you choose your reaction and you do it every single time. Trust me, their little bullshittery will change. They will stop it. They will stop moving boys, whatever, however you want to pronounce that in English, I don't know, in the Narva River. They will never make a move on the city of Narva if they know you will shoot to kill. You only get 1 or 2 warnings, but once you have entered the space that is now Estonia, we will shoot to kill. We will not shoot you in the kneecap. It's a headshot, straight up headshot. And if on a bad day when I'm grumpy because Lord knows what, my coffee maker didn't work or something, I will shoot you in the gut because that will give you a slow, painful death. And it's because I'm evil like that. I just am, and I will admit it. But in the end, you will be dead, and I will be. So
Thank you. I think
you're welcome.
Thank you, Jenny. I think what you're describing is kind of the Lenin thing, right? When it came to his approach to revolutionary politics and revolutionary action, he said something like, when you're thrusting a bayonet, if you poke it and it meets steel, then you withdraw and try somewhere else. And if it meets flesh, you just keep pressing. And it's a bit like that, right? You just have to make sure there are no fleshy bits, and that every poke meets with due resistance. And then the jab with the bayonet will hopefully go away and do something else instead. Thank you for that, Jenny. Let us go to Enter the NAFO, please, who's been very patient. Enter the NAFO.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, okay. I've had some dropouts. No, but great talk. I really think you're nailing point after point, and I think we all know that the Russians are just looking for any excuse to get what they want, and if that's based on security, which nobody's going to attack Russia, everybody knows that, then they'll use security, because if we buy into it, then they get their way. But also think about the drip feeding, especially from the US. Just a thought, do you think that could be to make Europe step up and meet the NATO 2% goals or 3% goals to get Europe ready for war, maybe against China, actually, rather than Russia? Do you think that's one of the reasons that the US is kind of holding back? Thanks.
I don't think so. The issue, I think the way to solve that would be the precise opposite, right? It would be to show leadership, and by leadership I mean the US, the US providing the stuff that it has, right? And I think one of the things we see from the United States administration, or at least one of the things we have seen from the United States administration, is an awful lot of saying no to stuff. So the way the pattern seems to work is there's a military problem in Ukraine, and President Zelensky or some other organ of the Ukrainian state says, "Hey, we need this thing in order to solve this problem," and the only country that has this thing in any preponderance is the United States, and the United States says no. Right? And what we don't see after that is what I would consider to be leadership. It's the, no, you're not having that, but how about this? Right? How about this other way of solving the problem? And I think that's a failure of leadership. And I think the way, and that is what the Western Alliance needs, is leadership at this point. And my take on this is there's two people who could provide the kind of leadership in the kind of Western empire, right? The empire of the free world. There is either a European politician of truly Churchillian stature. So we're talking about a Churchill, a Charles de Gaulle, a Napoleon, if you want, a Margaret Thatcher, even somebody who is of such titanic global renown that other countries will take lead, or it is the President of the United States. So no forgettable politician from a European country can provide the same leadership that the President of the United States can, for reasons that I'm sure I don't need to go into. So we currently don't have a leader like that in Europe, right? The closest I guess we have is Emmanuel Macron, but I mean, really, a Titanic stature? No, he isn't. He's the presidency of France is a very, very powerful office, and that's the reason he has a high profile, right? He's not an organically magnetic person by any stretch of the imagination. So there's currently nobody like that in Europe. So it has to come from the United States. And what I mean by leadership is, if you're going to say no to a to a particular strategy in Ukraine, then you'd better have an alternative strategy for solving the problem that the Ukrainians have. And that doesn't seem to be materializing with any regularity from the White House. And that's very, very disappointing. Now, what could go some way to solving Europe's parsimony when it comes to security, I think, is a combination of exactly the kind of leadership that I've just called for, and giving European countries a very public kick up the arse, right? Because you can't do that unless you're in a position of leadership, right? So if the US is dragging her feet on aid to Ukraine, she cannot then turn around and say, hey, but you guys, come on, pick it up, right? Because you're essentially making that call from a position of weakness and idleness, right? If America leads and truly leads, Europe will follow. And if America applies the steel toe-capped boot in just the right places, then the major European countries, I think, will be under very, very, very strong pressure to do the right thing. And then it becomes a matter for the political systems of Europe. And I think that is a European problem, right? That's a problem that Uncle Sam can't solve, is that there needs to be a very frank and honest conversation between European leadership and their people about exactly how far we have fallen and exactly what sort of problem we're in here, right? There needs to be a certain amount of salesmanship. There needs to be a certain amount of honesty. And I can only really say this from the British perspective, because that's the only one I fully grasp, but I'm sure this is true in the rest of Europe as well. European electorates have their heads in the sand about this issue. Can you think of any issue, right? If, let's say, a minister of defense, a minister of health goes on television and says that cancer treatment in the National Health Service is the best in the world, and it's never been better, and it's still amazing, and we're fulfilling all of the challenges that we need. We've never had more capability. We've never had more capacity. Never mind the fact that I've cut the budget in this by 20% over the past 15 years. It's awesome. We may have fewer machines, but they're better machines. And, they're able to treat 4,000 people in a minute and all of that stuff. Nobody would believe a damn word he said. Nobody. In fact, he'd get ridiculed. They'd get, the BBC BBC and Friends would get all manner of trade unionists and retired civil servants and opposition leaders all over the television for weeks, dismantling how much bullshit was just spoken by that Minister of Health. And nobody in the electorate would believe him. They'd go, yeah. My grandmother's got thyroid cancer and she's been waiting for 6 months and she'll probably die because it's too late, right? The same isn't true of defense. We as an electorate believe the bullshit that is fed to us. And to this day, I still don't know why. So we believe that we're well protected. We believe the Ministry of Defence's line that, the British Army is the best in the world, pound for pound, all of these stupid cliches and slogans they come up with. We believe that despite the fact that the British Armed Forces have basically halved since the end of the Cold War, we still believe that we are adequately defended. And we believe that because we apparently accept the MOD and ministerial propaganda on this issue at face value. And the establishment, the people whose job it is to hold the government to account. By that I mean both the political opposition, the press, civil society, and ultimately the electorate, don't seem to push back on this nonsense at all, not one bit. We have our head in the sands. We do not understand the powerless defense position we are in. And until governments are willing to be honest with the electorate about this and win the argument for greater capability and greater spending, we will not see any change. So it first comes with American leadership, then comes American pressure, then comes political salesmanship, and then hopefully may emerge a solution. But it will involve compromises, right? What will you cut? Which taxes will you raise in order to fund our rearmament? That's not an easy decision, but again, that's a function of our domestic political systems and the capabilities of our politicians to sell what would essentially be unpopular ideas to the electorate. And yeah, that requires a Project Fear. That requires them running through scenarios that could very, very well happen, and we would be powerless to prevent them. You know, what happens if there is a concerted effort to mess around with our undersea cables by the Russians? What could we do about that? Probably not very much. You know, what if Russia does succeed in through her proxies does succeed in making the Red Sea unnavigable to commercial shipping? You know, what could we do about that with the state of the Royal Navy? Let's suppose Uncle Sam isn't even in the game. What could we do about that? Not very much. Could we prevent Russian submarines going through the GI-UK gap? Probably not. How could we defend our commercial shipping if that happened? We couldn't, right? There are any number of utterly existentially disastrous end scenarios for the United Kingdom in particular, but for Europe in general, if these decisions are not made and made quickly. So, yeah, there needs to be honest, there needs to be leadership, there needs to be pressure, there needs to be honesty, and there needs to be change. Pardon the rant into the NAFO. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, awesome. No, well, yeah, I totally agree. But I think that it's incredibly fascinating with this double messaging that's going on, where on the one hand, the politicians seem to finally be realizing that maybe Russia's intentions won't stop in Ukraine, but will spread to other parts of Europe, and yet still there is no kind of ringing the bell. All man on deck. Let's up our military. Let's take this serious. Let's discuss what we can do to counter the Russian measures or countermeasure Russian activities. It's still like pretending it's raining. So I just reading media, reading politicians, listening to speeches. Everybody's talking about Ukraine. Everybody's talking about the risk for it spreading to the rest of Europe. But then there is like nothing coming after that. There's no action plan, and I just feel it's extremely frustrating to hear them say these things, and yet there is nothing being done, major being done, and this drip feeding to Ukraine. It just doesn't make sense. Somebody is pulling strings, somehow somebody is holding back. And I don't understand who and for what reason, both from the US and from Germany and from France and most of the, liberal democracies. So it's a very weird situation. But thanks for the lineup and the general overview. It was great. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and to the NAFO. Our friend Axel of this parish likes to say that politics is downstream of culture. I'm not sure that that's universally true, but it certainly was in the case of defense about 150 years ago. There was a genre of literature that emerged in the United Kingdom in particular, but also in various other bits of the empire, called invasion literature. And this genre of literature basically, it derived from a feeling that the United Kingdom was not a particularly strong country on land. And that was true, right? So we had this absolutely enormous navy, but we didn't have much of an army. Our army was basically a kind of colonial police force and little more. And of course, this, that lack of preparedness on land, lack of power on land, came to a head during the Boer Wars, where we faced not exactly a peer enemy, but a very, very determined enemy. And of course, we lost the first Boer War, which was, I suppose, not really a war. But the second Boer War was a very long, hard slog indeed, and involved hundreds of thousands of men being shipped to South Africa, and an awful lot of them were killed. Now, the invasion literature kind of capitalized on this feeling of insecurity on land and produced a number of it produced a number of forgotten books and one very, very important book. The forgotten books, there were a couple. One of them was called The Invasion. I think it was called The Invasion of '89. And another of the books was called The Battle of Dorking, both of which you can read online if you Google those things. So if you Google The Battle of Dorking, it's quite short. It's more of a novella than a book, I suppose, but there's PDFs of that online if you can't find a print edition, which you probably can't. The important work that was created under the genre of invasion literature was, of course, H.G. Wells's War of the Worlds, which was not so much about a European country invading as an alien civilization invading, but they all followed broadly the same pattern. The Navy was wiped out by some kind of superweapon, or was otherwise unable to help. And somebody landed an army in the United Kingdom, and the system of defense that the United Kingdom had at the time, which was very, very weak and not very well organized and very old-fashioned, failed to defeat the invasion. Now, depending on the exact work, there's quite a large body of this kind of literature. It's mostly published in newspapers rather than as books. So it's kind of serialized mainly in gentlemen's magazines. And it's it usually involved an invasion by either France or Germany, or sometimes both. I think the Battle of Dorking leaves the nationality of the invader to your imagination, but judging by how the uniforms are described, they seem to be German. And the end result, sometimes they end on a hopeful note of some kind of deus ex machina of military capability coming into play and eventually defeating the invasion. But most of them end in some kind of brutal and miserable occupation, where the men are all killed and the women are all bred, and all of the all of our treasures and all of our wealth is dismantled and shipped off to the continent, and the United Kingdom becomes this sort of shell of its former self. And of course, the empire is not able to help. And what this did was this essentially triggered a change in government policy. People were really, really, really worried about that. And I would say we've got more reason to be worried now than we had then. Because back then we had a navy, right? Back then we had an empire, right? We had kind of civilizational backup. And what do we have now? How difficult is it to imagine that situation? It was more difficult back then because we had the Royal Navy. We had this kind of apparently undefeatable force at sea, this enormous amount of naval power, and we don't have that anymore. And we have the smallest army we've had since before Napoleon. So how do we have an air force that okay, so for example, on the Royal Air Force, when the Iranians attacked Israel a couple of months ago, we sent 4 Typhoons to help the Americans and the Israelis shoot down all the missiles. Those Typhoons, 4 of them, had to be taken off task in Romania. So we didn't have enough capacity in fast air in the whole of the Royal Air Force to deploy 4 Typhoons for an event that could be reasonably predicted, right? So that's where we are. That's how bare the cupboards are. We can't spare 4 planes if there's an emergency. We have to take them from some other deployment somewhere else. They're not just sitting there in a shed. No, they're forward deployed doing important stuff in Romania, and they have to sacrifice that mission in order to do the other mission. So that's where we are. That's how bare the cupboards are. And that warrants a frank conversation with the electorate. And I think that will only happen either if there is the kind of pressure that we need from our leaders across the sea, Or I suppose something Gunny likes to say is if there is some kind of cataclysmic military defeat. So, like the Royal Navy loses an aircraft carrier because it doesn't have enough escorts, or an entire brigade of the army is destroyed because it runs out of ammunition, or whatever that is. Right? Some kind of abject humiliation at the hands of our enemies will make us wake up, maybe, but by that time it'll probably be too late. So yeah, that's my take on that. Sorry, I can't be more cheerful about it. But I commend invasion literature to you. You've probably read War of the Worlds, or at least seen the film. But the Battle of Dorking is another very good one. They tend to be they're a bit pulpy, but they tend to be very fast paced, and they're actually quite fun to read until you get to the end.
I just wanted to add that if the US wanted Europe to step up, they would not have blocked Gripen being transferred to Ukraine.
Thanks a lot. Interesting. I'll definitely read that. I'm reading actually an interesting book now by an Italian that was released just after the Second World War called Kaput. So I can recommend that to people if they haven't read that. A lot of action in Ukraine and Russia and Finland. He was actually a fascist journalist, but seemed to change his mind during the course of the war. So Kaput, we can recommend that. Anyway, I'll drop down now, and thanks a lot.
Thank you, Enter the NAFO. I don't think you can hear Jenny. Jenny was just talking then, but no worry, I don't think you can hear her. Okay, let's go back to you, Jenny, please.
No, I think that Sweden had the same kind of wake up call. I think that Sweden has happily just muddled through doing its thing when it comes to the military. After having lived in a military town, I realized like our military force might be small, but it's still capable, at least. It's well trained. And the joke used to be that we would have to surrender within 15 minutes. And that much I can tell you that's not true. We're nowhere near what we were during the Cold War, and we have dismantled our military power, and they decide to concentrate on building it in a different way. I'm still learning to figure out what they're doing, because sometimes it makes sense and sometimes it really doesn't. They looked at the numbers before when we had a general conscription, and that meant that pretty much every able-bodied male had to do conscription. That has now changed, and they are slowly increasing the number of the conscripts from a very small group every year. But that small group continued to make a career in the military service. So it wasn't like back in the day where you did your conscription, then you went home and you became an accountant. Now it's more of a career. So it starts off as a conscript, but then you sign up and you end up being employed by the DoD in the defense. And so that's, I guess, is a good thing, because that means that the retention it becomes more like a recruitment for the military than just doing conscription. And maybe if Sweden is attacked, then I'll be called in to serve. Now we're going to have a small force that is already ready to wait, like ready to act. Also, most of the people train the conscripts and try to convince them to join, to stay with the military. So that's a good part, and we're increasing the size, but we need to ramp up this a lot faster than what the politicians say, and we need to have a much bigger air force than we have. It is bigger than all the others, but it doesn't mean that it's big enough to do what it needs to do. And our weakness is also our land. Our land force is not that big, and that is because we are kind of protected, not kind of, we are protected by water. So we put our money on the Navy and the Air Force, and not so much land. And over land, you have to go through Finland and Norway to get to us. And the hope was always that we could help hold the Finnish border. We wouldn't have to fight alone, and neither would Finland or Norway. We would always be there to help. So that has been the Swedish defense policy. Make sure that the other guys don't fall. But I would like to see change in how we deal with the threat of Russia. You're more than welcome to come on unannounced visits, but those unannounced visits will be met with force, because you actually have no business being here. If we wanted you in our airspace, we would invite you. And same thing with our waters. The Shadow Fleet, I believe, the Russian Shadow Fleet, I believe, is operating in the Swedish economical territorial waters. It's not in our actual territorial waters, but our economic zone is bigger than our territory. And they're in it. And either way, it doesn't really matter if they're in the middle of the Baltic when they're doing the ship-to-ship transfer of the crude oil. And if one of the ships spring a leak or the hose breaks, because frankly, Russia is not really huge on maintenance. So this is not like an unimaginable scenario that one of the boats spring a leak or the hose breaking. They're uninsured. And good luck, have fun getting Russia to pay for whatever disaster they spring on the world. It's going to be the country that is affected is going to have to do the cleanup. It's going to have to spend money. So something needs to be done about that. Also, if you don't give a shit about the about nature, which is fine, you don't have to care about it. At least do it for the simple reason that they're making money, that they're spending on weapons. Granted that they might be shitty weapons, but enough of the shitty weapons, and that becomes good enough on its own. But they're buying it from China and from North Korea and from Iran. Also, actually, I'm going to bring this up right now because there are no hands. So I have an update on Iran. Remember how, the president of Iran had an unfortunate meeting with Mountainside? It didn't really go to according to plan, Tim. And there are obviously elections now because they need a new president. Well, the population of Iran, both in the diaspora and in the country, it was a number over 90%. I don't remember if it was 93 or 97% of the population boycotted the election. They don't have enough votes to vote in a president. So I don't know how long Iran is going to be able to be an ally to Russia, because they are facing some serious weird stuff going on at home that they're going to have to attend to. And there were so few participants in the election that they're going to have to hold re-election and hope for the best that people turn up this time around. But over 90% just decided, screw it, we're not voting because we don't like you. And we're going to just sit at home and watch, I don't know, Eurovision and have pain in our ears and eyeballs because, some of these contributions should not be contributions, frankly, on an international stage. But do you think that they will be able to continue helping Russia if if their regime is collapsing?
Well, I don't know. I think we should be very careful about predicting the collapse of the Iranian regime. I mean, they have. I think we'd be making a mistake if we assumed that these tanky countries are kind of politically monolithic. Some of them are, but some of them aren't. And my my understanding of Iranian politics is that there's essentially a split between kind of moderates and hardliners. And at the moment, the hardliners are in power, but the balance of power waxes and wanes between the two groups. Well, nobody does anything for free, right? And my impression is that Iran is almost certainly getting something out of this deal, right? So they've provided their capacity to make what is clearly very large numbers of these Shahed type drones, as well as ballistic missiles, and supply those to Russia. Now, the tit for tat there, I would say Russia is almost certainly giving something to them. Iran doesn't need oil, so that will look like technology. And that technology will probably be aviation based. So it'll be something like missile technology or something like aircraft technology. And the basic logic of that trade remains intact, regardless of who is actually in charge in Iran. And supposing Iran is not on the cusp of total political collapse and reversion to some kind of normalization, even if that were the case, I think what would probably follow is a decade of civil war, and any emerging non-tanky regime would take an awful long time to cement power, and would take an awfully long time for Iran to mobilize, right? I think Iran would become a bit like Iraq was in the absence of large numbers of Western troops. It becomes a bit of a political battleground for Middle Eastern factionalism. So it's not a country I follow particularly well, but it is somewhat politically diverse within the framework of its Islamic revolution ideology and constitution. And I think that if one faction falls and the other one takes power, I don't think the logic of supporting Russia's invasion of Ukraine, supporting Russia generally, instantly goes away. And I think it'll take an awfully long time for Iran to come around to that, to anything approaching political normalization. That would be my take on that. But I'll defer to anybody who follows the country more closely than I do, Jenny.
Yeah, no, I still have contacts from when the uprising in Iran happened after Masa Amini was beaten to death by the morality police. It wasn't IRGC, it was the morality police. And it was just like a massive outrage among the population, and the anger is still there. And I was over the weekend, I was talking to a guy who is Iranian and lives, I believe, somewhere in North America. And he was saying that about this boycott of the election, that now it doesn't look like the election of a new president. It looks what's the word I'm looking for? It's going to be hard for them because the people are now boycotting. And so I'm gonna continue to look at this and listen more closely to what's going on in Iran, and see how this develops, because I do believe that is a history. It's a story that will be interesting to follow and see how it affects Russia and their ability to fight. Because maybe they have to concentrate on internal issues and some other things. Because and I'm trying to do three things at the same time, and guess what? It's not working. I'm trying to read the article that Ioana sent me in the back channel about Iran and Hezbollah and Israel. How Iran has said that they will go all in an all-out. The headline is Iran would use all means to back Hezbollah if Israel launches a full-blown war, according to Iranian officials. I wonder who that would be. Kamal Karazi, the foreign affairs advisor to Iran's supreme leader. That is a cool title, by the way. Just saying. I wouldn't want it, and I think that he horribly abuses his powers, but it just sounds like a computer game. I'm evolving into my ultimate form. Supreme leader will be. I'm being silly. I know. I'll stop.
Thank you very much, Jenny. I'm afraid I'm at the end of my knowledge when it comes to this particular topic. So if there are any seasoned Iran watchers listening, then please do come up and educate us all about exactly what's going on down there. Okie dokie. There's a story being shared in the background about we were talking about particularly the Royal Navy and its ability to defend our islands. Now, there have been reports in Reuters of 2 attack submarines sailing where they shouldn't be well, they say towards the Irish Sea. Yeah, towards the Irish Sea, and having come dangerously close to Cork, which is a port, largest city by Irish standards, kind of on the southeastern coast of Ireland, so kind of just across the water from the tip of the little boot down in Cornwall. Now, this report in Reuters said that this has happened twice in the last 18 months, and this is, according to their sources, is unprecedented. The extent of the submarine movements. Now, the security situation in Ireland is slightly curious because, to all intents and purposes, the Republic of Ireland is a sort of protectorate of the United Kingdom, really. So it doesn't. Ireland doesn't. Well, the Republic of Ireland is richer than Norway. Is richer than Finland, but doesn't spend anything like what it should. Doesn't invest in defence capability in any significant way. So Ireland has essentially no air force. In fact, it doesn't have any fast air at all. Its army is kind of a couple of brigades that mostly do UN peacekeeping. I don't think they operate any heavy armor, and their navy is a couple of smaller patrol boats that don't really do very much patrolling. And so the Republic of Ireland is very heavily reliant on the United Kingdom for its security, and this kind of suits both parties in a perverse way, because part of the United Kingdom and Ireland are kind of stuck with each other, right? Because the best way to think about the United Kingdom is it's essentially an exercise in English security. So England needs to control Scotland and needs to control Wales and needs to control Ireland to a certain degree. Otherwise, England is very, very, very vulnerable, right? So we saw, for a great deal of medieval history and early modern history, we saw Scotland to the north, which was then an independent state, constantly intriguing with the French in order to invade northern England. We also saw various revolutionary movements in Ireland, again intriguing with the French and latterly the Germans, in order to provide staging posts to attack attack variously the United Kingdom and variously England. So the United Kingdom exists because English security demands that it does exist, right? And this partly explains, I like to draw a parallel between the security-led behavior of England in the Middle Ages and the security-led behavior of Russia, right, in the present day. When you have a country that is geographically quite large, England is quite large by medieval state standards, with a relatively small population and borders, then that country is going to feel very vulnerable, and that country is going to behave in a very, very aggressive way. And that's exactly how England behaved during the Middle Ages, all the way up to the foundation of the United Kingdom, when that security issue was essentially solved. So the UK is an exercise in English security priorities. Essentially, that's why it exists. I mean, there are other reasons it exists, but that's probably the main one. Now, this is why there's always been this interest in Ireland, and that interest has taken various forms. So Ireland has never been a politically united, independent country. It's always been a series of polities for most of their history. Well, for most of the history of organized kingdoms on our islands, those polities have owed some sort of allegiance or some sort of vassalage to England, right? This is also true of Wales, and it was variously true of Scotland, depending on the exact era, right? So there's always been this kind of relationship of subordination between the two. Now we seem to have solved that problem by being buddies. So rather than attempting to force Ireland into a position of formal political subordination, either a sort of quasi-colonial relationship that existed up until the formal union, or complete participation in the collective politics of the island, which existed during the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. Ireland is now an independent country, but the two countries have very, 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 very close relations. It's politically, it's a bit like the relationship between the United States and Canada. It's hard to tell where one ends and the other begins. Culturally, again, everybody in the UK has Irish relatives and family, and everybody in Ireland has British relatives and family. We're culturally very, very, very similar. And when we're horrible about each other, it's usually because the rugby is on. So there's an extremely close relationship, and there's a particularly close relationship in defense. So Ireland doesn't invest in this stuff. Don't know why, but she doesn't. The UK has a security problem, right? So the existence of an independent Ireland is a security problem for the UK. So how do we merge these into a common policy that's in the best interests of both? That's in the interests of both. Well, basically, you make Ireland becomes a sort of de facto protectorate of the UK. So the Royal Air Force, very, very unofficially, the Royal Air Force protects Ireland's skies, and the Royal Navy protects her waters. And if anybody invaded Ireland, then you can bet that the British Army would be there to sort it out if the Irish couldn't. So there's this very symbiotic relationship between the two. And so in this particular case, it was reportedly the British Royal Navy that chased these submarines away from Cork Harbour. Now, the submarines, as I said, were diesel-electric, Kilo class. Russia, on paper, has an awful lot of these. So I'm not sure how many are still in Russian service, but they bought over 80 of them. They built over 80 of them since the 1980s. They probably got a few dozen that can still sail. So there's an awful lot of these things kicking about. What is particularly interesting about the Irish Sea is not only will they be testing British and to an extent Irish defense capabilities, there's also an awful lot of undersea infrastructure around there. Like we spoke earlier when I was moaning about security, our security situation, undersea cables, undersea pipelines. There's a cable between the UK and Canada that goes basically where the submarine was. So there's an awful lot of that stuff. We saw in mid-2022 as well, Russian warships loitering over cables off the coast of Ireland, probably up to no good. So it's countering that kind of behavior part of the reason we need a capable Navy that has been pared to the bone by the government over the last 30 or so years. Now, reasons to be skeptical about this story, I guess, would be one, it's about submarines, and two, it doesn't name its sources. Now, submarine operations are very, 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 very secret. So it's something where hardly anybody knows where submarines are, hardly anybody knows what they're doing, and hardly anybody will, and none of those people will talk to the press about it, because it would be child's play to find out where the leak came from, because there's like 6 people who know where a submarine is at any given time. One of them is the king, and another one is the prime minister, and the rest of them are all in the Royal Navy chain of command, and one of them's the captain of the submarine. So it's one of those areas where it's very difficult to find out information. It's extremely secretive, and it's a very, very small world. So it makes me think that maybe anonymous sources about submarines doing things in the Irish Sea is conceivably not quite the story that Reuters thinks it is. Anyway, apparently a couple of Russian submarines have been chased away from Cork Harbour in the Republic of Ireland over the last 18 months. So thank you, Joanna, for sharing that story.
That is interesting. And yeah, usually on a need to know basis, there are not a lot of people that need to know where the British submarines are. It's the same with the Swedish. I have no idea how many we have, and honestly, I don't care. And since 2022, Swedish social media, like the Swedish space, is flooded with posts such as, "You may encounter military, the Swedish military in places where you're not used to seeing them. Please don't post this online because you don't know what they are doing, and you should not know. And if you knew, you wouldn't be posting that online. So if you're a civilian, please don't." It sounds like the British have the same policy. It's a good policy to have.
Well, I think when it comes to submarine operations, these things are largely self-regulating. I think the British submarine fleet is predominantly based in Scotland. At least the ballistic missile submarine fleet is based in Scotland, and they have to sail up a kind of fjord type thing to get home. And you can see them coming and going because people do actually live there. But I think they submerge when they go out to sea and they go off to do whatever it is they're going to do. And as I said, there's a handful of people who know where they actually are and what they're doing. But it is policy that the world is aware that at least one of them is out there doing something at any given time. So stand by to be nuked if you fancy effing around. There's a degree of extreme secrecy around their activities and their deployment, but I'm not aware of any particular law about photographing them coming and going. I don't see how they could police that, right? Because even if it was completely illegal to photograph a submarine up there and post it on Facebook, there's always going to be enough douchebags who will, and you can't prosecute them all. When it comes to photographing, certain installations and things like that, again, I don't think the UK is particularly sensitive about that. I think the stuff that's really, really secret, you're not going to know where it is anyway. It's just going to be in like an anonymous office block in Slough or something like that. Army camps and things, Like, I don't think anybody can stop you photographing the outside of an army camp. I don't think that's at all illegal. If you flew a drone over one, I think they might lose their sense of humor a little bit, but it would probably involve you losing your toy. So again, that's kind of self-regulating as well. So yeah, I mean, I don't think the UK is really that sensitive, right? The stuff that's really secret is the stuff where you don't have a clue where it is or what it's doing anyway. So there's no point in them regulating it, like this, because you just will never know about it. Yeah, so I think that's kind of the UK approach, Jenny.
I have not been willing to test the Swedish military resolve. They have days when you're allowed to get in on the bases, and and they don't stop you from photographing when you're there, because I've done it multiple times. Also, they have these uh, public exercises when they're showing off to the public. Look what we can do. Aren't you intimidated? Isn't this kind of cool? Um, and that happens once a year in the fall. And in the beginning, I went to pretty much all of them. And then after a few years, I'm like, oh, I'll go next year. I'll go next year. Next year, kind of thing. And you didn't always go. And that one was actually quite cool because you had tanks coming, not full speed ahead, but like they were heading towards you. And yes, they were shooting blanks, but when you see the muzzle, the flare from the muzzle, you still react. Sorry, not sorry, but like you'd have gone, I probably shit my pants if this was real, because it's intimidating having three tanks pointing at you and firing. And but it's a lot of fun. So I recommend to everybody, if there's ever this kind of showdown, like show in your town, go. It's impressive and it's fun and it's kind of cool. Not gonna lie. Um, and I think it is kind of self-regulated here in Sweden too. But there are huge big signs that in like 5 languages tell you we will confiscate your camera if we find you taking photographs because this is a prohibited area. And you really, one of the languages should work for you. And they have picked up people that have not been Swedish that have been taking photographs. They have less humor if you're not Swedish. They're a lot more friendly if you're Swedish. They may not take your camera. They may ask you to delete certain photos or something. I think, again, I haven't really tested this, but I have seen people being taken into custody and deported from Sweden for taking photographs of military installations in Sweden. But they weren't Swedish though, so they don't have a sense of humor when non-Swedes do this, as it should be. Just saying.
Well, thank you very much for that, Jenny. So what else have we got going up north, Jenny?
Well, Russia bragging about shooting down tens of Ukrainian drones. That was probably a day or so ago. Because they always shoot down everything that Ukraine sends their way, which is interesting. Ukraine denying accusations from Belarus that Kyiv has moved several soldiers, weapons, and military equipment to the Belarusian-Ukraine border in northern. Yeah, that is not going to be Zhytomyr region. And apparently they consider that to be a threat. So I don't know why that would be. If they see, this is the part I don't get, and this has something to do with Russia as well. Like how they want to control both sides of the border. If Finland has like a whole bunch of soldiers running along the Swedish border, I don't think that Sweden would react. It's kind of funny that way, how that works when you're not being a total douchebag. Nobody really cares how many soldiers you have running back and forth around in the woods next to your country, because they're staying on their own side.
Fair enough. Would you like to hear something funny?
Always.
Now, have you have you heard of Gennady Rakitin?
No.
Now, he is said to be he is a fictional poet. Now, it's a bit like the Nat Tate hoax. Now, this was a hoax by the novelist William Boyd. It was perpetrated in 1998, where he wrote a fictional biography of he wrote a biography of a fictional painter. So he invented a painter called Nat Tate, which, of course, anybody who is familiar with art will, seems a lot, right? There's quite a famous gallery in the UK called the Tate, and there's also a very famous gallery called the National Gallery. So you'd think they would put two and two together and assume that Nat Tate was an abbreviation of those two galleries and therefore made up. But apparently they fell for it. And the whole point in this hoax was it was a biography of this artist he'd completely made up. And it was as a prank on the art world, where basically what he wanted to do, because by that time he was already a very famous author, so he had a lot of credibility. And what he wanted to do was get art people to pretend that they had heard of this artist, right? So it was a very, very successful hoax, right? He released it on April Fool's Day in 1998. Nobody noticed that either. And there was a book launch, and there was champagne and all of that stuff. Basically he was nobody claimed it wasn't a completely successful hoax, because nobody claimed to have known Nat Tate, but nobody said they hadn't heard of him. In fact, everybody that he asked, every art person he asked, said, yeah, I've heard of him, I've heard of him, I've heard of him. And this was a completely made up person. So all of these pretentious New York art dickheads refused to appear foolish and all claimed to be familiar with this completely made up artist. Now, somebody in Russia has done the same with a poet. So complete with a AI generated picture of Gennady Rakitin, they have created a load of poems. They published a load of poems, which are basically odes to Putin. So there's a phenomenon in Russian called Z poetry, which is kind of patriotic poetry. They write all of this rubbish, and they praise Putin and they praise the war and all of that sort of thing. Now, what is particularly funny about this is that all of the poems are actually Russian translations of poems by Eberhard Müller, who was, of course, the Nazi poet. So Eberhard Müller, he was a playwright as well as a poet, and he wrote a series of highly anti-Semitic stage comedies. And he also wrote the script to the film Seuss the Jew, which was a 1940 film, which was ordered to be made by Joseph Goebbels. And he wrote the screenplay to that. And the plot, it's set in early modern Swabia, and it's about a kind of scheming, money grasping Jew taking advantage of this ineffectual Grand Duke of Württemberg. It's got all the usual anti-Semitic crap in it. But anyway, Eberhard Müller wrote this, and he wrote a number of other poems. One of which was called "The Leader." Now, it was well, it was released in Russian as the Leader, and of course, it was originally called the Führer, and it was kind of an ode to Hitler. And he wrote another one. Muller wrote another one, which was an ode to the stormtroopers, so the SA. And of course, this was rewritten by this prankster as an ode to Wagner Group. And apparently, they've completely felt that the Russian establishment has completely fallen for this. And this poet has an account on VKontakte, which is Russian social media, and it's followed by nearly 100 Russian members of parliament, as well as 30 senators, and a whole bunch of cultural figures from within the Russian, cultural establishment. But all this account does is like translate Nazi poetry into Russian and publish it, which I thought was kind of funny, Jenny.
That's not just funny, that is actually downright hilarious. And thank you for I have not heard of the made up artist, but that is really funny too. It's a thing though, where especially political leaders, they don't want to appear to be left out. And so they're more willing to accept things just because it sounds flattering to them in their ears, and they don't want to look like idiots, and so they end up looking like idiots when they do follow people like this. That is hilarious. That is really funny. Do you want to hear about what the Russian UN, the person at the UN, thinks of Trump's statement that he can end the war in 24 hours?
Yes.
So Trump has said that he can bring a solution. He has the solution. He can end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. And the UN representative Vasily Nebenzia has said the crisis in Ukraine cannot be solved in one day. That was it. That was not very long. So he actually does not think that Trump can do this. I'm so shocked, and I wonder how Trump feels about this, considering that he does think that he is all powerful and can end the war in 24 hours. And here's Russia just dismissing it, saying like, no, you can't. Do you think that he will actually understand this, or do you think that that Trump will just continue in his own little tirade about being the best man and most amazing and best thing since sliced bread and the toaster? What do you think?
I have a feeling that our friend Donald won't really change his spots. Yeah, that's my sneaky suspicion. I think he's very much of a type.
Yeah, I don't think that he's going to change either. It doesn't appear to, so part of me is actually curious if this is like an official, like this is the face I'm going to show the world. And in reality, he knows what he's saying is bullshit. He doesn't believe his own lies, obviously. And he just puts on a show for everybody else. I don't know how many people are familiar. What was his name? One of his most famous songs is called "The Man Behind the Mask," and he was a rock / heavy metal, like a artist in the 80s and into the 90s, and everybody was saying like what an awful human being he was, and like he was probably worshiping the devil and all these kind of things. And there was an interview that I read with him, and he said like people seem to think that the person on stage is who I am. No, much like in a play, you don't think that Gina Davis is really the person in The Long Kiss Goodnight, now do you? Of course we don't. We know she plays a role. And he's like, it's the same for me. I play a role when I go on stage. me as a private person, he's like, I'm actually quite soft spoken and I don't. Alice Cooper, that was his name. So he's like, don't confuse, and he said his real name, which I don't remember right now. But he's like, me, the the person is different from Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper is a made up figure and he has a persona, and that is what you see on stage. This is not me privately, in in reality. And I wonder if Trump is the same. That Donald Trump, the public person, is completely different from him in reality. That if you sat down and talked to him, or I wonder, do you have it? What do you think about that?
What in terms of what in terms of Trump's personality?
Yeah, do you think that he has like a public personality that he displays to the rest of the world, and then he has one that is a lot more reasonable, or is he just as unreasonable in real life as well?
Oh, I suspect that's true. Yeah. So I see somebody who is very uncomfortable with public speaking. Like I think there's an awful lot of bombast going on there, and I think it's really quite forced. And if you look at the like kind of television interviews with him from his property developer days, like he's kind of quiet and he's almost meek. He's obviously somebody who's not particularly comfortable being on camera, and I don't think he's very comfortable making public speeches either. So I think okay, so our personalities, they're all performances to an extent, right? So we're always somebody different on the outside from how we are on the inside. I don't think anybody is, I don't think anybody is completely authentic, because frankly, that's the behavior of a psychopath. But I don't know. I think there are two very, very different Trumps, and I think I don't think the kind of big bombastic, kind of with his Mussolinian hand gestures. I think that's very, very carefully rehearsed. I don't think that's the real man at all.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. I see we have Booyah on stage. It's been a long time. Go ahead.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, you're good.
Fantastic. It's good to see all of you guys. I refuse to say his name, so I'll refer to him as Cheetolini. But I think, like most people with NPD or some other type of situation, I think that what you may be looking at as being uncomfortable is because most folks with NPD actually are quite insecure. I think that anything that we look at as some kind of I don't know, him being meek or mild is him actually gaming out what the next situation is that's going to put him in some kind of good light or put him in a good position. I don't think he's terribly intelligent. I think he's just a wannabe gangster and always has been a wannabe gangster, which is why he gets along very well with some of our Russian gangster friends.
Yeah, I can see that. Trying to be like the mafioso, play with the big boys in uh, in New York. That would make sense. But I know that Alice Cooper had that was a character that he played, just a character, and I wonder if Trump is trying to act like the character he wishes that he is. Maybe, I don't know. What do you think, Tim?
Well, I think you need to be careful, Booyah, about who Trump, who judging Trump by who he gets along with. because he famously got along extremely well with Jean-Claude Juncker, who was the previous head of the European Commission. Apparently, they got on like a house on fire. He used to be Prime Minister of Luxembourg, I think, and they got along really well. There were a number of people who kind of prominent in European politics that he really didn't get along with. He gets along very well with Nigel Farage. That should come as absolutely no surprise. I think they're very similar personality types, and he didn't get along with Theresa May. Like, him and Theresa May famously hated each other. He also didn't get along with Boris Johnson either. And this is where the comparisons, well, one of the reasons why the comparisons between the two are very, very odd, because Boris Johnson's very highly educated, and he quotes the Odyssey in the original Greek under his breath at various moments during the day, and he was a writer before he became a politician, and the only thing they seem to have in common is they have funny hair, but they didn't get along particularly well either, and so there's kind of a he apparently got along with the unlikeliest of people. One of them was apparently Jean-Claude Juncker. I don't know if he got along with Silvio Berlusconi. That would be an interesting one, because I think they're quite similar characters as well. What do you reckon, Jenny?
I wouldn't be surprised if they got along, because you're right, they are kind of similar. Booyah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if it's so much who he gets along with. It's the fact that he's been trying to cozy up to New York mafiosos for sure. And you can go and read some of their opinions on him, by the way. And also, some Russian baddies, their opinions on him as well. So I just find that that's always been interesting, right? Like, he's like the kid that so desperately wanted to be in the strongman club, but he can't quite ever make it happen. That's why I think it's just no matter what happens in the future, right? What's going on in the US right now, and especially with the SCOTUS decision, is kind of disturbing, because at that point, it doesn't matter if it's Trump, right? As bad as Trump was, as much as he and Project 2025 have been yelling about, this further collapse into authoritarianism in the US. It's scary shit. Take Trump out of it, right? It's still scary.
Now, this is both a question and potentially an observation, Booyah. Is it possible to be a New York property developer without at least being mafia adjacent?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I would say,
I mean, it was probably once like that, but I'm not sure if it's still like that. But
yeah,
let's not forget this guy cut his teeth in the 80s, right?
I would say probably from the 50s to like the late 80s. Probably not.
Yeah. So I mean, I can imagine those, a bit like the Putins of this world, right? I can imagine those sort of characters being able to play Trump like a tuba, right? Just kind of flattering vanities and all that sort of thing. I think they would be able to get stuff out of Trump quite easily, right?
Oh yeah, that's why I absolutely 100% believe that they've got compromise on him for sure.
So interesting. This SCOTUS yesterday, because I was on a different app and I heard lawyers talk about this, and they were saying that they did not. They didn't think that the state courts had done their due diligence, and they had rushed to judgment, and they kicked it back to the lower courts to do their job more, like do it better. And they were saying that they were trying to differentiate between Trump, the campaigner, and Trump, the president, because he was at the same time, and they were actually drawing comparisons to somebody drew comparisons to Nixon, that if he had 100% immunity, and even some of the immunity that they kind of gave to Trump in the decision that they had, then Nixon should have gotten off and shouldn't have been prosecuted and forced to resign. Kind of forced. He resigned voluntarily, if I remember correctly. I'm kind of not that familiar with my American president history, but and so they kind of kicked it back to the lower courts in order for them to do a better job, and then come back to SCOTUS when they have done their job properly and come to a conclusion. What was your impression?
I mean, I think here's the thing, it's definitely unconstitutional. I need to go and read the full dissenting opinions. The court, I think probably the biggest thing from yesterday, and this is kind of my first thought on all of it, is that I remember a time, and you probably remember too, Jenny, because I think you were here. You remember when everyone was crying, activist courts, activist courts, activist courts. Well, this is an activist court. There's no doubt that this is an activist court. What happens from here, I'm not quite sure. I just know that we've got to get out and vote like we've never voted before. That's what I know.
Yeah, because so for anybody, before you blow up in my back channel, I think that the U.S. election does hold a lot of there's a lot when it comes to Ukraine that hinges upon who becomes the next president. And I don't know, because Tim has raised a very interesting point, that Putin is probably more comfortable with Biden because he's more predictable, whereas Trump is a lot less predictable. He's kind of chaos in a human body. And while I agree with that, I think that Trump will be more damaging to Ukraine than Biden will be. I think that Biden will be the better option. He just needs to get rid of some people around him that just, I don't know what their problem is. It's probably hard to pronounce, and there might even be medication for whatever, like, Jake Sullivan is suffering from. Well, maybe they don't make medicine for scaredy cat. I don't know, but there's a lot hinging on this election in the U.S. I think that there's a lot more at stake than a lot of Europeans realize. I don't think that I fully grasp how important this election is, and it does seem to be very important on both a national and international level. I do know that, and I've tried to, like, whenever, and I've gotten so much crap for this when I said this, I was asked my opinion of Trump as a president. And I said that this was like the hillbilly, that the inbred hillbilly managed to get into the White House. And you may think as an American that he's cool and hip and he went against the grain. He, stood up to the establishment and, did things his own way. That is fine when you're the president of a company. It's less fine when you're the leader of a country. He managed to piss off. He didn't alienate them completely, but he pissed off a lot of leaders, a lot of allies with some of the things that he did because he did not understand how to behave on an international level. Like there are unwritten etiquette rules that you just don't break. And this is coming from somebody who was raised on the wrong side of the tracks. Even I understand the etiquette breaking that he did when he was walking in front of the Queen of England. You just don't. Everybody walks behind her. Her husband walks behind her. He doesn't walk at her side, he walks behind her. And Trump walked in front of her. And that is a massive faux pas that I don't think that a lot of Americans grasp how big of a real etiquette break that could have very harsh implications. And I was told that I was a elitist European with fancy smancy schools and public health care. And I just kind of laughed at that one, but it's, and that also told me that this person didn't really understand what rule he broke and how significant that breaking of that etiquette rule was. And this was just the most flagrant example that I have because this made the headlines in Europe. And they were like, oh my gosh, I don't know if he can be trusted in public rooms because he commits these massive faux pas in the etiquette rules. And so I I don't know if I would like to see him because I think that they may seem like insignificant things to a lot of Americans. Not all, but a significance of them. But they do put a massive, like an unnecessary strain on international relations. And these are allies that you want to be friends with. You don't want to piss them off by doing, something stupid. And he kept doing that over and over again. It wasn't the only time, but he yeah, he just messed up a lot. Go ahead, Leah.
Well, it makes sense for an isolationist, right? Uh, piss everybody off because, I think what we're fighting back against, right, is the kind of dismantling of NATO in Americans' eyes, right? The attack of our allies, who I come from the school of we're better together, and our greatest strengths as free democracies is our allyship. The countries that band together to tell authoritarians like Putin, not today, mister. Um, those are the strengths. So I think that makes sense to me for an isolationist to go and kind of make a mockery of all of that, right? um it's not lost on me either that the same people that were part of the Nixon administration and part of a think tank were Water, um, Manafort, and Stone. Atwater is dead, but Manafort and Stone are still around and actually pardoned by uh, Trump. And Manafort was also behind some very nasty crap that happened in Ukraine. So that should tell you all you need to know, right? Um, that's why partially I said it doesn't matter if it's him or not. It's scary, um, because it's the same people, right? It's the same folks that are doing the same dastardly crap.
I did not realize that. Thank you.
I will send you an excellent podcast about all of that. Not so much about Manafort and Stone, but it's the same people. Young Turks, they were during the Nixon administration, and part of a pretty dastardly think tank. There's actually a pretty decent film on Atwater, and kind of goes into some of his stuff. He tried to put the lid back on Pandora's box. He got very horrible, disfiguring cancer, and he tried to stop the bus that he had set in motion, but was unable to before he died. Real bastard. Oh my God, such a bastard. Makes me sick.
Yeah, interesting. But you know, like the people that like in Trump and Bojo still knew how to behave. That's one. Like he may have had the messy hair and looked kind of like a slob, but he he really wasn't. He played the rule. He played the game by the rules. Still, he just changed his, like, maybe not the most composed, you know, the way he looked, but he didn't step over. He didn't break etiquette rules that are important, and it has nothing to do with like old monarchies and stuff like that. There is a way to do international diplomacy, and you, in my opinion, you could see that even though that he wanted to be, you know, like breaking ground and everything, he wasn't. He just ended up looking like a very small fish in a very big pond, and he didn't know the rules. He didn't even understand the game, much less understand the rules that he had to play by. And while that can look cute and groundbreaking to some people on an international level, it can end up alienating the wrong people, and that gets your then you could end up talking about national security because you're turning allies away, and that, but like you said, that makes sense if you look at him as an isolationist. I hadn't looked at him that way. I forgot to do that part, so thank you for reminding me. Go ahead again, Leah.
I think Bojo also was smart enough to realize that Trump in the moment, right, was very appealing to a certain demographic. And that was a demographic that he was more than happy to court by kind of, playing up some of those people that were saying, "Oh, look, Bojo and Trump," yada yada. I found those comparisons interesting because as much as he played up that kind of buffoonery, um, he was also walking a very, very straight line. And as Tim said, he's obviously a very intelligent guy. He's not a dummy, right? Um, so yeah, I found that interesting as well. But he definitely did play into it because, that's a demographic that he was certainly courting. Those were his people. So he was speaking to them for sure.
Yeah, that's true. And I've never heard Bojo describe an island in the magnificent way that Donald Trump did when he described Haiti, when he was talking about the crisis in Haiti. You know what? I That one is just too hilarious. It's for anybody who hasn't looked, go look Trump on Haiti, describing Haiti. It's it's one of those things that you can just watch again and again and laugh, and then you realize that this is probably the most powerful man in the world talking right now, and then you just become afraid. You're just like, this is not a good thing, but it is funny. Um, so what do you think, Tim?
Well, I mean, was he strictly wrong about Haiti?
No, no, he wasn't. He did say it was an island. An island is land surrounded by water, big water, ocean water. So no, he was absolutely correct. that is what an island is. But I don't know if I would have described it exactly that way. I would just stop that island, not going to that descriptive. Oh damn, I gave
Well,
away.
Haiti. I mean, he is wrong about Haiti in that regard, because Haiti's not an island; it's half of an island. The island is Hispaniola, and the other half is either Dominica or the Dominican Republic. I can never remember which is which. Um, and the other half is is highly civilized, but it's just the Haiti bit that's exactly as Trump describes it.
Wow. Yeah. No, but there's several clips. Like he had magnificent memes and funny video clips that you can play. Some should be played in its entirety because sometimes we make fun of the wrong thing. But he he was highly entertaining until you wake up and realize like he's actually the president of the United States. He's quite a powerful man, and like we all have these conspiracy theories that we kind of want to believe. So my favorite one is obviously Area 51. I want to believe that America has this top secret base in the Nevada desert, and you guys have aliens and shit there. And don't try to convince me of otherwise, because I really love that. Just the thought of it, and I don't really believe it, but I kind of want to, kind of the way you want to believe in fairy tales. Anyways, and
You see, the problem with that, Jenny, is that Will Smith is getting a bit old, and his son is obviously an idiot. So I think we need to find a new Will Smith. I'm not sure Jeff Goldblum's up to it either.
I know they're all getting up in their age, aren't they? Yeah, no, but just let me have Area 51. I gave up on the shadow government because they would have shut his trap so fucking, sorry, so fast. His head would have spun because of all the crazy shit that he was saying. And I understand that you put him in as a puppet because then all of a sudden the US has plausible deniability. They're like, look at the idiot in charge. You can blame so much on him, but the shadow government would have killed him, or at least like put an actual gag ball in his mouth or something, to make him shut up with his stupid things that he said at times. So yeah, the shadow government, that was another conspiracy theory that I enjoyed, but mainly Area 51. And I think that they did not tell Trump. They didn't give him that little book, the presidential secrets that they need to have. I think they skipped him completely. So there are conspiracy theories that I like to believe in.
That's actually one of the ones that I think probably has some merit. Like of all the conspiracy theories, I mean, most of them are just self-evidently absurd. Like 9/11's a good one. It's easier to get a bunch of really angry Arabs to fly some planes into your buildings, right? Like that's just like the path of least resistance. But I don't know. I think it's at least plausible that there's some kind of awareness of an advanced alien civilization, and everybody's just agreed to be quiet about it. I think that one's plausible at least.
I also like the to me the biggest sign of intelligent life out in space is the fact that they're not here contacting us because we're idiots. As a civilized as a human race, we are, like we argue over land. Can we argue like we go to war over just dumb things, just insane things, and they're just like, geez, these people, let's not. And so let's bypass. They probably have like warning signs out in space regarding our entire solar system. They're like, just pass, collect your 200 and go, and just pass. Don't stop there if there's really nothing there. But that's what I think.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so let's shall we circle back to well, I don't want to say Ukraine because I want to talk about Hungary because it's but it's tangentially related to Ukraine.
What do you have on Hungary or Orban?
Well, Mr. Orban, who is he the president or the prime minister of Hungary? I can never remember. He's the prime minister. So he has been in Kiev to meet with Zelensky. Now, this is the first visit by Mr. Orban to Ukraine since the escalation, however, there has been regular in-person contact between Orban's government and Ukraine. So Peter Szijjártó, who is the foreign minister of Hungary, has made 5 trips over since the war. Now, Orban has been thoroughly disgracing himself. He has called for a ceasefire as a precursor to peace talks, and he's been doing various things to upset the European Union's support for Ukraine. Now, I think one of the interesting things about Hungary's actual actions in the EU is they could be doing a lot more damage than they actually are, right? So he has succeeded in delaying sanctions but not stopping them. He has succeeded in when the asset siege, the profits from the frozen Russian assets were sent over. The only concession that was made to Hungary was that 10% of the 10% of it would be used for things other than weaponry, and it's like stuff like that. So there's been some kind of low-level messing about, but ultimately the threat from Orban to the functioning of the European Union is that 25% of the Hungarian government budget is European money, right? And that money can disappear awfully quickly if Hungary doesn't behave. And so there's kind of a testicles in the vice situation there as well. Like the Hungarian state will quickly stop functioning if they stop getting all that delicious Brussels money, and then it's bye bye Fidesz and bye bye Orban. So it's kind of slightly overblown in my view. He knows how much is at stake here, and so he kind of engages in this kind of slightly low-level stuff, but doesn't really get a huge amount done, despite wielding vetoes over policy. Now, the other thing that people are slightly worried about Orban is, of course, the presidency of the European Council of Ministers, which is about, well, I think it's just started. So it rotates on the, or does it rotate on the 1st of August? I think it probably rotates on the 1st of, on that, sorry, on the, was it on the 1st of August? I can't remember when it rotates. But anyway, it's July, right? So it's rotated yesterday. Now, again, this is something that shouldn't be overblown. It's often unhelpfully referred to as the presidency of Europe. That's not what it is. Basically, the European Council of Ministers is one of the legislatures of the European Union. And the role that the president of the European Council of Ministers plays is basically agenda setting powers for European law. So he can delay and upset the order of things that have to pass through the European Council of Ministers to become European law. So his role is kind of a bit like that of Mike Johnson, I guess. But he's not, there's no executive power over the organization or anything like that. So yeah, there's a kind of I don't think we should be too afraid of it. Nevertheless, certain people in Brussels are getting a bit hot under the collar about it, partly because they envisage that this will be 6 months of wasted time. So the Eurocrats will spend all of their time managing Hungary rather than actually getting Europe stuff done, which I suppose is a legitimate concern. But this, I think what's important for our listenership to understand is that this doesn't put the EU out of the game for the purposes of supporting Ukraine. What it does is basically means that Hungary gets to set the agenda of what goes before the Council of Ministers, things like order, rules of order, things like that. And they have a coordinating role among the other, the rest of the members of the Council of Ministers. So it's kind of it's not massive. I don't think it's going to have a huge impact on Ukraine, but it will give our friendly bureaucrats in Brussels a bit of a headache, I think. I see Joanna's got a hand up. Let's go to Joanna.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. So it was a surprise visit to Ukraine at this debut of the Hungarian presidency of the Council. Surprise, I don't know if it's really a surprise because it was announced, I believe, by Reuters hours before, even yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So not much of it be significant that he chose to go to Ukraine in, let's say, attempt to show goodwill and show that he is concerned with the situation in Ukraine. He basically had two things on the agenda. One, to propose a ceasefire to President Zelensky in order to promote negotiations for peace. I don't know why he didn't visit Putin to propose a ceasefire. And the second, of course, the rights of the Hungarian minority in Zakarpattia region, which kind of is his big concern because, of course, he considers historically Hungarian territory in Zakarpattia. He kind of had this on the agenda since the beginning of the war, saying, yeah, we want rights for the Hungarian minority. And of course, Ukraine will align with the EU requirements for the protection of the rights of the minorities, as all the countries do, some more than others. Romania is an example than others, especially because of the Hungarian minority. Of course, nobody asks the Hungarians what are they doing for protecting minority rights because they are not doing enough, and surely they are not doing what they request other countries to do. But again, that's Hungary, kind of self-centered and very keen on, the rights of Hungarian speakers, let's say, the same narrative that we have seen from Russia to some extent. Also, because you spoke of the presidency of Hungary, of the Council, these are the priorities. Enhancing the EU competitiveness. I don't know how good they will do this because they seem to like China a lot, and that kind of not helps EU competitiveness. Reinforcing EU defense policy. They kind of oppose to every defense. So again, let's see how it goes. Making the enlargement policy consistent and merit-based. Of course, this is like, indirect hit to the fact that Ukraine and Moldova are now on a fast track to accession to EU. Stemming illegal migration, this is one of the concerns of Hungary a lot, even if they don't have so many illegal migrants. But anyway, what about the Chinese? Shaping the future of cohesion policy, promoting a farmer-oriented EU agricultural policy, and addressing the demographic challenges. So this is on the agenda of the Hungarian presidency of the Council.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, Joanna. Could you, for the benefit of the listenership, could you give us a kind of idiot's guide to the Hungarian minority in Transcarpathia thing that Hungary keeps trotting out? I mean, I understand that it's total nonsense, but could you, if you're familiar with it, could you explain exactly what's going on there?
Well, I am not so familiar with this. There is a Hungarian minority in that region. Of course, like there is one in Romania. They, for example, Orban asks that they should not be forced to learn Ukrainian language, which is counterproductive. And I can relate to Romania. Actually, in Romania, the Magyars, the Hungarian minority, have the right to learn in Hungarian until university level. So even if in university level, but this is not good for them. The idea is that, for example, the counties, the regions in Romania where the Hungarian minority is the biggest, are the poorest. regions in Romania. I don't know if this is a coincidence. They are mountainous regions, so maybe it's because of this. They are not very big in agriculture, maybe potatoes, nothing else. Not a lot of industry, of course, because of the terrain. So they are forced to go to other places to find jobs. And the fact that they learn in Hungarian until university, including university, is not helping them to get a job. When you live in a country, even if you are part of an ethnic minority, you should learn the language of that country to a good level, not just being able to buy a piece of bread or something like this. So this is counterproductive, productive actually. So they should have the right to preserve their maternal language. They should have the right to learn it, to have schools like in that language. But they also should learn the language of the country they are living in. So if you want, I can search some statistics to see exactly how big the Hungarian minority is in those regions. I'm not really familiar with the thing in Ukraine. I know that the other time, at the beginning of the year, when Peter Sijarto went to Uzhgorod in that region to meet with the Ukrainian foreign minister, they also talked about the rights of the minority in that region. And of course, Ukraine will comply with the EU regulations, which are quite good in protecting minorities. So sorry not to not being able to give you more, but I can search if you want.
No, that's great. That's perfect. Thank you very much, Joanna. That's kind of what I wanted to hear. I mean, it's going to be one of those areas where there's a kind of a gap between rhetoric and actual policy, right? And this is exactly the case with Russian claims of oppression of Russian speakers in bits of Ukraine and yada yada yada. So it's going to contain broadly the same amount of nonsense. So thank you very much for that primer. I appreciate it. Okie dokie. Jenny, I see our relief is here in the form of Tom and Tracy. So I am going to drop and promote one or both of those two. Thank you very much for co-hosting with me this afternoon. I have perked up a bit since I began, but then I've taken a shed load of painkillers, so that's nice. So I will leave you all at this point. I'll see you all same time tomorrow afternoon, 11 a.m. UK time, 1 p.m. Ukraine time. As always, Slava Ukraini, everybody.
Heroin Slava.
Yes, Heroin Slava. It has been a pleasure co-hosting with you. I'm glad you're feeling better, and yay on the painkillers. If I would have known, I would have, taken more advantage of you. Well, live and learn. There's a day tomorrow as well, so I'll get my revenge then. I also would like to take this time while I'm waiting for Tracy or Yom to be co-hosts to say thank you for making this an interesting afternoon where I learn new things and where we discuss all things under the sun that actually do pertain to Ukraine, even though you may not see it at the first glance. Who would have known that, Boris Johnson's hairdo had something to do with Ukraine? Well, it kind of did in a roundabout way. So now you guys know as well, like I do. But just thank you. You could have spent this time anywhere else, but you chose to spend it here with me and Tim. And welcome back tomorrow. And I did a little bit of shameless begging at the beginning. I hope that somebody does consider donating. Also, actually, as a piece of warning for anybody who does donate to MriyaReport, we do our shameless begging in public. We do not send DMs, and we definitely don't send DMs with a PayPal link asking you to donate. We will do the begging here in public. And if you were to send like a DM to one of the co-hosts asking for like a how do I donate, we will direct you to MriyaReport.org. We do not send PayPal links. If we do, you're more than welcome to tell us off because it's not going to be us, so we won't be offended. We will just tell you, good job you for recognizing a scammer. So while I beg for your money, I'm telling you, be a little bit more careful with your money. Don't send to PayPal links from somebody claiming to be from MriyaReport. None of the co-hosts, as far as I know, uses begs for money from MriyaReport in the back channel with PayPal links. We direct you to MriyaReport.org. So I'm going to take my leave because I see Yum is up and ready to take over. So goodbye until tomorrow. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava.
Slava, and thank you very much, Jenny. Yeah, I hope that with all those painkillers Tim's been taking, that he's not been driving his Bugatti, because that would be not a good thing to be doing. Hi, Tracy. How you doing? Nice to see you. What's up?
Hello, John. Very well, thank you. Today, how are you?
Well, you know, getting by, doing what I do, and here for another 2 hours. Here we go with all kinds of things related to Ukraine, and we'll see where we go over the next couple of hours. If you don't disappear, oh no, looks like Tracy's having her issues again. So, yeah, we'll be here for the next 2 hours. That's 10 till midnight my time, and whatever time that is for Tracy, probably 4 till, no, 2 till or whatever. I can't do the maths anymore, but never mind. Yeah, so all kinds of interesting things going on, I think, today. Still trying to kind of catch up with a few of the things that have been going on, but the Orban visit to Kyiv that you've just been discussing, that kind of feels like kind of like the one of the bigger stories today, I think, and interesting press conference that they had. A great photo that came out of their sort of bilateral meeting, where I think somebody kind of titled it as Orban being called to the headmaster's office, which kind of made me laugh. But yep, in their sort of in the kind of the readout afterwards, President Zelensky has posted on his Twitter feed that he discussed the most fundamental. Okay, Joanna was just talking about this, wasn't she? That they were discussing the trade and cross-border cooperation, infrastructure, and energy, and other topics which would be the basis for bilateral communication. But was kind of a bit disappointed to see Orban saying all kinds of weird things about ceasefires and negotiations and all kinds of other garbage. But yeah, I guess Orban's being Orban, and as some other wag put it, it's Russian representatives have finally reached Kyiv. What do you think, Tracy? How you doing? You back up, are you?
I am back. It seems I'm not liked today, John. And as far as Orban goes, I don't know. Do you think that he's just? I was thinking that he's just saying these things because the indicted child snatcher has told him to, and everybody will talk about that then, and that will be a distraction from what we should really be talking about. What do you think, John?
Well, I think he's probably told him to say that, or you know, those pictures are going to be all over the internet. I don't know what it is. Don't know what's going on, but very strange indeed. We shall see. But anyway, yeah, I guess it's kind of good that he finally arrived. I don't know whether it have changed his mind on much, but yeah, it's the first visit that he's made, isn't it, Tracy?
Yeah, it's staggering, isn't it, really, after all this time? But I suppose the way that he behaves and the things that he says, it's understandable. But yes, over 2.5 years, and it's the first time that he's been to Ukraine.
It is indeed, which tells you something, doesn't it? And a lot of things have been telling us lots of other things, but not visiting Kyiv when just about everybody related to just about every government and their dog has been to Kyiv. It's kind of weird that he's finally got around to it just as he takes over the presidency. But anyway, Arya might have some information on this. Arya, how you doing? You okay there?
Good morning, John. Yeah, I have a little bit of time this morning, so I thought I'd pop in. In regards to Orban and Hungary and the visit to Ukraine, and I've spoken to a couple of Hungarians about this morning, and I've talked to a bunch in the past about the various points he's made and what he's trying to gain. And a couple of the people I talked to are tacit supporters. The majority of them do not like him at all. So that is the opinion base I'm getting this from. A couple of them I really do trust. One in particular I've been following and talking to for over a decade. Followed the initial invasion with the Ukraine war with him, talking a lot through it, and he really is a good guy. So I trust what I'm being told here as being factual information. So there are these points, as we know, the majority of which are complete propaganda, that Orban has been pushing pertaining to the ethnic Hungarians within Ukraine. And this is points for his voter base and the domestic population and domestic politics. It would seem that based on statements on what Ukraine had to accept to even get the meeting, that Zelensky has agreed to at least some of the points of those 11 points. Orban will get this token political victory. Hopefully he'll start playing nice now. He will go back to Hungary and to his voter base and the majority of the average people. He will look like a hero. He will, it won't change anything on the ground in Ukraine other than some schools what the primary languages they're teaching to 150,000 people's children. A population of 150,000 people. You're talking 20 to 50,000 children. Of that population. There will be some other token changes. As said before in the previous segment, Ukraine does more for minority rights than most European countries do. It does more than Hungary does for their minorities. But still, this has been a particularly big talking point since I think it was 2017, pertaining to laws as far as how education in school went. So Ukraine changed it that all schools had to, as their primary language, teach Ukrainian, could teach any secondary languages they wanted. And not the Hungarian minority in Ukraine, but Hungarians in Hungary got very upset with that and said that, no, we should be able to teach Hungarian as the primary language in our ethnic schools there. Now, mind you, the majority of Ukrainians of Hungarian descent want to learn Ukrainian, want Ukrainian taught in the schools, and want to be able to integrate in society. The majority of them also want to learn Hungarian, but my understanding is Orban's policies are not popular with the Hungarian Ukrainians, right? It's not like the Sudeten Germans during World War II or before World War II with Hitler, where the majority did support Hitler and his policies. So I think my understanding is he will go there. He will negotiate with Zelensky. Zelensky will bite his tongue and take a kick to the knees, and Orban will relent, and it will look really good domestically for Orban, and the majority of the world will look at them like, what just happened? Why was that even holding up anything or a thing? But to somebody like Orban, a victory like this is a huge deal in domestic politics. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Arya. I was just looking at some of the information that President Zelensky was releasing as well about those things you were saying, the agreements that they've come to regarding the schools and the teaching of the languages, and also the teaching of Ukrainian children in Hungary about a school there. They've talked about a bilateral agreement. We are trying to close all previous disputes and focus on the future. We want to improve relations between our countries. We want to sign a global cooperation agreement with Ukraine, similar to the agreements we have with other neighbouring countries. We will take part in the modernization of the Ukrainian economy according to our capabilities, and we want to provide appropriate conditions for this, said Hungarian Prime Minister. And then some of what President Zelensky has been saying.
The content of our dialogue on today's issues can become the basis for a future bilateral document between our states, which will regulate all our relations and will be based on minor approach in relations between countries. And that was President Zelensky. John?
Yeah, Arya's saying that Orban will take his win and be happy, and everything can be fine and dandy. But I don't think he's kind of particularly behaved in that way in the past. He always seems to be after more. So I'm kind of a bit worried about that. I mean, we shall see what will happen over the coming months. But yeah, he always seems to be asking for more. We shall see. Okay, maybe I'll park that. Arya, go ahead.
Now I'm concerned with what you parked, John. In regards to Orban, I think you're correct, right? He could at some point recalculate and view it as being a win to revert, right? That being said, I think he will lose the carrots he's about to get, number one, if that happens. Number two, the hit back will be severe. There would have to be a fabricated, I'm not saying it couldn't be done, but there would have to be a fabricated issue on top of the current issues that already exist. Whether or not he blocks some other policy or something pertaining to Ukraine in the future in order to get more carrots, I think there's a decent chance of that. But pertaining to what he's been doing in the recent past to block Ukraine, the last couple of years, I think he will back down from that, because I do think Zelensky will give him enough carrots and to keep him busy chewing them. I also think that at a certain point, right, even the Hungarian people that are going to view this as a win, they're not completely ignorant to what's going on. And if the issues have supposedly been resolved and there's not other major issues, right, it's a little harder to resume the standing in opposition to Ukraine if there's not a political motive like there's been, and these are long-standing issues in Hungarian politics. So if they're resolved, he would have to fabricate a new issue that would be important enough to the average Hungarian supporter of him that they would back the actions, and I'm not sure how easily that can be done. But I do agree with you, John. He is one of the world leaders. While I am very grateful to him as far as how he has treated the Jews in Hungary, he will flip-flop on things, and he is dangerous, right? There is no doubt in my mind of that. So if he sees a chance to gain more, I think you're right, he will take it. The question is, will he see that chance? And I'm not sure he will.
Yeah, well, thanks, Arya. Yeah, I mean, I guess there are kind of constraints on what he can do, and I know that there have been kind of threats and various pressure put on him from various EU members, certainly with the threat of what is it, Article 7, isn't it? Where he's not sort of having sort of the sort of state apparatus aligned with the values of the EU, but that's never really come to anything. So anyway, we shall see. I guess at this stage, it's kind of good that they got together and talked to each other, and who knows what will happen next. But we shall see. We shall see. Let's hope for the best. The thing that I was going to park is just like a kind of a tangentially related anecdote that don't think is particularly interesting. Kind of links together the. Well, we might as well go ahead. I was at a conference. I think it was last summer, and you get to a conference and you have those kind of awkward conversations. You're all standing around, after the first kind of session. And he said, "Oh, so where are you from? And what do you do?" All right. I said, "Oh, that's just really interesting." And I was kind of speaking to this one guy, and he was like, "Oh, so where are you from?" "Oh, I'm from Hungary." "Oh, that's interesting." So I thought, "Oh, this is going to be interesting. What's his kind of attitude going to be?" And we're talking about, "Oh, what part of Hungary?" And he's going on, "Well, actually, it's Romania." "Oh, okay, all right, fair enough." "Oh, so where are you working now?" "Oh, I'm in China, working at a university in China." And yeah, it was kind of a bizarre conversation, and I don't think we really hit it off so well there. But yeah, we'll see if he's around next time at the conference this year. I wonder if he'll be back. But anyway, yeah. So that's the kind of the kind of the anecdote that I thought I'd park. But it would have been interesting to hear what Joanna had to say about that. But looks like she's gone off to do other things and work, presumably, which is also extremely important. Okay, so it looks like Tracy's having all kinds of problems. She always seems to have all kinds of problems when we co-host together. So I hope it's like, nothing I've done. But I'm sure she'll be back up at some point soon. And while we're kind of waiting for that, I thought I might go with this because this is another Chris O'Wiki's dropped, Babe, Wake Up. And this kind of looks to go into a little bit more detail on that strange phenomenon that we saw of basically a kind of a unit of wounded Russian soldiers being mobilized to be sent to the front. So I thought I might read through this while we're waiting for Tracy to come back. But I don't know, Tracy's back. Tracy, do you want to hear me go through this Chris O'Wiki, or are you just not up for that at all?
No, that sounds perfect, John, as long as you can hear me.
And I can, and you have the magic words co-host next to your name as well. So it all looks pretty good.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Chris O'Wiki it is then.
Chris O'Wiki it is. Yeah, here we go. So this badly wounded Russian soldiers, they come on crutches, are being sent to fight in Ukraine. Russian milli-bloggers, so they like tiny little bloggers, mill bloggers, say it's because of huge losses and shortages of personnel, as well as bureaucratic mismanagement and the military's culture of lying to superiors. All of things we have covered on the space in the past. The Russian blogger Anastasia Kashavarova, a former aide to State Duma Speaker, they're just taking the mic now, and then Vyacheslav Volodin, and then to the LDPR party, has posted an angry denunciation of the army's treatment of the men of the 26th Tank Regiment, based in Melino in the Nizhny Novgorod region. A recent video shows visibly injured men on crutches pleading to be taken out of the battlefield. According to Kashavarova, they are from the 26th Tank Regiment of the 47th Guards Tank Division. They address their appeal to Putin and the military prosecutor's office, because that always works. The men, who number about 50, say that they are wounded, still using crutches and plaster casts, have not been fully treated, and have not undergone the required rehabilitation or 45-day medical leave. Surprised that there's a 45-day medical leave protocol in the Russian army, but there you go. Nonetheless, they are still being sent on combat missions. God. They say that field doctors are shrugging their shoulders at the situation, which they blame on their commanders. They are currently in the second line, but they say that they will be sent to the front line in a few days' time. Kasharova says that this is a systemic problem which has been going on for quite a long time, you think. She writes, "This is not a problem with the medics and the Military Medical Commission, although such problems also exist. I am not hiding it. This is a problem with specific commanders who do not care about doctors' instructions, referrals to hospitals, and planned operations. They load guys into cars by deceit, assuring them that they are taking them to the command for some documents and leave, and send them to the front. Why? What will they do there? What is this image of turbulent activity? What incredible value does a fighter on crutches have on the front line? I understand maybe not feeling sorry for specific people, or there you go, mask slip there, but turn on logic, turn on practical considerations. These people on the front line are simply useless. Give them a chance to heal, to rest, and they can be useful. What you are doing now is just a useless, cynical waste of people. Well, you know, you could probably say that about the whole operation, Tracy. I don't know what you think. But Kasia Verova says that she is making a complaint to the military prosecutor's office, and she has a record of which of them file complaints. So unscrupulous commanders will not be able to quickly send them to the front line and hide the traces of their dubious activities. Now, other mill bloggers have also commented on the video. Some guy called Volt8 says it's a vile, treacherous phenomenon, undermining the authority of the command and the armed forces as a whole in the eyes of our servicemen. When individual butcher commanders scoop out from permanent posts and hospitals everyone who is destined for a long recovery and simply send them for useless disposal. So yeah, how can you trust commanders, he says, if you were told that there would be no mobilization, you were mobilized. They freeze you in place without a reasonable term of service. You get seriously wounded in this war, and are not only not demobilized, but in some cases, you are sent to your death without being fully healed. So yeah, it kind of looks like really kind of messed up kind of stuff. It's all treachery and treacherous. The situation with neurological problems is especially difficult when, for example, a person's arms and legs are formally in place, but they do not function properly. My God. In my memory, they tried to send a volunteer to the front who had shrapnel that injured the spinal cord and was stuck in his spine. His legs were paralyzed. His blood pressure was going through the roof. And he was told, roughly speaking, to go to the front with your shrapnel and don't show off. This is really, I don't know whether it's disturbing. I mean, it kind of true to form, I guess. But yeah, it's kind of suggesting that, I mean, the thread just goes on and on and on. I'd like different quotes from different people about different kind of aspects of different people in different conditions being sent back to the front. And I think this kind of ties in with a few things we've seen. I think even Mick Ryan was kind of looking at there was a thread from Mick Ryan where he was talking about the problem of kind of mobilizing troops in different ways. And some of the problems they're facing in maintaining the momentum of their current offensive activities. And yeah, it kind of comes to something when these are the kind of people that they're throwing into the front line. It doesn't particularly strike me that this is a few rogue commanders. I'm sure it's kind of more than that, or you get the feeling that it's more than that. And that, yeah, they're just trying to scrape together any troops that they can. Easier to send them in as useless soldiers than to actually treat them or pay them disability payments or whatever. So anyway, if anybody is interested in that thread, I think, retweeted it. I have not retweeted it, so that's not very good of me. So if anyone wants to go and read that in more detail, you can find it on my timeline because I just reposted it. But there you go, Tracy. Hopefully you're settled in now. Now that we've done a bit of Chriso Wiki. Joanna and Arya have their hands up. But any comments, Tracy, before we go to the hands?
No, let's carry on to the hands, John. I didn't see who was first, did you?
I think it was Arya. But yeah, let's go to Arya first. Unless, yeah, okay, I'm getting thumbs up on that. Go, Arya.
Why don't you skip me and go to Ayana, because she might have a comment to what you were saying. I have another piece of news afterwards.
Sounds good. Joanna,
Thank
you have a
you.
voice
Hope you can hear
today.
me.
Can you hear
yes, we
me?
can. Yes, we can. Yes,
Oh,
go ahead.
that's great. Yeah, I wanted to comment just a little bit on this because I have seen several reports like this, and the situation seems to be getting worse. Um, Initially, at the beginning of the war, in the first winter, there were reports about the beggars' army because they weren't well equipped. Right now, it's kind of a crippled army. So the mighty Russian army is well trying to get people even without limbs or with severe problems to the fight. This doesn't look well, isn't it? So it's not like somebody who's saying, look, I have only one arm and one eye, and I'm fighting for the motherland or the fatherland. I, in Russia, they are using both of these, so I believe Russia is a gender-indecisive country. So it's not like I'm doing everything I can for the motherland, even if I'm like in no position to fight really. But they are forced to go there, and yeah, the mighty Russian army is a crippled army, apparently. That's my comment.
Yeah, and also was the reports yesterday of, I think, was it cholera and that as well. So it's not only poor and crippled, but also sick. So yeah, Joanna, go back to you.
Yeah, I'll short comment on that because there was a discussion yesterday, and I wanted to speak about this. For example, the Russians claiming that there is no such thing as cholera because there wasn't a case of cholera in years and things like this. Actually, cholera is present everywhere. If the conditions, the sanitation is not good, if you are not taking the necessary precautions, that bacteria is present everywhere. And in the civilized, let's say, advanced countries, you can get it from seafood, for example, because the bacteria tends to accumulate in some of the seafood things. In poor countries, you get it from water, and what is happening there, probably they are getting it from water. And the fact that they are not acknowledging it is even worse because there is a vaccine for cholera and it's quite cheap because it's a widespread disease and efforts were made to make the vaccine cheap in order for countries in Africa and Asia to be able to get it and to stop the epidemic when they happen. So they could give this vaccine to the people and they could save them. And also another thing that I want to mention, I won't get into the gory details of the disease, but one of the symptoms is severe dehydration. So not only that you drink that contaminated water and you got the disease, but you will be even more thirsty and you will need even more water. And if the water is not clean, well, it's going from bad to worse um, because of the symptoms of cholera, there is a risk of even more spreading the infection. And just one person can increase the quantity of bacteria in the environment by 1 million times. 1 million times. Just one person infected. So yeah, it can be a problem, especially now that it's very hot and people need a lot of water to drink. And if you don't take the necessary precautions, well, it doesn't look well at all.
Yep, and it's what is it? I don't know how it is in Romania today, Joanna, but it's 30-odd degrees in certainly in central Ukraine, around Kiev anyway. So that's not going to help at all.
Yesterday we had 40. Now it's 37, and there is a storm announced that will drop a little bit the temperature. But yeah, it was very hot for the last week.
My word, that is hot. That is really hot. So yeah, that's not going to help with the cholera at all. And I guess my worry is the civilian population in the occupied areas as well, because it's not something that's only going to affect military personnel, is it? It's if it starts to spread, then that will be kind of worrying for the people who are stuck in those occupied areas. Arya, go ahead.
So in regards to the cholera and other health concerns with Russians on the front lines, right? From what we've seen anecdotally, because we don't have a complete picture, Russia does not maintain proper medical facilities for all of its troops. People that are saying they're not feeling well, especially if they're anywhere near the front, are not sent back to a field hospital or something. They're told to hold the line until they're relieved, or they're physically at the point where they need to be carried out in a stretcher. So conditions like that, when you're in trenches, when you're living close together, on top of it, are going to spread it a lot quicker. Even in previous wars like World War II, there were drastic measures taken by armies to address this that the Russians are not currently taking, and or do not seem to be currently taking, and that to me is very interesting. In regards to people who haven't, who aren't physically capable to serve, there have been hundreds of videos since the start of the war of Russian soldiers, filming themselves being like, I have type 2 diabetes, I've got a fake hip, I'm 49 or 54, and they called me up. I'm blind in one eye, I have these medical conditions. I have a deferment. They called me up and they took me. I'm now in the front. Please help. I've literally seen at least 50 to 100 videos like that myself. So this is nothing new with the Russians doing this. And it's interesting because on the Ukrainian side, I've seen a handful of examples of people that have lost legs or had other severe injuries, gone through rehabilitation, and then chosen voluntarily to re-enlist, which is I'm beyond words with, right? A lot of the people that do the bomb cleanup are paraplegics who have lost legs in combat, who are then still going around to clean up the mines and stuff, so somebody else doesn't have to do it. So just the contrast, right, between one country grabbing the people that should not be in service and forcing them to do so, versus the other country, people actually choosing to push themselves past what any citizen would be expected to do, and be willing to self-sacrifice in a way that is really commendable. It's also interesting because the Russians have made a lot of propaganda videos to try to fight against this by claiming that the Ukrainians are doing the same thing. And each one of those videos that they have sent, ranging from a paid African influencers to a severely mentally disabled young man who was taken from the occupied provinces and put into a military uniform and made to look like he was being abused, right? All of these have been fact checked, and the data has been shown, and sources have been cited and stuff, and it's all come out to be Russian propaganda. As far as diseases and diseases spreading, I think it's going to be very interesting, and it's very important to watch once the North Korean troops, whether they're just the engineers or actual combat troops, start going into Ukraine, because they have a lot of diseases. Even the higher ranking members that have defected and gotten over the borders, when they get the medical checks, most of them have parasites and various diseases. There's a lot of data on this. So I think if the Russians end up taking them up on there, you're going to see some major medical issues among people on the front, and various diseases that outside of the third world are not really an issue starting to pop up again in Russia. And then just on one final note, there is confirmation from pertaining to Kanye West's visit to Moscow. According to Gasha Rubachensky's team, and Gasha Rubachensky is a Russian artist and producer who manages Kanye since December 2023. that he is in Moscow, but the claims that he is doing a concert are false. So there was no comment on whether or not he is meeting with Putin. That was one of the things by Russian news that was said that he was going to be doing. I don't know if he is, but it's a little weird him randomly flying to Moscow like this. And it's interesting that it's been confirmed by his press, his head of media's press team. Back to you, John and Tracy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was going to say who's Kanye, but I don't think even I'm that far out of touch. But yeah, thanks for that. And also, I mean, this whole idea of the kind of the North Korean soldiers. I mean, yeah, you raised some interesting questions there, Arya, about their kind of general physical state. But also, it'd be kind of be really interesting to see, if some of them get captured, how they're going to react to being treated nicely, and that could be interesting. I'm not sure what will happen there. Arya, you have something on that?
So assuming any are willing to be captured and they are not, among the majority of the country that is completely brainwashed, and don't believe all the lies they have been told about how they will be raped, eaten, murdered, and all these other fun things by the Western aggressors and the American bastards, and that is directly what they teach their school kids to call us. The diseases that can spread potentially in a case like this are very severe, and I have lost my train of thought. I do apologize. I have yet to have my caffeine this morning. I will blame it on that. Sorry.
Well, that's kind of my sort of natural general state anyway. I mean, just thoughts pop in one ear, pop in close to one ear, and disappear at the other side. I mean, always chasing them. You'll understand when you get older, Arya. It's a constant thing. But yeah, come back if you rediscover that thought. Okay, but yeah, that's. I mean, obviously, we don't want to underestimate the Russian army in Ukraine, and they're doing a lot of damage, and there's a lot of bad stuff going on. But it does kind of feel. I mean, I think Chuck posted something yesterday. Chuck Farrer, who will be back on July the 4th with bullet points. It's been a while, but he's coming back. But you may have seen a post from him about kind of food shortages, bad morale, and all kinds of things, especially around, well, this is around Volshansk. But yeah, it kind of feels like they're struggling with quite a lot of things at the moment, and disease is not going to help them at all. Arya, have you remembered what you wanted to say?
No, I just wanted to thank you for letting me know Chuck will be back on the 4th of July. That's beautiful. I'll enjoy listening to that very much then. Thank you, John.
Okay, that is, I think it's 3 a.m. Kyiv time, 9 a.m. my time, and that'll be 1 a.m. in the UK. And beyond that, I'm afraid I can't really help. But if you know your timings, just do the subtractions, and you'll have your answer. But maybe I'll put that up in the nest, because that feels like a great thing to be happening. Really great that Chick will be back. I think we've all missed him. Tracy, any thoughts on all of this? It's kind of extraordinary that I've been talking for this long, because that's not usually my role here. Tracy, I don't know whether we've lost you, if your audio is still there.
I think I'm still here, John.
You are indeed, yeah. I mean, if you're having problems, that's no problem either. But yeah, trying to get a word in edgeways while I'm ravaging on.
No, it's fine. I was just listening away. It was very interesting. Thank you, John and Aria and Ioana. Very interesting conversation. Yeah, I think we see this happening more and more, don't we? And hopefully Chuck will speak about this a little bit, and he is to return. That is in the nest actually already, and there are 2 other cards in the nest for you to look at, because we have some guests coming up for you today as well. So later on this evening, we will be joined by Mark Toth and Colonel John Sweet again. So this is a national security and foreign policy segment. Now, John Sweet is a retired Army colonel, 30-year military career, intelligence officer actually in the US European Command Intelligence Engagement Division. That was from 2012 to 2014. And Mark Toth writes and commentates on national security and foreign policy for The Hill, The New York Post, The Kyiv Post, and many others. And actually, they write together now, don't they? So that's something that they've been doing, which has been incredible to see the work that they've been doing and what they've been writing about. So if you would like to hear more about that and like to talk more about that, then please join us and share the card so everybody else can join us too. So that will be happening later on. Somebody hot micing on me?
Sorry, I think that was me. I was just going to jump in there, but you carry on, finish what you said.
Oh, that's all right. Go ahead, John.
Yep, I was just going to say, I mean, I think I've probably told you before, it's a bit of a kind of a awkward hour for me in the middle of the night when they're on, but I know that they can really get going, and they've done like 5 or 6 hour stints, and I think I've woken up and caught the last hour or 2 of what they were saying, and you'd think they kind of like, you know, blown themselves out by then, but no, there's so much really interesting information, so much really great analysis. So definitely recommend that segment, which will be coming up, as you said, fairly soon, I think. So I'm just looking at that now because I didn't. Yeah, that is coming up in about 4 hours' time, I think. Is that right? So definitely do that.
Yeah, you might catch the back end of it because they do stay a good long time. I think really maybe they're trying to get the title of Tynaton. So let's have a competition. That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? But yes, they certainly do stay a good few hours with us, especially Mark Toth. He stayed really several hours last time. So if you've not heard these segments, check them out on the Spotify channel, on the MriyaReport Spotify account. And there are several already on there for you. So this will be happening later on today at 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. UTC, 7 p.m. London, 8 p.m. Berlin, and 9 p.m. Kyiv. And that is not all. Some more guests for you lovely listeners, but let's just go on to Aria for the moment.
So thank you for reminding me to look, John and Tracy. I had forgotten that Mark was on today, and just to back up what they were saying, personally, I love a lot of the guests we have, and there are some really good segments. But one of my favorites is Mark's. As said, he normally stays on for 2 to 4 hours after the time he says he has to go. The level of the conversation, the information, the lack of partisanship and nuance is just phenomenal. And I've only been lucky enough to catch one live, but I've listened to another one recorded, and the quality was equal there. So I highly recommend that segment. Their writing is phenomenal. If you're not following the both of them, please do so. And our other speaker today, which I'll let Tracy talk about, is also a great speaker and always has interesting segments when he joins us. Back to you, Tracy.
Thank you, Aria. Yeah, it is definitely an excellent segment, so do not miss it. And I think we've been joined by the lovely Mockers. Hello, Mockers.
Hello. Well, have you seen what I've just sent you in the background?
Tell us.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, so apparently Kanye West, some of his song lyrics are a little bit rude, I'll be honest. And apparently some of his song lyrics specifically relate to Russian women. Well, it looks like somebody has asked the Prosecutor General's office to check his song lyrics for alleged insults to Russian women. That's right. The Russian Orthodox traditionalist social movement, Sorokov, something like that, had sent an open letter to the Russian Prosecutor General's office with a request to check Kanye West's lyrics of certain songs, to find the facts of insulting Russian women, and to permanently ban the rapper from entering Russia again. The attentive ears of those far from the hip-hop community were hooked on the line, "She Russian, I beat up that meow for Ukraine," which sounds near the end of the song. However, the line was apparently not written by Kanye, but his fellow singer, T.Y. Dollar Sign. I've heard of him, but, you know, I'm just not that hip, I'm afraid. Also, according to the organization, in the song appear the lyrics, "Russian woman" appears only in the image of a drug-addicted prostitute with perverted tendencies. Goodness, that does seem a little bit, not very friendly, doesn't it? Now the Russian Prosecutor General's office are going to have to listen to several albums by Kanye West, figure out the lyrics of his songs, and find whether or not he is responsible for a possible insult, which sounds like a cruel and unusual punishment by itself, doesn't it? But I just thought that was hilariously funny. So hopefully they might keep him. And we'd all be spared any more of his nonsense. I just thought that would be a good idea.
Mockers, that's fantastic. Thank you so much. I cannot believe that they are going to have to go through Kanye West's lyrics and read them all and translate them. That's just brilliant. Arieh.
Failing keeping him and putting him in a mental institution where he probably should be at the moment. I'm also down for them having him fight what is his name? The Putin fanboy Shaman, the one with the dreadlocks. Them in a fight in a cage match, you know, to the death. He wins, he gets to leave. He doesn't, you know, he sings for Putin for the rest of his life and makes Russian propaganda, or knockout or whatever you want to say. But that was absolutely hilarious, Mockers. Thank you very much for that information. I hope that dissuades some other psychopaths and bigots from traveling to Russia.
Thank you, Arieh. Goodness me, John, what is going on? You know what? I can't understand what he's going to get out of it, because supposedly he's got no money left. So if he doesn't have any money, he can't give Putin, that indicted child snatcher and war criminal, any money. So what's the deal here, Mockers?
He needs money. That's the deal. And, Russia still have some money. Certainly their oligarchs do. All the rich folks still have their riches. It's everybody else who's paying for the country at the moment. But there was another item I was going to talk about, but let's finish this first. Go ahead, Arieh.
Thank you, Mockers. So it's important to remember that his manager is a Russian who's a Putin fanboy. It's important to remember a lot of the circles Kanye is friends with are people that are either Vladniks or spout Russian propaganda. It's not inconceivable he's been told all this stuff about how great Russia is, right? And he already believes all this crazy stuff about the United States and the world and what's going on. And he decided to go see for his own eyes. Either that or he needs Steven Seagal for his next music video. 50-50 between the two.
Thank you, Arieh. I think, was it always like this and we just didn't notice it? Or really, that's what I wonder, because he's gone off the rails a little bit more over the last few years, hasn't he?
So
go ahead, go on, Arieh.
Sorry, I apologize for not raising my hand. So my understanding is he's always been like this. There's been times he was medicated, and there were times where he was more in control of outbursts. But my understanding, based on about a dozen people who have previously worked on him, is he's been saying crazy, horrific stuff for at least 2 decades. The claims that have come out on things he has said to former managers, people he's worked for, people who have worked for him, people around him that have heard things. And it's enough people, including people that have never, before that bashed him and have no public beef with him, that have come out and said this. So I'm going to go with he's always been like this to some extent. And as he stopped taking his medicine and the psychosis got worse, he went down the rabbit hole, spent all of that free time on the internet reading crazy things and listening to crazy people. And it just, you start with the flat earth, you eventually go to the space Jews control the world. Back to you, mockers. Thank you.
They do, don't they, Arya? Control everything. I thought that was the case. I, for one, am quite happy as long as you are benevolent overlords. So I just thought I would comment slightly on Zelensky and Orban meeting each other today. And I have just retweeted an excellent photograph of them looking really, really happy to see one another. If you go and look at it, you'll see what I mean. Slight sarcasm there. Well, even though it wasn't the most fun event for probably either of them, how do you know that Russia is losing? Because he sent Viktor Orban to beg Zelensky for a ceasefire. Oh dear, that doesn't sound like a good thing to do, does it? What a shame. He's got Viktor Orban now begging for a ceasefire for him. Seems a little desperate to me.
I would agree, mockers. Mary,
And that,
welcome.
just before we go to Mary, mockers, that photo is a cast iron classic. That's brilliant. They do look really excited about, the whole idea of talking to one another. That's fantastic. Recommend everybody goes and looks at that. It's hysterical. I actually laughed out loud. But enough of me. Mary, go ahead. Welcome up.
Good morning, good evening, good night, everyone. I hope everyone's having a great day. Yeah, I saw that about Zelensky and Orban. It's crazy. I wonder who is asking Orban to ask for the negotiations. You wonder who he's being the mouthpiece for, right? But yeah, no, I think we also need to remember a lot of Kanye West's issues started too when his mom died. We need to remember his mom died during that plastic surgery back in I don't remember when, but she was having that plastic surgery. And so she may have made sure he took medication too. And also the onset of a lot of mental disorders occur in the mid to late 20s for males. So I truly believe that he has like legit mental, like severe mental disorders, and people are, like he's legitimately mentally ill. But yes, it's also, like just a very disturbing situation. But yeah, Russia can definitely keep him because he's not good for anybody. But anyways, just wanted to say good morning and thank you guys for
Thank
everything.
you,
Good morning,
Mary.
Mary.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Thank you for sharing that background there. Mockers, your hand went up immediately. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was going to say, yeah, I have absolutely no doubt that he has some massive mental health issues. He probably thinks that he's just, going with the flow, doing good things. And it's absolutely not, is it? But the fact that he might get himself into trouble, well, I think he'd rather be facing the lawsuits that he's currently got back in America. But we'll see. Hopefully, they'll just, for his sake, they'll just chuck him out of the country. But I just think you know what they're like, don't you? It would be just really unfortunate if they decided that they weren't going to let him come home for a while. It would be funny, but you know what? I have a funny feeling that America would get him back. That they would. They wouldn't just leave him. Would they not like that?
Yeah, but it's actually an interesting question. I mean, I mean, aside from all of the, the kind of the, I don't vaguely sort of Schadenfreude type, Freuden type things that we can attach to this, is what use does this potentially have to Russia? If they do detain him, is it better not to detain him and just send him back? And what kind of diplomatic storm would that cause? I don't know. I'm just sort of thinking out loud. But Arya, you had your hand up.
That is a really good question. How would the United States respond to that? Would there be an international campaign to free Kanye? Would it be a number of his random supporters, petitioning outside of the White House, picketing every day? Like what would happen? I'm sorry, that was not that wasn't on my bingo card for this year. But I don't think Russia would gain anything from it. I think it's some member of government saying that they're going to do it. And I imagine it will probably be shot down by Putin. Either that or they will hold it over Kanye's head and be like, look, you want to come meet Putin and resolve this so this isn't an issue? And Kanye will look at his manager and his handlers who are there, to show him Russia. And they'll be like, yeah, it's a good idea. And Putin will go and Putin will be like, I'm dropping all the charges against you. They were ridiculous, man. I love you. Love your music. Love what you say. And he'll show Kanye around and Kanye will come back and be, Putin is the best guy ever. He's a real leader. All of this stuff. There's a bunch of ways to play it. None of the ways I see playing it involve actually charging Kanye. Although I will hold out the hope that he gets arrested in Russia or has to fight somebody like Steven Seagal for his freedom. Would love to see it, but I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't know. Potentially, illegal immigrant and broken the law. He might find himself mobilized. Who knows? I think Mary, Arya, you want to come back on that, and then to Mary, and then to Dryfly.
Kanye's new album, How I Lost My Shit in Ukraine. Could you imagine him being mobilized? That would be every front page news story for like 3 weeks. My brain broke at that. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop talking.
That's okay. Mary, go ahead.
I don't know, but I just had this weird vision of Kim Kardashian in charge of the negotiations to get Kanye West released from the prison over there, she's negotiating, because isn't she doing the whole law thing now? And she wouldn't let him stay over there because she's, whatever you think of her, she actually cares about her kids and stuff. So, but I just had this vision of her handling all of the international negotiations. But no, I honestly think there's no way, whatever it is, Putin would definitely not let him remain there, would not let him be in prison there, would not let him, he would turn around and would be the good person and would be like, look, I'm dropping charges or whatever if he ever was charged, and releasing Kanye because I'm the great person, whatever. But no, I just had this mental image of Kim Kardashian being the international negotiator. But thanks, guys.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, that's quite an image. Dryfly, go ahead.
Well, I can tell you one thing for sure is that you won't hear a lot of screaming from the African American community in the U.S. Kanye has pretty much lost his appeal with that group to a great extent. And if you doubt me, just go on to Twitter and see what people say who are a long time, uh, long time tweeters covering uh, uh, black issues and black politics. And Kanye basically threw his weight in with MAGA. He really lost a lot of support. So if any support for a negotiation came from the U.S. side, it would come from people who are in the pro MAGA group, and they just don't have the muscle politically right now to crank out the State Department to really do a lot for him. It would have to be some other mechanism like Trump negotiating for him or Kardashian or that whole group. So when people watch this stuff happen, you really need to do a little bit, pay a little attention to what's going on in the U.S. and the people who early on were great supporters of him, and it's not just African Americans, but the whole hip hop scene. They've pretty much walked on when he went off full MAGA. That's just not something they easily forgive. And so I don't think that there's much to this story. I think it's another media stunt to kind of take attention away from some of the more serious issues that are going on, and there are certainly many of them, including what the heck is Orban doing negotiating. That also caught my attention, and I'm guessing it has really nothing to do with either NATO, the West, or Ukraine. There's something at play. But to Zelensky's credit, he's willing to see him, talk to him. I mean, I think that that's the power that Zelensky has is he'll talk to anybody. He just won't capitulate. So I will listen, but I wouldn't waste a lot of time on the Kanye story. I know this. I've been watching lots and lots and lots of the Twitter feeds from African Americans with respect to what's going on in the campaign, and I can tell you, Kanye is so far down the list, it's not even funny. And I'll listen.
Thanks, Dryfly. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's kind of fun to throw these things out, and maybe Special Envoy Marjorie Taylor Greene. Who knows? Maybe that might work. But yeah, there are a lot of other things to be talking about. But Yeti, go ahead. Maybe you have some sort of final thoughts on this.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Can we throw in? Oh, what's his face? The guy that nobody likes that's from Canada and ended up in the US. I think he went to Florida and something took a horrible wrong turn. Justin Bieber. There was a game between US and Canada in hockey, and on the electronic billboard outside the building it said "Loser keeps Bieber." I think that was the toughest game between the US and Canada I've ever seen in ice hockey. But we can offer Bieber and keep Kanye. We'll give them Bieber too. Sorry. Nah, I'm not sorry. But thank you.
Leave that young man alone.
My daughter has a soft spot for that young man, I am ashamed to say.
He had one really good song, and part of the lyrics were, my mama don't like you and she loves everyone. And my son actually in the car goes, Mom, Justin Bieber's singing about you and himself. He's like, because you really do like almost everyone and you really don't like him. So he wrote a song about the two of you. And I'm like, aw, my little lovely child, today you will get a raise in your allowance. Anyway, thank you.
You make me laugh so much. My daughter said exactly the same thing to me. Sorry, everybody. Was it Aria next or news you can use, John? Apologies.
I think it was news you can use, but I may be wrong.
I was just going to say that I think it's kabuki theater. I think Trump will go over and bring back Kanye, and this is to show the MAGA that Trump appeals to your black voters. Although that's not how the black voters will see it, but it's politics.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Tracy, go ahead.
No, that's okay. Let's go on to Arya.
So, Jenny, to that hockey game, if you're still listening, I am convinced if either side had brought on and filled about half the team out with 13-year-old girls who knew how to ice skate, that they would have instantly won pertaining to who gets to keep Beaver. Just fairly certain on that. They would have gotten savage. Right, there would have been fist fights. They would have been jumping on players' backs, biting their ears off. I mean, it would have been a fight to the death. But bad jokes aside, I had something serious, but I have forgotten it because I was laughing. This isn't very serious conversation. I agree with Dryfly. The Kanye thing is a complete distraction. That being said, it is a good laugh, and I think, especially considering it is related news, so much of what we talk about is depressing or morbid, or not happy stuff. That when occasionally we do get a funny story, it is worth taking a couple minutes out of our day, to have a laugh and allow a little bit of that stress and steam to come out. Because it's very cathartic to do so. And there is, a limited amount of good news or funny news that happens. And I would say this is pretty funny. Again, this was not on my bingo card for this year. Back to you.
Thank you, Arya. You're absolutely right. And on that note, I've just put a little video in the nest for you all to have a look at, because I think it's very apt to what you just said, Arya. So this is from the mayor of Kharkiv, and he's showing two beautiful tigers. And what he says is, in difficult times like these, it's extremely important to notice the joyous events and share them with each other. Here is one of those. A month ago, two beautiful jaguar cubs were born in the Kharkiv Zoo. Both of them are girls. And I suggest choosing their names together. I would like you to leave your name suggestions in the comments to this post on Instagram and Facebook. Any ideas are welcome, but I want the names to be apt and reflect the spirit of the indomitable Kharkiv. The proposals that receive the most likes will then be put to a vote. Thank you very much. Mockers?
Oh, I've got another little story for you. Remember the silly and very ridiculous information nonsense that came out about a Bugatti purchase, that Zelensky's wife was going to buy herself a Bugatti. Well, yeah, like you would immediately go and purchase one full in cash. Anyway, Bugatti not only denounced the Russian disinformation campaign, but they've already filed a criminal complaint for forgery, use of forgery, usurping their identity, and defamation. So it escalated to the F around phase really quickly. Bugatti not impressed with anybody calling things out, and saying that it's them when it quite clearly isn't. Oh, and just a little bit of fun for you all. Countrywide air raid alert is currently on. So I do hope they made Viktor Orban run when it came on in in Kyiv. Oh no, we're going to have to run to the air raid shelters now. After you. Sorry.
It's locked.
Well, I don't know. Maybe just make him stand there and negotiate with the incoming. Who knows? Arya, go ahead.
If you've seen the picture of how happy and joyous Zelensky and Orban look to be standing in a humongous room about 5 feet apart from each other, imagine them in a little bunker on some plastic chairs next to each other for a half an hour till the sirens stop Orban, if that is what happened, he must be having a heart attack. This is the worst day for him in decades. That is hilarious, but he'll have to bite his tongue because he wants the carrots and he knows he'll get them. So he's going to bite his tongue, but this is hilarious. But I would just like one day where there aren't air raids from both of the countries that I follow pertaining to this. One day without seeing alerts on my phone would be really nice. And it would be a lot nicer for the people that have to live under this crap.
Well, you will be pleased to know then, Arya, that apparently repulses on the MiGs have started, whatever that means.
Sorry,
what
Tracy.
does that mean?
One more time.
Repulses on the MiGs have started. So, in other words, somebody is repulsing the MiGs. I wonder who that would be or what.
That's interesting. Is that from like the Ukrainian Air Force account or something?
So the notification, yeah, it says just that the repulse on the MiGs have started, and that's all it says. So I thought that's quite interesting. Apparently there are 3 MiGs up.
That is interesting. Yeah. Well, we shall see what that means later. I suppose we might get some information on that, but that is really interesting and cryptic, nicely cryptic. But yeah, just to kind of go back to what Arya was saying, yeah, that could be an interesting conversation they have down there in that air raid shelter. Yeah. So how's the wife, Victor? She's all right. Kids? Yeah, okay. Good. It could be a bit awkward. But yeah. Thanks for sharing those with us, Mockers. Excellent.
Okie dokie. Where are we to go now then, John?
I think Genesis Man has his hand up. Go ahead, Genesis Man.
Afternoon, John, Tracy. So, how cryptic, Tracy? How very cryptic. So, if there are 3 up, let's see how many fall out the sky. Hint, hint. And then see what's repulsed and what's not. I love the way Ukraine is so cryptic with stuff. It's just brilliant trolling. Brilliant.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
And well, yeah, we won't know until we know. But I mean, that could mean a whole number of things, couldn't it?
Well, we saw that, the notification today, didn't we, about the licenses?
We did indeed, yes. The licenses have been issued, and everything seems to be, all the ducks seem to be in a row. But you have to see when the ducks start flying, I suppose. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Dad jokes are allowed around here, it seems, John. Although I'm not very good at them. I just do sarcasm. So I've just been looking at Ukrenago and DTEC. They are putting out the notifications. So tomorrow there will be schedules, in effect, all day shutdown schedules. So that will be from 8 a.m. Until 1 p.m. There are going to be 2 shifts at other times of the day. So there are 3 shifts in total of shutdowns simultaneously. So that was said by Ukrenago. So let's just see if we've got more information on that. I was looking at something the Minister of Energy had reported as well. Some fantastic news from him. So solar panels for hospitals, John. The agreement of the Ministry of Energy and the European Commission is in effect now. Ukraine received more than 5.8 thousand solar panels for hospitals. That's a lot, isn't it? 5,800 solar panels within the framework of the joint project of the Ministry of Energy of Ukraine. These are, let me see, they've got a total capacity of 2 megawatts. All of them will be transferred to meet the needs of Ukrainian hospitals. The initiative was previously announced by the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, and they are working, of course, with the European partners and that their support, assistance with equipment is important for covering the energy needs. Of course, this will ensure the operation of medical equipment that save the lives of thousands of Ukrainians. Do you think that they might have gotten this idea from MriyaReport? Wishful thinking, but it may be nice to think that. Anyway, look at that. All those... go on, John.
No, I was just going to say, and I was looking through this story earlier. I don't know whether we're looking at the same source, but I did see this. 6,000 solar panels for 5 oblasts. And I thought, oh, solar panels for hospitals. That's interesting. So yeah, maybe, maybe they were listening to the MriyaReport and decided to, get in on a good thing, but I doubt it. But it's kind of nice to think that way sometimes, isn't it, Tracy?
Well, I doubt it too, but it is nice to think that way, isn't it? And basically, with the European Commission doing things like this and MriyaReport doing what we do, that makes a huge difference. We filled those little gaps, those little very important gaps that saved many, many lives. And now this is happening, which I'm really pleased about. 5,876 altogether. So yeah, they're going to go to different oblasts. It should be noted